Honorable members' prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, kindly turn to item 5. Item 5, correction of votes and proceedings, and that of the official report. Let's start with votes and proceedings. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page number 7. Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, page 7, item 4, 4.1. The Honorable Eric Afu was in the house yesterday. I saw him. He even make some contributions. So, but he's been marked absent. If table office, Eric Afu, 4.1, item number 4.1.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed, I saw him. Probably he didn't sign the register. So return to page 8. Yes, Honorable Member for Afajato. Honorable Member for Afajato, you are gradually replacing Honorable Samuel Kujetu and my brother Professor Nyako.
Thank you, Speaker.
That's good of you, of your diligence.
Thank you, Speaker, for your kind words. He's always been my mentor anyway, even though I'm older than him. Speaker, thank you so much. At least, as you rightly said, we are also gaining gradual experience in the House. And then page 8, item 5, Roman numeral A.I. Case Haven Montessori School in Ganoff, led by the proprietor. Normally, I know the standard procedure here is that you may reference to the constituency that visitors are coming from. Ganoff is a district. It should rather be Trobo constituency, please. Thank you.
Well. So, table, can you acknowledge the corrections? So, page 9, we move to page 10. Yes.
Speaker, yet again at page 10, item 9, the very last paragraph. The Honorable Second Deputy Speaker referred the bills to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. I think it should be corrected. As at that time, it was the First Deputy Speaker who was seated in the chair. If you look at page 16, we were informed that the First Deputy Speaker withdrew from the chair as at around 2:19 thereof. So I assume that the referral was done by the First Deputy Speaker. So that should be corrected.
No, I don't think that is your assertion is right. I quite remember I did the referral when the bills were laid. I did the referral to the Finance Committee. I guess you are trying to follow the chronology of the proceedings. At times it doesn't work that way.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm guided.
Well. So we turn to page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page number 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page number 20. Yes, Honorable Member for Aduu.
Speaker, thank you yet again. Motion number 46, paragraph 2, that's line 5. The name of the Honorable Minister for Labour, Jobs and Employment has been wrongly spelled. It's captured here as Dr. Abdul Rashid Hassan Petroleum or something like that.
Yeah.
But then I think P is missing.
It's supposed to be purple.
Consequentially, under motion number 48, still under number 5, it could be corrected as well. Thank you.
Very well. Table, kindly acknowledge the corrections. We turn to page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page number 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page number 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. Page number 35. page 36, page 37, page 38, page 39, page 40, page 41, page 42, page 43, page number 44, page 45, page 46. Yes, Honorable Member for Tamale South.
Madam Speaker, sorry to bring you back to 39. Madam Speaker, I see Budget Committee meeting. The paragraph 1 opening, third line, Ghana National Petroleum Corporation. I'm not aware that they have an earmark fund. The committee met on Monday, 24th March 2025 at 9:35 a.m. and considered the earmark funds for the Youth Employment Agency. Understandable. Ghana National Petroleum Corporation. I have a difficulty accepting that. Ghana Education Trust Fund, yes, earmark. Minerals Development Fund, earmark. So I want to find out how GNPC found its way here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Is that the right position? Very well. So, table, kindly check with the committee, check on the record. If indeed what the minister is saying is right, then please acknowledge that correction. We turn to 43. Yes, my brother.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Page 42, Roman numeral XX.
42.
Sorry to take you back.
Very well.
Roman numeral XXV. Dr. Hannah Louisa Bisiu. Bisiu is always double S. I see her name as always Bisiu. So it's BISS. But here it's captured as BIS.
Very well. So, table, take note and acknowledge the corrections. 44, 45, page 45. My brother, can you put off the mic? Very well. Thank you. Page 46. Page 47. Page 48. Page 49. Page 50. Page 51. Page number 52. Page 53. Page 54. Page 55. Page 56. Page 57. Page 58. Page 59. Page 60. Page 61. Page 62. And finally, page 63. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Thursday, the 27th day of March 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, I have in my hands the 14th March 2025 edition of the official report. 14th March 2025 edition of the official report. I take it again, 14th March 2025 edition of the official report. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 14th March 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, we will turn to item 6. Item 6, statements. Yes, leader.
Speaker, with respect, before we go on to item 6, may I suggest to the government front bench, in the spirit of ensuring that we pass the appropriation ASAP, should make an application to vary the order, and let's lay the Appropriation Bill 2025, then we'll revert back to item 6 quickly.
I think that is right. If the bill is the bill ready? Okay, so I think
Mr. Speaker, yet we are minded to lay the appropriation bill, but we want some further clarification. So, in the interim, Mr. Speaker, may I pray that we go back to item number 6, statements, take 2 urgent statements in respect of in commemoration of Ramadan, which is on Sunday, and then a very urgent matter in Woolensea. A very urgent matter. If we can take those 2 short statements, then we can proceed with Yes, I know that you have a statement from your side.
very well. I have 3 statements.
Before then, you see, we had, Speaker, with respect, I thought we had some engagement at conclave, Speaker, and the understanding was that we will get our colleague to lay I don't know if there's a challenge, to lay the appropriation. You wanted to stand that down. Okay, it's fine.
Mr. Speaker, I provided some basis that we needed some clarification on some matter. Then we can lay that. But yes, I see that my brother, the minister responsible for foreign affairs, and it's ready. So, Speaker, my humble view is that we can get the 2 statements out of the way, so that when we get into a public business, we are not interrupted with statements. They are very important, commemorative. The Ramadan, which is on Sunday, then our own colleague, I've just been told that our own colleague, Honorable Mrs. Dr. Helu, whose burial is tomorrow. So some commemoration in 2 weeks' time. Okay. And yes. No.
Speaker, I don't intend to
no
litigate
commemoration
this
in terms
matter.
of
But
Ramadan.
you see, Speaker, we want to write today.
So
let's do the public business. Let's finish. After the statement, they can come in. I beg you, let's do the public
Speaker,
business.
we'll take the statement.
Yes.
I will take the report
Yes.
from the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
So call the business item. Call the business. Call the business.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
Call the business.
Speaker, may I pray that we go straight to public business. Motion number 10. That's the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Very well. Honorable members, I'll vary the order of business and indulge you to allow me to start public business. In course of time, you'll come back to the statement. So, honorable members, come with me to page 4, item listed 10. Page 4, item listed 10. Let me invite the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Honorable Minister.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I rise to move motion number 10, that this Honorable House approves the sum of 1,486,199,771 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I will humbly request that we do some reconciliation. Our committee's report is 1,486,199,771, but motion number 10, instead of 771, we have 777. So we would have to reconcile. I will probably suggest that since this came from the Ministry of Finance, we go with the committee's report so that what has been captured on the other paper will be corrected.
Honorable, can you take the correction again?
So it should be 1,487,199,771 Ghana cedis, and not 77, but 71. So if what's on the other paper, motion number 10 can be
So
corrected to align.
the change is supposed to be 1,487,000,000.
No, 486.
Okay.
199.
Okay.
Then 771,
Okay.
not 777.
Very well.
Yeah.
Very well. So we may
I'm
go
grateful,
on.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion ably moved.
Chairman, hold on. I'm coming. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, I think this matter came up yesterday, and it keeps popping up. The inconsistencies in the figure advertised on the order paper, and then those carried by the report. It keeps rearing its head. Over the years, the practice has been that we are guided by the figure provided in the budget. I heard my minister saying he wants to go by the report because he believes that is what is coming from the Ministry of Finance. It's not entirely true. We have to make reference to what the budget quoted. So we should probably reference the budget and get the figure there. And then we can amend the motion on the other paper duly. Otherwise, we may not be able to put the question eventually. Same thing happened to the Judiciary yesterday.
Very well. Honorable Minority Leader, I've just been informed that the Minister of Finance has just brought another should I say, information with regard to these small corrections that some of the ministers are making on the floor. So he will finish those information with us, and we use that to correct based on the statement on the budget.
Speaker. Sorry. So is it the case that, Speaker, we cannot go by any of the two figures? We have to depend on the new one brought by the...
No, we can go on. We can go on. But what he is saying is that the finance minister himself has finished Parliament with some of these corrections. So I think it will settle the matter. Yes.
Speaker, I agree with you that we should take the reports. The figures can always be corrected,
Yes, we
but
take
the
it.
report needed to be taken procedurally.
No, we take it, but it's important that he raise that issue.
Yes, I agree with
yes.
you. I agree with you.
So, Honorable Chairman, you may take the report now.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Mr. Speaker, I urge the table office to capture the full report. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, your committee, having taken cognizance of the critical role played by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration in enhancing Ghana's international image, promoting economic diplomacy, and contributing significantly to public awareness of Ghana's international rights and obligations, is of the considered view that the ministry be adequately resourced to effectively discharge its mandate in the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, in light of the foregoing, the committee respectfully commends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 1,486,199,771 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the financial year ending 31st December 2025.
So very well. Honourable members, the motion has been moved by the minister and has been seconded by the chairman. The motion is now before the House for consideration.
Speaker, may we take one, and leadership will yield. So we take one, Mr. Speaker. Oh, but I have. Oh, my brother Frank. This morning is a cool morning. It's a cool morning. Mr. Speaker, we'll do 1-1, and the leaders will conclude.
He said, make an application.
Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm appealing to you. I'm applying. All I'm doing is to apply.
Yes.
He shouldn't be making a statement. He should make an application with deference to the chair. Speaker, we don't have too much business. In fact, we are told, we are reliably informed, we have 4 motions and then we are done. Foreign affairs is a very important. The Honorable Ablakwa wants to pick views from members so that he will ferry it to his ministry. Speaker, let's do 2, apart from leadership, 2 on each side, and then leadership will conclude.
Very well.
3, that's fine.
Speaker, I yield.
Very well. So you take 2, then I come to leadership. Yes, a member for Bosome Freho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the budget estimates for the Ministry for Foreign Affairs for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I have some few comments to make. Mr. Speaker, number one, I want to, on the basis of the report, commend the SWAL administration, particularly Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, for laying the foundation, setting the stage, and preparing the grounds to link the Ghana card to our passport, which have found huge expression. And it's a major project that the ministry is about to undertake, particularly this year, which have been captured in the estimates. Mr. Speaker, the next thing, which the committee also had some cause to seek for clearance, was the trade attaches that the ministry intends to deploy to all the missions across the world. Mr. Speaker, we had a serious consideration of the fact that the Ministry of Trade and Industry has a huge policy statement of assigning trade attaches to the various missions. So we raise a point of if the Ministry of Trade is assigning trade attaches to the various missions, it should not also be a cost for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to bear or to bone. Mr. Speaker, so that must also be taken into consideration. The next thing, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of release of goods and services and capers to the missions. We urge the ministry that when the budget is approved, it should do and make sure that the goods and services capers for the missions is duly released to them. Mr. Speaker, another thing that we raised and spoke about is the Accra International Conference Center. Last year, approval was given for proper structuring of the Accra International Conference Center. Mr. Speaker, there have been budget proposals and estimations of even using the Accra International Conference Center to raise additional revenue when the initial cause of concern has not been looked at. Mr. Speaker, we are still waiting for the structural integrity report so that the decision is taken on it, so that we have a befitting state-of-the-art conference center for the country. Mr. Speaker, we also acknowledge the fact that the minister have made some very profound statement on the reduction of passports, particularly from the 32 pages passport, which was initially costing 500 to 350 now. Mr. Speaker, we want to also urge the ministry that the cost of passport for the diasporans are also another major issue that needs to be looked at. In fact, the diasporans have even demonstrated, made a lot of case and claim on the issue of the cost of passport for the people in the diaspora. Mr. Speaker, we urge the minister and the ministry to also consider reducing the cost of acquisition of Ghanaian passport for the Ghanaians in the diaspora. Mr. Speaker, also we spoke about the obsolete missions and the need that we pay critical attention to some of the missions that we have in across the globe. Some of them are very obsolete. Some of them to Mr. Speaker,
When you say they are obsolete, what do you mean?
Mr. Speaker, they are, I mean, it is not something that can be fitting of a Ghanaian mission that needs to be looked at.
It is in terms of the structure?
Structure. I mean, I'm talking about the structures.
Oh, okay.
The structures. Mr. Speaker, there have been several proposals. Some of them for us to partner with private sectors to, put these structures into proper shapes. Mr. Speaker, we have, to use one example, we have a structure in Manhattan that is one of the richest streets in the world. Mr. Speaker, there was a proposal to even go into partnership with a private developer to raise the entire building and then give some to Ghanaians and make money, and then the money will come back to us. But, Mr. Speaker, we were not able to finalize some of these things, and many across. So we are urging the ministry to also pay critical attention to some of these missions. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I want to support that the budget allocation and estimate for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs be approved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me come to honorable member.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration allocation in the 2025 budget.
Is it Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration? Do you still have that designation?
Is he asking me?
Yes. I just want to find out. Do you still have that designation? Foreign Affairs, very well. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we made some observations when we looked at the ministry's budget for the year ending 31st December 2025. And in considering those allocations, we looked at the real figures that the ministry requires in order to undertake its designated activities and programs. And the ministry's requirement was 2,328,225,361.94 Ghana cedis. The budget ceiling, however, for the ministry is 1,876,803,614 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the gap between the budgetary requirements and the budgetary allocation, there is a 36.7 variance, which is very huge for any ministry or institution to accommodate. Variances usually shouldn't go beyond a 2.5% threshold. So when you saddle a ministry with a 36.57% variance, it really means that they are going to have to walk a very tight rope. So, Mr. Speaker, in as much as we will support the passing of the allocations to the ministry, we will also want to urge and plead with the finance minister to take a second look at the ceiling of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and if there is any way that he can do something to cushion them a little bit more, it will really help them. Mr. Speaker, I have been a serving officer before, and I know in our days we got remunerated. Our salary came all the time, but we never had goods and services to enable us discharge our duties as was required. And I foresee this same scenario playing out with the current budget of the ministry. So we want to use this opportunity to urge the finance minister to kindly take a second look at the ceiling that they have provided for the foreign ministry. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, there is the issue about the reduction in fees of the 32-page passport booklet. Many have raised issues about how the ministry is going to accommodate the anticipated shortfalls. But the ministry, from the ministry's projections, they're actually looking at an increase in IGF from this activity. And so it is heartwarming to know that the reduction in price of the 32-page passport booklets is actually going to offer more Ghanaians the opportunity to access the facility and acquire passport. The last thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is about the opening of the mission in Hungary. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has made a very strong case for the opening of the mission in Hungary, and we urge government to support this initiative. Mr. Speaker, the first rule of thumb in diplomacy is reciprocity. Hungary has had a mission in this country for almost 10 years now, and we don't have a mission there. It doesn't send the right signals diplomatically. Hungary every year gives Ghana 100 scholarships for Ghanaian students to study in Hungary. The mission is working very closely with the government of Ghana in the area of sanitation. So these are very good reasons why the initiative to establish a mission in Hungary must be applauded and supported. Mr. Speaker, we've heard news about Niger announcing a road plan back to the root and path of democracy. We applaud that, and we want to celebrate President John Dramani Mahama for his soft diplomatic approach in the Sahel area, which he actualized by appointing an ambassador to the Sahel. We have seen the results. We are hoping that all our neighbors in that corridor will walk the path of the roadmaps that they have developed and return to democracy so that we can have a West Africa that is democratically governed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Charles Aduu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think that the relevance of the Foreign Ministry to our economic development is not in doubt. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget allocation to the Foreign Ministry, then I think that probably we are prioritizing other ministries than the Foreign Ministry. Because if you take the goods and services and then the capex, this is negligible. Most of these disbursements are made to countries out of the jurisdiction. So if you send, say, 227 million to the United States, to me, it's peanuts. Looking at the number of properties that we have spread across the globe. In most of our missions, our properties are deteriorating. These properties are located in prime areas. And then you see Niger, the residence of the ambassador of Niger, say in South Africa, or in Rome, in Italy, in some of these countries, really, really well maintained, well painted, well, designed. And you look at Ghana properties, ambassadors, properties of ambassadors, properties of senior officers of our missions. They are in deteriorating states. We need to give the missions more money, more goods and services would have to release to them to be able to take care of these ministries. Some of the missions even lack simple equipment such as printing machines. A4 sheets they can't even buy. They can't maintain the vehicles allocated to them because in a year they don't receive capex, they don't receive goods and services. It's only compensation. And even with compensation, the exchange rate differentials just eat up some of the compensations that is allocated to these missions. So I think that it's high time they are compensated.
Again, because now in Africa, this visa waiver agreement that has been entered into by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, now most Africans don't need visas to enter Ghana. Because of that, they don't go to our missions, our embassies and high commissions for visas. The missions now do not have enough IGF to be able to take care of these small purchases. So that's the need for them to be adequately compensated. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch a bit on what the last speaker said in regards to the decision to open a mission in Hungary. Mr. Speaker, about a year ago, the Venerable Foreign Minister, Honorable Selayo Koboche, with the support of the officials of the Foreign Ministry, put together a comprehensive program where Ghana could open a mission in Mexico, led by the now Foreign Minister. They scuttled this initiative with the idea that it was fanciful and it was a waste to the taxpayer. Now, an argument is being made that we should rather go to Hungary and open a mission in Hungary. Mr. Speaker, Latin America has 35 countries in all. Out of these 35 countries, Ghana has representation in only 2 of these countries. That's Cuba and then Brazil. These 2 countries takes care of all the 35 countries in Latin America. But if you go to Europe, we have so many missions in Europe. So if somebody makes the argument that 100 scholarships are sent by the Hungarian government to Ghanaian students, because of that we should open a mission in Hungary as against Mexico, I would disagree. Because Mexico has an embassy in Ghana. They are fully functional here. We derive a lot of benefit from the Mexican government. That decision has been taken, but I think that a second look would have to be taken to look at the possibility of probably adding Mexico to the countries that we've earmarked for missions to be established. Mr. Speaker, that said, I would want to support the motion and then urge the Foreign Ministry to make use of this monies that have been given to them, and hoping that before the end of the year, this House will take a very far-looking decision to subsequently increase whatever request that they'll make to this August House. That said, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. You could see that he's a practitioner. Yes, my brother.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion before the House on the budget estimate for the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is one ministry that we should not toy with their funding. But we noticed at the committee level that the ministry had a funding gap of 851 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, the minister and his team made us to know that the cost of renting most of our missions abroad are in rented properties. So the ministry, therefore, will wish to construct or acquire our own property. But if you look at the cost of renting properties abroad, it costs Ghana much more money than when we have our own building or structures. Well, Speaker, so if the funding gap is around 851 million, it will be very difficult for us to acquire our own property. So we pray that the finance minister or the Ministry of Finance should endeavor to capture us under the big push so that we can acquire some property for the ministry. But Speaker, we also the ministry also want to recruit some 100 staff to enable the ministry run a 24-hour economy system. Mr. Speaker, it is the hope of the ministry that when these staff are recruited, anybody in this country after close of work can comfortably walk to the passport secretariat to take your passport or to receive your passport. Mr. Speaker, let me also commend the minister for reducing the cost of passport acquisition. Mr. Speaker, in April 2024, the cost of passport was increased from 100 to 500 Ghana cedis. That was around 400%. So we, the NDC, promised at the time that when we assume office, we were going to reduce, and we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that we have reduced from 500 Ghana cedis to 350 Ghana cedis. So, yes, Mr. Speaker, we are in Ghana and we want many people to acquire passports so that they can travel. Mr. Speaker, there is also this issue that came at the committee level about the Accra International Conference Center. Mr. Speaker, the building, as we were told, is not in good condition. And all of this reason is why we think that the ministry's budget should not have been slashed down. Mr. Speaker, the 2024, there was a proposal to bring the entire building down because, however, it didn't take place because we demanded for structural integrity report, which we didn't get. So at the last meeting, we demanded that within 45 days, they should furnish the committee with the structural integrity report so that we can look at whether the building is fit for purpose or can be used. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I urge this House to approve the report or the budget for the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leadership.
May I, Speaker, under the circumstance,
Come again.
I seek your leave to vary the earlier agreement. It's very important matters, foreign affairs. There's a senior member who was once the chair of the committee. He's a member of the committee. Unfortunately, he couldn't catch your eye. So he will speak. Then I will yield my place to the ranking member. Let's proceed on that tangent. You are a good man. Let's go on that tangent. Yeah.
Well, I'll take one. Please indulge me. Yes, Honorable Patrick Boama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Then Sasu, after I'll come to you. Then I come to leadership.
Indulging the minority chief whip. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the minister for being very cooperative with the committee so far. We're having a very good relationship with him, and I rise in support of the motion for the approval of the sum of 1,486,199,771 Ghana cedis for the operations of the Foreign Ministry. Mr. Speaker, I also want to impress on the minister that if you read paragraph 3.2, Roman 3, the ministry is supposed to coordinate the participation in regional integration efforts aimed at promoting and protecting the national interest. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, by the President's EI, is only named as the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. And the ministry, we all know, is very active in our regional integration efforts. And it is very important that that aspect be added to the minister's portfolio because you'll be doing a lot of things with regards to regional integration. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, if you read Article 40 of our Constitution, it also hinges on regional integration. And with your kind permission, I'll read the side notice on regional integration, that in its dealings with other nations, the government shall promote and protect the interests of Ghana, seek the establishment of a just and equitable international economic and social order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister has inherited a lot of treaty obligations that I believe he has to come back to Parliament for ratification under Article 73, 74, 75 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Those ratifications will help Ghana tap into some of the economic benefits and some of the relationships that we have with other countries, Mr. Speaker. On this issue of passports, Mr. Speaker, the minister has not concluded any negotiation to reduce the passport price from 500 to 350 Ghana cedis. He is in the process. He hasn't delivered because he has to come here for that issue to be captured in the Fees and Charges Miscellaneous Act of this Parliament, to be approved by this Parliament. So let me remind my colleague Dapola that the minister has not delivered on that, and he's been here in Parliament to explain this matter to the good people of this country. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the minister and the government so far for their good neighborliness program. I've seen the president visit his compatriots in Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and also our brothers in the Sahelian region. Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate my point that whatever it takes for ECOWAS to have Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso to join our fold, ECOWAS has to take those steps. The president has been the chairman of ECOWAS before, and I want to believe in his skills in getting those countries back into our fold, because it also helps in the security arrangement of our country, Mr. Speaker. We have a lot of Nigerians, Malians, and Burkinabes in our country. And the earlier we take steps to ensure that they join ECOWAS, the better. It's for this reason that, Mr. Speaker, the minister under Article 83.1 is made a member of the National Security Council, Mr. Speaker. So whatever advice the minister has to offer the president to ensure that those countries adhere to our border security and also to ensure that they come back to our fold as members of the ECOWAS bloc, the better. I wish the minister well. Earlier speakers have spoken about our quest to renovate some of our mission properties. We saw the pictures at committee. They are very, very bad, in a bad state, Mr. Speaker. And the minister, I heard Apla talking about big push. Now everything is big push. I don't think the minister wants that money for his ministry. Adequate allocations has to be made to the minister. Our embassies are unable to hold Ghana Days or yearly affairs even within our mission premises. They have to go to hotels and what have you. You want the best for your country. You can't invite your fellow ambassadors to have national days. What message are you sending to them? That you can't even host them to dinners? Then you are always receiving invites to attend yes. It's not the best, Mr. Speaker. We need to do better, and I wish the minister well and ask that the House approves this psalm for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member from Adina.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity given me to support the approval of 1,486,199,771 Ghana cedis for the implementation of programs and activities of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the financial year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, in supporting these, let me also add my voice to commend the minister for properly representing the interests of the Republic of Ghana in that ministry. Mr. Speaker, my biggest concern can be found on page 20 of the report and item 10.5, which is the funding gap. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the mandate of the ministry as captured in item 3.2 on page 5 of the report, we have some very, very detailed things that the ministry is supposed to be doing. I mean, from initiating and coordinating our foreign, implementing our foreign policies, to regional integration issues, and developing and coordinating the position of multilateral fora, and fostering a cordial bilateral relation for the nation. It means that this is a ministry that must be heavily funded. And Mr. Speaker, to think of the fact that if you look at the report, it shows that the allocation to the ministry is only 30% of its budget, proposal. Mr. Speaker, we would add our voice to earlier speakers that during this year's mid-year budget review, the Minister of Finance will look at the budget critically and increase budgetary allocation to the ministry. It's so important that we do so. Again, Mr. Speaker, adding my voice to what our earlier colleague Patrick Boama said about regional integration is so important. This function, if you look at the fact that today in Ghana, Accra here, we are hosting the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat. It means that the ministry must be playing lead role in regional integration in Africa. And that is why I commend the effort of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama through his soft diplomacy and all that he's doing to ensure that ECOWAS as a sub-region come together. Because, Mr. Speaker, as you know, under the Abuja Treaty, there are 8 regional economic communities that are recognized, including the ECOWAS. And if Africa can integrate, then it means that this regional economic community will have to come together. And Mr. Speaker, there is ample evidence that shows that if we are able to connect well through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, we will move slowly from a trade agreement to a customs union, and from a customs union to a monetary union, from a monetary union to economic union, from economic union to political union, and eventually Africa can see the light of day. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is a very important mandate to the ministry, and I'm hoping that we can increase budgetary allocation to the minister to execute this very important mission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion.
Now, appropriately, I can come to leadership.
Speaker, I wish to yield my place to the ranking member of Foreign Affairs, Honorable Aduu.
Very well. Honorable Member for Damango.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to contribute and support the motion for the request of 1,486,199,771 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, for the implementation of the programs and activities of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I see the capture and regional integration. I guess it's Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by commending the Honorable Minister for his engagement with the committee. First, when he invited the committee to his office, and also when he appeared before the committee for the very insightful and comprehensive engagement we had with him as a committee, which is culminated in this report. Mr. Speaker, also to say that it is welcoming that the minister and the ministry intends to continue with the policy of the Akufo-Addo government to roll out a chips embedded passport. And indeed, the minister spoke to it extensively when he appeared before the committee, that they intend to continue. And also, Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 22 of the report, you will see, Mr. Speaker, specifically at paragraph 10.8, the minister and the ministry committed to the committee quite clearly that they plan to link the chips embedded passport to the Ghana card. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Ghana card was implemented by the Akufo-Addo administration,
and the Ghana card has reached almost universal coverage in our country. And that is indeed a very important milestone and intervention towards formalizing the Ghanaian society and the Ghanaian economy. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, consistent with the requirements of ACAO, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is giving a firm indication, as I say at page 22, paragraph 10.8 of the report before this House, that they intend to link the Ghana passport to the Ghana card. Mr. Speaker, I think it's highly commendable. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 23 of the report, you will see that page 23 of the report, specifically paragraph 10.10, the ministry intends to establish a mission in Hungary. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, and I think it's a matter we raised at the committee level, that in the whole of Latin America, Mr. Speaker, Ghana has only 2 missions in the whole of Latin America, serving all of Latin America. And indeed, it was the plan of the Akufo-Addo government to establish a mission or an embassy in Mexico. So the minister gave justification for the decision to establish a mission in Hungary. And I think by and large, that justification is one that is acceptable, which is the fact that Hungary has a mission here in Ghana. Hungary supports us extensively when it comes to education, higher education and all of that. But I will propose, Mr. Speaker, that if it's not too late, the ministry should focus and consider adding Mexico to Hungary. Because as I say, the ministry has only 2 embassies in the whole of Latin America. And of course, Mr. Speaker, you will see also that the ministry intends to spend some 14.9 million Ghana cedis in the first year of operations of this new mission. I pointed it out to the minister. I want to repeat it, Mr. Speaker. The minister should pay particular attention to value for money, 14.9 million Ghana cedis for just 1 year of the operations of a mission is quite a colossal sum of money. Of course, he gave an explanation what the money is going to be used for, but given the economic circumstances of our country today, I believe that it will be important that the minister pays particular attention to value for money. Mr. Speaker, let me also point out, let me refer the House to page 18 of the report. Mr. Speaker, at page 18 of the report, there is a very disturbing matter which has been observed by the committee, which has been flagged, and which is the state of the Accra International Conference Center. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I refer the House to page 22, which is specifically paragraph 10.9 of the report, which talks about the structural integrity of the Accra International Conference Center. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter we discussed with the minister extensively, and the committee insisted that there should be, as a matter of necessity and urgency, a structural integrity audit of the Accra International Conference Center to ascertain the structural integrity of the Accra International Conference. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, almost any and every major event of our country takes place at the Accra International Conference Center. And even furthermore, Mr. Speaker, you will find that events are held at the Accra International Conference Center where the president, the vice president, ministers, and scores of Ghanaians participate in and use this particular facility. I think it's absolutely imperative that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs takes urgent steps to conduct this audit to satisfy ourselves that the structural integrity of the Accra International Conference Center is intact. And of course, I pointed it out to the minister that ultimately we need to find a way of continuing with the plans of the previous government to build a multi-purpose, state-of-the-art conference center which is fit for purpose. So, Speaker, today when you go to Cape Town, South Africans are raking in a lot of benefits because they have an international conference center which is fit for purpose. Kenya is doing the same. The Akufo-Addo government started it, and I want to plead with the minister to continue. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude. Mr. Speaker, the minister, when he appeared before us, the minister commended me for making that proposal. He says he buys into that idea, and indeed he intends to work on this plan by the Akufo-Addo administration to build a multi-purpose, fit-for-purpose conference center for Ghana. Mr. Speaker, finally, and I think my senior sister, the honorable member for Salaga South, the Honorable Zuira, raised that matter, which is, Mr. Speaker, the Sahel. The Honorable Patrick Buama also spoke to it. But Mr. Speaker, I just want to make the point that in all our engagement with the Sahel, be it Burkina Faso, Mali, or Niger, Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely important that we are reminded that Ghana is built on democratic principles. And Ghana is a country that upholds the tenets of rule of law, the principles of democracy. Ghana is a democratic country. So in everything we do to ensure sub-regional or regional integration, Mr. Speaker, we cannot jettison this fundamental foundation of the Ghanaian polity or Ghanaian society. And by that, Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to Article 40 of our national constitution, specifically Chapter 6, the Directive Principles of State. Article 40 DIV, Mr. Speaker, states that in the dealings with other nations, the government shall, and I quote, the government shall promote and protect the interests of Ghana, and it goes on to say, adhere to the principles enshrined in, or as the case may be, the aims and ideals of, quote, the Treaty of the Economic Community of West African States, and it goes on the United Nations, Organization of African Unity, Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, all these organizations promote the principles of democratic governance. Mr. Speaker, I need not emphasize that in Burkina Faso, we have a military junta. In Mali, we've had military takeovers. In Niger, the government there, or the regime there, is a military regime. And so, whilst we continue to urge the government, the foreign ministry, to pursue our foreign relations objective of regional integration, it's absolutely important, Mr. Speaker, that in so doing, we do not jettison the principles of democratic governance and work to restore democracy in Burkina Faso, work to restore democracy in Mali, work to restore democracy in Niger, and get to the situation ultimately where all of West Africa and all of Africa will be governed on the principles of democratic practices, and get to the point, Mr. Speaker, where the will of the people will be the will of God, and be the principle or the foundation on which governments are formed and on which citizens are governed as it is here in Ghana. Just because with these few words, let me lend my support to the motion and ask that this House adopts this report and lend its support to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so that ultimately Ghana's flag will fly high in the Committee of Nations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I put the question? Yeah, no. Well, let me finish. Then you thank the committee. Let me put the question. Then you thank the committee. Thank members. Very well.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank honorable colleagues for their contributions, and particularly let me eulogize the Foreign Affairs Committee. We have had a very fantastic relationship. We are working cordially, warmly, and focusing on the foreign policy and strategic national interests of our country. Mr. Speaker, there have been concerns about the 30% cut which we have faced, and I very much align myself with those concerns, particularly in this era of turbulent international relations, where geopolitics, geoeconomics is fast changing, and where everything now is up in the balance, where we need a reset, we need to renegotiate, and we need to really explore new allies, new partnerships, new cooperation, and nothing really is a given in these times. We need to prioritize the funding and the support for our foreign ministry because of the enormous benefits. If you have a strong foreign ministry, your economic diplomacy will thrive. You can attract more investments, attract FDIs, and we need to really all agree that moving forward, we must commit, particularly in these turbulent geopolitical times, to finance the foreign ministry. There have been a number of concerns raised about why we have put on hold the plans to establish a diplomatic mission in Mexico. I want to state for the record that it is only a temporal suspension of those plans. We thought that we should reduce the expansion looking at the economic situation of our country at this moment and do only one for now. That is opening new diplomatic mission in Hungary, in Budapest. But moving forward, when the economic situation improves, I think that there is a case for an increased presence in Latin America. Whether it should be Mexico or some other country, I believe that we will all be involved in that discussion. But let me assure our friends in Mexico and Latin America that Ghana intends to deepen our relations with that part of the world. And we will increase our presence, we'll increase our visibility, we'll increase trade, and make sure the historical ties. Because during the slave trade, Mr. Speaker, a lot of our compatriots really landed in Latin America, even before getting to the United States of America. So we have traditional ties, and we cannot do away with those ancestral ties. I need to, Mr. Speaker, also emphasize that the concerns that have been raised about the Accra International Conference Center, we believe that we have been vindicated. A couple of years ago, when the previous administration came here with a PPP arrangement, we said we wanted to see the structural integrity report. It has now emerged that that report has not been done. That report does not exist. So I am glad that we are now all addendum that we need a structural integrity report, and that will inform us moving forward whether truly the AICC has become a death trap, and we will need to raise it down and to have a new project. So I think that it was good that this side of the House at the time expressed caution and demanded the structural integrity report. We have said that within the next 3 months, we will get AESL to conduct that structural integrity report. And once that is done, we'll share it with members in this House so that we will all take a decision on the way forward. Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, let me assure the House that the debt that we met at the ministry of about 453 million Ghana cedis, we have put in place plans under this budget to clear those arrears. They are largely debts owed to service providers and then the international organizations that we belong to, access contributions. We are determined to use this budget, even though we suffered a cut, to clear those arrears. I also want to bring you good news, Mr. Speaker, that we have reclaimed all of the ministry's lands. And I can boldly say that the adjoining land at the foreign ministry have all been reclaimed, and they are now fully belonging to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to the people of Ghana. And we have served notice that no ministry land will be up for sale. In that same vein, Mr. Speaker, I'm also glad to announce that we have stopped the attempted sale of diplomatic properties in Nigeria and in Zambia. We have declared a zero tolerance against the sale of diplomatic assets. Under President Mahama's government, no diplomatic property will be sold. And we are leading by example. The attempted sale in Nigeria and Zambia have been cancelled, that transaction has been terminated, and that is good news for the people of our country. I also want to assure the good people of our country that the passport reforms that we are embarking on are deep and refreshing reforms. We are going to have 24-hour operations. We are going to make sure you can get your passport within 7 days. And then we are introducing courier services. You no longer have to go back to the passport application center when your passport is ready. By stating your address, whether your residential address or your office address, your passport will be delivered to you. And we've already advertised it's going to be an open, competitive tender process. Young fintechs, courier companies can apply and participate in this process so that we can modernize passport delivery. And we are glad that we are doing all of this under a reduced dispensation in terms of the fees, down from 500 to 350 cedis, as we promised the people of our country. We are also committed to roll out the chip embedded passport. And let me just state for the record that we acknowledge what the President Akufo-Addo government did in moving this process forward. But to be fair to Foreign Minister Honorable Hannah Tete, it started under her watch as Foreign Minister and under the former President Mahama regime in 2016. But it is a collective effort from President Mahama to Akufo-Addo to now President Mahama. We are all committed to roll out the chip embedded passport in line with the ICAO requirements. On the issue of rent and the dilapidated state of our missions, I agree with colleagues. We have to do something about it. All of us, when we travel and we are hosted in our embassies, it is embarrassing. We are spending over $50 million every year on rent. We want to end this once and for all. So we have submitted a cabinet memo, and we are making a strong case to be considered under the Big Push agenda. We hope that we can transition from renting to owning property so that we can save money. This $50 million every year can really help to do other things for our country. We will continue with our institutional reforms, have KPIs for our ambassadors so that when they go out there, they can bring something home. Diplomacy must make an impact in their real lives. Finally, in terms of the welfare issues for the foreign service officials, I can confirm that the duty waiver for imported vehicles for our staff, all those who are foreign service officials, has received cabinet approval, and this year we will roll out the package so that at the end of their duty tours, if they want to return to Ghana with vehicles, they don't have to pay duties. That will be waived so that there will be zero duties. We believe that that is a little motivation we can give to our foreign service officials. Those at home, under this budget, we are also buying 6 buses to help them commute from work and home so that they can also be supported in that regard. So we are committing to improving the welfare issues of our colleagues at the Foreign Ministry. On that note, Mr. Speaker, these are exciting times for our foreign relations. We'll continue to deepen our ties with all our friends. President Mahama's good neighborliness will continue, and we will do our best to serve as a bridge between the AES countries and ECOWAS. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for your indulgence, and I thank honorable colleagues for their very insightful contributions. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate,
Speaker, the minority chief whip raised the issue of the figures. And
it has been addressed.
No. Okay. Because there are 3 of them, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the figures, we have cross-checked. The Honorable Roxinda Fiamepo has raised an important matter. So we've looked at motion number 10. We've looked at the committee's report, which has a different figure. And we've also looked at the budget. And we've conferred with table, the clerks at table, and we have agreed that we will go with what is on the order paper because that aligns with what is in the budget. We've also checked from the Ministry of Finance. They say we can go with what is on the budget. So we have to amend the committee's report. We'll amend the committee's report so that it should be 777 and not 771.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favour that motion listed 10 in today's order paper be adopted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. And that this Honourable House has approved the sum of 1,486,199,777 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes.
Speaker, yesterday, at the time of taking the reports on judiciary and the judicial service, what was outstanding was the issue of the accompanying letter, the covering letter from the Office of the President, as a result of which the Speaker couldn't put the question. The letter has come. Speaker is in receipt of that letter. There are two letters actually, that and that of the covering letter in respect of the Parliament and Parliamentary Service. So having that confirmation, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the question can be put in respect, because it's been moved, it's been debated. What was outstanding was the requirement of the accompanying letter from the Office of the President.
Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, first of all, I think the issue was not just about the letter, even though it's a constitutional imperative. There were discrepancies, usual discrepancies. Now, if the letter has come, as in his word, the words of the Chief Whip, Speaker, we are not privy to the letter. We don't have copies. It's a house of records. So, this is a house of records, and so if copies could be made available to us, this is not a matter we want to split hairs over. It's a straightforward matter, but we must have copies. And so, if copies could be made available to us, Speaker, we can go ahead and put the question.
Very well.
Speaker, I won't belabor this point, but procedurally, the letter is always addressed to the Speaker, who then will remit it to, as part of the referral to the committees, it will be an accompanying document. So, but the assurance is that it's come. So I won't litigate it. I'm sure. Sorry. Yes, I agree.
The procedure is that the letter, when it's received, had to be read to us. That has not been done. That has not been done. So, well, if it is the case that we should also even go for copies, we don't have copies. Leader, we don't have copies. The letter should be read to us, and then we can proceed. Yes. If copies are there, please, Speaker, with respect, let it be read to us. And this is a matter we should split. Look, Speaker, we have done more than 90% of the motions. We don't want to go into any problem. If it's the case, I'll take you by your words. Will you listen? Chief Whip, I will yield to you. Have your day. Take it.
Honorable.
So, but you are going by your words. And I trust you.
Honorable Whip, I've been informed that the chairman is still insisting we should hold on to this particular. Yes, the chairman is still insisting we should hold on. So we can.
Speaker, I'm guided.
Thank you.
Guided, yes.
Thank you. So before we move to statements, kindly indulge me to acknowledge our children at the public gallery. At the public gallery, we have Aduu Kenneth Methodist GHS. Aduu Kenneth Methodist GHS. Yes, they are being led by Vera Jumoku, who is the headmistress, and the school is located at Equiapim South constituency. Equiapim South constituency. The honorable member is here. These are your students. Yes. We also have Noble Heritage School. Noble Heritage School. They are also being led by Abigail, who is the headmistress, and the school is located at Tema West constituency. Tema West constituency. Yes, that is the member of parliament. And finally, we have Family Life International School. Family Life International School. And they are being led by Beauty Abonibo. I hope I pronounced the word well, the name well. Who is a teacher, and the school is located at Trouble constituency. Trouble constituency, yes. So you are welcome. I hope you are monitoring what is going on. That should urge you, all of you. Study hard, study hard, study hard, so that tomorrow you will also be here. Eh? I wish all of you well. I hope your members will take care of you. You are welcome. Enjoy your stay. Yes, honorable leadership, I hope you are going back to the statements. Leadership, we are going back to statements.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
There are actually 3 statements on our side and 1 from the minority side. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll take, let me pray you so that we take the one in memory of our senior sister, the late Dr. Benis Helu.
It appears I don't have that one.
Oh.
Who is taking that one?
The honorable member for Hohoi.
Okay, so he can take that one whilst you forward a copy to me. So, honorable member for Hohoi, we will. Yes. So, honorable members, you know we intend rising today, so we are going to manage the commentaries. So, honorable member, I hope you've shared the. Have you shared the well. So you may read the statement.
Thank you very much.
Yes, he's sharing. It's everywhere.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Statement on the late Honorable Dr. Benis Aduu, former Member of Parliament for Hohwe constituency. Mr. Speaker, with a solemn heart, I rise to pay tribute to an exceptional leader, a dedicated servant of the people, and a relentless leader and an advocate for progress, the late Honorable Dr. Benis Aduu. Her passing on Wednesday, December 25th, 2024, at the age of 70, following a brief illness in an immense loss. It's an immense loss to the family. Honorable Hello served with unwavering commitment as a member of Parliament for Hokwe from December 2013 to January 2021. She was a visionary leader who believed in power of leadership to transform lives and dedicated herself wholly for the service for her constituents and the nation. A Deputy Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. During her tenure as a Deputy Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Mr. Speaker, that was in 2013 to 2017, Honorable Helu was a forefront for sustainable national development and environmental protection. Her notable contribution includes spearheading the PCB project to enhance environmental safety and championing initiatives that provided computers, laptops to key academic institutions and to ensuring that science and technology remained a driving force for national development and progress. As a member of Parliament for Hokwe constituency, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Helu was a formidable voice in Parliament, a dedicated member of the Appointment Committee. She played a crucial role, Mr. Speaker, in scrutinizing presidential appointments, ensuring that only the most competent served the nation. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Helu was deeply committed to development and stability of Hokwe. Her tireless advocacy for peace, security played a significant role in fostering lasting harmony between the people of Nkonya and Alabanyo, where I come from, as well as between the Benis and the Zongo communities in Hokwe. Her relentless pursuit of progress led to the construction of modern classroom blocks, eliminating era of schools under trees in Hokwe. She championed scholarships and financial aid for brilliant but needy students and spearheaded initiatives to improve healthcare, including establishment of cheap compounds, many cheap compounds, and ambulance service in the constituency. She was also instrumental in lobbying for the rehabilitation of major roads, including the historic Vlitoji roads, by improving accessibility and economic opportunities for the people in the region. Beyond politics, Mr. Speaker, she was a passionate advocate for women empowerment, a lasting impact in their lives. Her support extended to persons with disabilities, Mr. Speaker, as she provided office accommodations and regularly assisted the school for the deaf in Hokwe constituency. Mr. Speaker, today we mourn not only a leader, but a compassionate mother, a mother and a selfless servant of the people of Hokwe and the nation at large. Honorable Dr. Benis Aduu has left behind a legacy of resilience, advocacy, and transformation. Her influence will forever be felt in Hokwe, in Parliament, and across the length and breadth of our mother Ghana. As we bid her farewell, let us take solace in the fact that she lived a life of purpose and impact. May her soul rest in perfect peace, and may the Almighty God grant her eternal life. Rest well, Honorable Dr. Benis Aduu Helu. Your memory will forever remain in our hearts. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members, one of our own. So I'll invite two from each side and I'll come to leadership.
Okay.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start off by thanking my colleague, my friend, my brother, MP for our constituency, for eulogizing the memory of our mother, Honorable Dr. Benis Aduu. Mr. Speaker, in 2011, I contested in the NDC primaries with NDC with Dr. Benis Aduu in Howard constituency. Mr. Speaker, if you recall, at that time, the current Republic of SAR was part of the Howard constituency. Leader wants to know what happened that he contest. She disciplined me to it. And I support them. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's a very, very great loss. Our mother was very, very affable. She was very, very accommodating. Even though we were political opponents at the primary level, right after the primary, she invited me over to the house. And then, Mr. Speaker, we joined hands in campaigning throughout the constituency until she won the elections. In fact, when she was appointed Deputy Minister of Science and Environment, she invited me over to the office. I want to know if I want to come and assist her to work in the office, which, Mr. Speaker, for other responsibilities, I declined. Throughout my campaign in 2024, anytime I hit a block, Mr. Speaker, I'll call on her and sought her advice as to how to proceed. And she was always very open to assist. And so when I heard about her death, Mr. Speaker, I was seriously taken aback. Good news is that the Lord loves us more than we love ourselves. We can only pray that her soul will rest perfectly in the bosom of Father Abraham, that the good work that she began the whole constituency, all of us will join hands, that every young person in that constituency will have access to quality education, that the roads in that constituency will be fixed, that the young people will get employment opportunities, and that the place will develop accordingly. Mr. Speaker, on the day she will be laid to rest, all of us will be in Hawaii to support the family and the constituency and make sure that she's given a befitting burial. Once again, I thank you very much, my brother, for bringing this issue up in the House. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to it.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Manson Kwanta.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to respond to the statement by Honorable Walanyo on the passing of one of our own, Dr. Benis Aduu. Hello. Honorable Walanyo, thank you for the statement. I know you are my brother's student, so I consider you as my student as well. I extend my condolences to the family of the departed. I know at 70, somebody might say, yes, she's gone a bit, but 70, the expectation of most of us would have been that she'll go a bit more. So we'll consider it as sudden. Mr. Speaker, death is inevitable, as we know, but what matters most is the legacy that we leave behind. That is key, and I think that is why we are remembering her today, the legacy that she left behind. And if I go through the presentation that was made, she worked for peace in the Alavanyo and Konya conflict. She helped in the construction of modern classroom blocks. She championed scholarship and financial aid to brilliant but needy students. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the sort of things that we expect each and every one of us to do whilst we have life. So, I do extend my condolences once again to the family, and I urge all of us to do our very best whilst we have the life. And I wish the family the best. I console them in this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, my brother.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make a comment on the statement made by Honorable Member for Hohoi in connection with the late Dr. Benis Aduu. Mr. Speaker, the late Dr. Benis Aduu, I know she was the founder of ProLink organization and a board member, an international and local non-governmental organization that has worked with USAID, Geneva Global Incorporations, Plan International Ghana, and other international donor-funded organizations. I've been with her for 10 years as Director of Finance, and we've worked together to help the vulnerable and women and children with over 7 satellite offices across Ghana on HIV and malaria programming. And so she has contributed a lot to Ghana's economic growth, especially in the area of women and children. May her soul rest in perfect peace.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Patrick Boama.
Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to express my heartfelt condolences to the family of our departed sister. We entered this chamber together with her, a very, very pleasant lady. Mr. Speaker, it was until about a couple of weeks ago that I went to Jolu, somewhere around Ghana Gas, that I saw her banner. I drove past it, drove back, and looked at it again just to be sure of what I was seeing. It was the first time I was seeing a banner in that corner, and it really struck me that people we serve with, sometimes a phone call to even check on them whilst they are still not members of parliament is very difficult for some of us to do. We just come in, work, and leave. We don't even know where people live, how they are faring, only to come and pay our last respects to them. And it's very, very sad on the part, as members of parliament, to live such a life. We need to know a little more, a bit more about ourselves, where we live, what we do in and out of this chamber. And I think it's something that we must inculcate. The Speaker, she was a deputy minister, a mother, a development-oriented person that we all knew. You never will see this lady engaged in anything outside her work as a member of parliament. And I'm happy my good friend paid this glowing tribute to her. And Agbanya, my friend from Sal, who was beaten by Honorable Hello in her primary. So welcome to the House, and let's do whatever it takes to bid our sister farewell. May her soul rest in peace, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Patrick. Let me now come to leadership.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I comment on this statement by my colleague, member for Hohwe. Mr. Speaker, you and I served alongside Honorable Hello in this house. Most of the time she would strongly advocate for issues related to women in this house. Herself, Honorable Doyo, and many other women strongly advocating for women. Mr. Speaker, she voluntarily decided not to contest. And as a matter of fact, when she didn't contest, the NDC lost the seat. But she continued to work in her community in many ways. I remember very well one of her main concerns was to see to the resolution of the Hohwe water project, and then the extremely terrible road leading to Hohwe. Mr. Speaker, some of us got to know she wasn't very well. And like many situations you and I know, Mr. Speaker, when people exit this house, in many cases, they are left on their own. And like my very good friend Yao said, once the person is not here, it's as if there's a bit of a disconnect. We hardly find the time to check up on each other. And until recently, when the MP informed me that we lost our former colleague, and all I can say is, since we know that one of her favorite, advocacy subject is women empowerment, the development of Hohwe, especially the resolution of the Hohwe water project, and then the completion of the road leading from Have to Hohwe. Those of us here can only work with our colleague, and we are making commitment that in her memory, it will be very good to complete that project this year, so that at least she knows that her advocacy paid off. And I'm sure that the current MP, Honorable Walanyo, will continue in that state to make sure that what she fought for, though she couldn't achieve it in her lifetime, that will still be achieved. Mr. Speaker, yeah, many of us will be there to pay our former colleague the last respect and to make sure that what she fought for, we complete. Mr. Speaker, with this few words, I add my voice to pay tribute to our former colleague, and may her soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Minority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement made by our colleague from Hohwe in commemoration of our sister, Benis Helu. Mr. Speaker, we came together in 2013. We were in this chamber together, and as a woman myself, we work hand in hand when it comes to women empowerment. She's a very hard-working lady. 6th Parliament, she was here. 7th Parliament, she was here. And she told us she wants to go and continue outside Parliament to make sure that she gets to the villages and other communities to empower girls and women. She has fought hard for women in Ghana, and as Women Caucus leader, we together give our condolence to the family, and then Hohwe as a whole. Mr. Speaker, anytime you enter this chamber, all you need to do is to leave a legacy, so that anytime you are not here, or when you are not here, they will remember your good work and say something good about you. She worked here and always in the chamber, always contributing, very hard work. That's what I can remember about her. When she became the deputy minister, though she's a deputy minister, but she's always in the chamber and always championing the cause of women. Mr. Speaker, we have lost a good person. We have lost a woman that we shouldn't have lost at this time, but we've lost her. And I know we have capable women like her in the chamber who emulate her style and work for women in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we extend our condolences to the whole family once again. And I urge colleagues to take good care of our health. Anytime the year begins, go and do your full blood count and monitor your system and know what to do and what not to do at what time, a particular time. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Once again, we say, oh, Mr. Speaker, we don't need to eat anything
Thank you.
at all. Because if you don't monitor your system and you don't know you have BP, you'll be eating what you are not supposed to eat. So you have to change your oil because you change the oil for your car. So once you change the oil for your cars, change your oil for yourself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes. Okay. Honorable members, let me thank you and respectfully let me indulge you for us to rise and give a 1 minute silence in honor of her memory. May the soul of our late sister, Honorable Dr. Benis Aduu, rest in perfect peace. Amen. Before we move to the next statement, honorable leadership, majority and minority leadership, anytime we pay tribute to our own, this issue of members' welfare comes to play. And I think majority leader has already alluded to members, the plan for our retirement welfare. I think on the 8th Parliament 1 meeting, we paid a tribute like this 9 times at one meeting. And I think it's something that we shouldn't lose sight of that. So I'm just bringing to your attention, majority leader and other leadership, that the cause of at least certain, the welfare of members, especially the retirees, let's still keep to that cause. Thank you very much. Yes, we take the second statement.
Speaker, may I pray that we take the statement from member for Woolensey.
That is the festivities.
Salagano. Oh, Speaker, follow me. Salagano.
Yes.
Yes.
On the 8th.
Take yours.
8th. Then afterwards, I come to Abuaje.
Oh, you only have one statement. I only know that there's only one statement. Sorry.
Very well. Let me take this one and come here.
Hold on.
You let me take this one. I'll come here. I mean, we take all of them before you.
Speaker, I had agreed with the minority chief whip that the minister, the statement from. Oh, hold on. That the minister wants to be here because of the critical issues he's raising. The minister wants to come and respond and give some assurance, and he's about 15 minutes away.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, leader informed me that minister said he should step in for him, leader Ayalga. So Ayalga will step in for the minister.
Speaker, that was the earlier indication. But the minister has just called that he's also a member of the House. So your statement is a very witty one. So we want him to give some assurance.
Well.
So, Mr. Speaker,
I think if the minister is coming, let's wait for him. So let's take the Salaga one, the 8th fatal one.
We'll take
then
yours.
Afterwards, I'll come to Honorable Abuaji.
We'll take yours.
Yes.
Yeah.
Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this rare opportunity to make a statement in this August House on the significance of the celebration of Eid Fitr, which marks the end of a month-long spiritual exercise of fasting by Muslims all over the world. Ramadan is the 9th month of the Islamic calendar, which marks the period of Muslims observing spiritual exercise of self-denial of food and water and other worldly things that nourish their body. Mr. Speaker, fasting is one of the pillars of Islam, mandating every practicing Muslim to observe his or her fast upon sighting of the moon, which has to be observed for 29 days or 30 days. This month signifies the period of sacrifice where Muslims cultivate the habit of empathy and self-discipline by refraining from food and water from dawn to sunset. Mr. Speaker, after going through a month-long fasting, Muslims all over the world observe Eid Fitr to signify the successful end of the self-disciplined and sacrifice they go through during the month of fast. Eid al-Fitr celebrations is the time for Muslims to stay true to the tenets of selflessness, forgiveness, and empathy to mankind. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled that on the 22nd of June, 2017, I made a statement on this floor to the effect that government should add an extra day for the celebration of Eid Fitr in order to curb the unpredictability of the lunar month of Ramadan, which is either 28 days or 30 days. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, through the Minister for the Interior, has indicated that this year's celebration will span for 2 days. On behalf of the Muslim Ummah in the country and on my own behalf, I wish to thank His Excellency the President of the Republic for listening to our plea and the plea of many other Muslims in Ghana. Worthy of note is the way our Muslim youth conduct themselves during Eid celebrations. This festival symbolizes modesty and self-retrospection and ought to be celebrated with moderation. I therefore wish to appeal to our Muslim brothers and sisters to approach these celebrations with utmost humility and self-discipline. Actions of some youth during Eid celebrations has painted the image of Islam in the bad light, therefore defeating the main essence of the festival of reflection, solidarity, and commitment to one's faith. Eid Fitr, though Islam in nature, should be all-encompassing and inclusive, promoting interfaith harmony and social cohesion. I therefore urge non-Muslims to get involved in the celebrations in order to consolidate the peace and harmony we enjoy in this country. I want to use this opportunity to wish the good people of the Salaga North constituency
the Eid Mubarak in advance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a humble contribution to the statement made by the honorable member for Salaga North. Mr. Speaker, Eid al-Fitr is one of the festivals celebrated per the Islamic calendar. Mr. Speaker, it marks the end of the 29 and sometimes 30-day fasting in the holy month of Ramadan. Mr. Speaker, it has a lot of significance, and one, being a month for celebration or a period of celebration, it brings a lot of Muslims together, and in this, it's a period to express gratitude and offer reflection on the spiritual journey that has been embarked upon in the last 29 or 30 days. Mr. Speaker, it's also a period of charity and generosity, as we are required by the holy books or the holy book of Quran to give charity on the said day. Spiritually, Mr. Speaker, the 29 or 30 days, by the time we end it, we would have been brought much closer to our Maker, and so it's a period of renewed spiritual commitment. Mr. Speaker, it's also a period of forgiveness and mercy. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, it's a period for unity and solidarity. Mr. Speaker, before I sit, I wish to also take the opportunity to once again express the gratitude of the Muslim community to His Excellency the President for adding another day to the celebration of the Eid festival. And so, Mr. Speaker, this year we are having 2 days. Mr. Speaker, not only that, right after the celebration, we will be embarking on the Hajj. And it is gratifying to note that the Hajj fares have equally been brought down. They have been reduced, and more Muslims this year would be able, inshallah, to make it to the holy month of Mecca by virtue of this contribution made by the President. Mr. Speaker, I humbly contribute. Thanks.
Yes, Salaga South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by my neighbor, the MP for Salaga North. Mr. Speaker, Eid al-Fitr is the fourth pillar of Islam. And the Holy Quran enjoins every Muslim who is not of ill health and capable of fasting to commit and dedicate their iman to fasting for a 1-month period, which sometimes spans or 30 days. Period. The Muslim is enjoined to carry on our affairs, dedicating everything that we do to the Almighty, worshiping the Almighty Allah. In so doing, this religious activity comes along with a lot of humanitarian activities so that people who are not able on their own to travel the 1-month path of fasting get some assistance from relatives, friends, sometimes from our brothers and sisters who are not in the same faith with us. And so it is a month that gives off to humanity. It is a month that tests our resilience and our faith in our religion. And so I want to commend and celebrate every single Muslim who has been able to endure this month-long fast. Mr. Speaker, this morning I was at an event, a breakfast event, and there was so much food around. But I had to resist the temptation because holding onto my faith as a Muslim, I believe, is what drives all of us to greater humanity. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of people in our communities who are vulnerable. And at this time, the more we give out, the more blessings we get to support our fast. As we get into the Eid celebrations, the same scenario plays out. There are a lot of Muslims who would fast, but then when Eid is knocking, they begin to wonder. I remember when we were growing up, when Eid comes, that was when most homes cooked rice, because we tend to use the Eid celebration as a day of nourishment. And so we eat a lot of meat, we eat a lot of rice, we take a lot of beverages to try and make up for what we would have given up in the month of Ramadan. So as the days close, I want to urge my colleagues here, if there is any way that we can support our friends and family members who we know or we think need some assistance, it will go a long way to help them in celebrating the Eid. Mr. Speaker, I can't sit down without thanking His Excellency the President for the additional holiday he's giving to us in recognition that on the first holiday, we are primarily going to the mosque and cooking. The second day is when we can rest. And so we are very grateful to His Excellency for taking cognizance of this and granting us this additional holiday. We are grateful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Leadership. But I want to say something. Okay, very, very brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this statement by my colleague from Salga, Norfair. Mr. Speaker, the Ramadan season, among others, is a season that helps the nation a lot in many ways. One of the ways the Ramadan season helps the nation and the world at large is to bring about correctional behavior. Correctional behavior in the sense that it's full of preaching, various types of preaching in various masalaches and communities, such that the word of God gets closer to the people. As the earlier contributor said, it's a season that teaches people they need to give out to the poor, those who don't have anything to survive on, Mr. Speaker. It's a season that teaches us to be healthy at the end of the day. When you fast on your own, the gains are so numerous that, Mr. Speaker, that correction of your behavior and the continuous prayers getting closer to God manifest in one's way of walking and association with people. Much as we are celebrating this, and on behalf of our Muslim brothers, I know it is at low bar, the Catholics and other Christian communities are also involved in the season of Lent. How nice it is, how good a moment, spiritually, nationally, internationally, and everywhere. It is a time to reflect and to support our nation in whatever diverse ways that we can. Mr. Speaker, without much ado, we are not to congratulate ourselves for fasting because we are interfacing with God for some needs. However, those who are able to do it, we can still say congratulations. Those who have not been able, next time they join. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, leadership. Very well, minority has yielded to Honorable Member for Finson North. You yielded yours too. So we are giving. Yes, so that's what I'm saying, sir. Minority has yielded theirs too. So, Honorable Dr. Fred Asamoah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's no wrong that human beings in their time to go through such a thing. And in the wisdom of this House too had set up a committee to focus on chieftaincy and religious affairs, because religion has a role to play in everybody's life. And as the previous speakers have spoken, not only the Muslim brothers are celebrating and making sure that they are going through a month of fasting, which will be ended up with the Eid al-Fitr. Mr. Speaker, we are wishing our Muslim brothers all the best, because we believe that this is not only going to help them get closer to their Maker, but it's also going to help improve on their health. I believe in this month, majority of them will end up losing some weight and probably bringing their cholesterol down. We believe that this month of fasting should bring us more peace as a nation and also bring togetherness as a nation. It's not one's fault that we have one is a Christian or one is a Muslim, but we live in harmony. We are a peaceful country. We have majority of us being Christian and a lot of us also being Muslim. And Mr. Speaker, I will not end by not saying something to the people of Offenso North. I have a huge Muslim community in my constituency, from Nkwankwa all the way up to Afrancho. In the small towns, you go to Seseko, you go to Nyamebeche, all those towns in my constituency, there are a whole lot of Muslims, and we wish them the best, and they should know that as they pray and they come to the end of the month of prayer, the day of celebration should also be a peaceful one, to also make sure that we can benefit from the prayers they've been able to do throughout the month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So can we now take the statement of Honorable Member for Akroso, Asen Akroso Manso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement on unaccounted electricity Company of Ghana containers at the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority is charged with managing, maintaining, operating, and controlling all ports in Ghana, including providing efficient port facilities and services, handling large portions of external trade, and serving as a regional transit hub. Mr. Speaker, the process of clearing goods from Ghana's port is a multi-step procedure that involves proper documentation, payment of duties and fees, customs inspections, and finally, the physical release of their goods. While the process is designed to ensure that all goods entering the country comply with the necessary regulations, it can be complex and time-consuming. The key agencies responsible for clearing of goods from the ports include Ghana Revenue Authority, responsible for customs clearance, assessment of duties and taxes, and ensuring compliance with Ghana's port import laws. Port Authority, Mr. Speaker, oversees the operations at the port, including managing the handling of goods, port charges, and facilitating the physical release of goods. Mr. Speaker, shipping. Shipping lines, freight forwarders. Shipping companies and freight forwarders are responsible for transporting goods and issuing delivery orders. National security and customs officers also ensure the security of the port and inspect shipment for compliance with regulations. Mr. Speaker, an investigative report chaired by Professor Innocent Senyor Aqua discloses that 1,328 containers out of 2,491 uncleared containers belonging to the Electricity Company of Ghana at the Ghana ports and harbor cannot be accounted for. Mr. Speaker, this is a major regulatory and security concern and an indication that all the security department and government agencies charged with efficient running and accountability at the port are not working effectively. Resolving the issue of missing ECG, Mr. Speaker, containers at the port requires a combination of immediate corrective actions and long-term strategies to ensure accountability, security, and effective management. Mr. Speaker, there should be a strict penalties for theft or tampering, the introduction of stricter penalties for businesses or individuals caught tampering with, stealing, or mishandling of containers in any way. This will act as a deterrent and encourage responsible behavior. Mr. Speaker, we should conduct thorough investigations, launch a comprehensive investigation into the disappearance of the ECG containers. This should involve port authorities, ECG officials, and law enforcement agencies to track down the missing containers and determine whether they were stolen, tampered with, or misplaced. Mr. Speaker, should hold the responsible parties accountable. If the investigation uncovers negligence, fraud, or criminal activity, responsible parties, whether individuals within ECG, port officials, or businesses, should be held accountable. Mr. Speaker, we should strengthen coordination with police. The port and harbor should collaborate closely with law enforcement to address the criminal aspect of the missing containers. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the issue of missing ECG containers at the port is a serious one that requires both immediate actions and long-term structural changes to prevent further occurrences. A combination of better security, stronger internal controls, collaboration with law enforcement, and greater transparency can go a long way in addressing the root causes of the problem. By adopting a comprehensive approach that involves multiple stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, we are urging Mr. Speaker to institute an ad hoc committee to investigate the missing containers and make recommendations to ensure it does not happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well. Honorable members, as usual, we will invite you from each side. Come again.
Speaker, given the very important nature of the statement, the sense of the House is that we do 3-3.
This is the sense of the House, the sense of your side.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Minority.
We do 3-3.
3-3. Very well. So 3-3. Is 3 inclusive of leadership? 3 yes. Inclusive of leadership?
Yes, Mr.
So it means 2, then I come to leaders. I want to be clear so that...
Speaker, we'll do 2-2, then leaders, but the minister himself is also here. He will respond to the issues arising out of the statement itself and comments from members.
Very well. So, where am I starting from? doesn't matter. I mean, I'll share it equally. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Ofosu-Kwakye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must express surprise at the statement just read by my colleague on the other side. Seeing that this is primarily a matter or a development arising from, if you like, poor management of the Electricity Company of Ghana under the tenure of the government that they formed, which left power barely 3 months ago. Indeed, there has been a sustained effort to twist the narrative and mislead the people of Ghana on the events surrounding the mysterious disappearance of up to 1,300 separate containers. Indeed, I'm happy that the Minister for Energy and Green Transitions is here, and therefore he will be in a position to shed further light on the matter. But the facts of this case, as they are straightforward. And indeed, those who supervised this uncanny disappearance of 1,300 containers containing wares belonging to the Electricity Company of Ghana should indeed be the last people purporting to foist some wrongdoing on the government that wants to clean up and sanitize the murky operations.
Honorable Fosu, hold on. Yes.
Speaker, I'm very sure the maker of the statement came under Order 93.
Yes.
And our colleague just made a profound statement that the incident occurred few weeks when we were in power. Speaker, he's prejudging the matter, and therefore he should revert his mind to Order 93.5. Speaker, he should revert his mind to Order 93.5. He has a time limit to comment, and his comment should not provoke debate. Speaker, this is a very important matter. We are all interested in it. Nobody knows the causa factors. We want to get to the bottom of it. But to prejudge and make that comment is profound. And Speaker, it's a rich comment he made. And Speaker, he should be guided. Speaker, I invite you to tell the honourable member that he should be guided by Order 93.5. And Speaker, I further pray you that comment of his should be expunged. It should be expunged from the records.
If you can help me, what did he say?
Well, he said, well, maybe I may not be able to quote him, but what he said was, the incident occurred during our time when we were in office. And Speaker, nobody knows that. Nobody knows that as a statement of fact. That is why we are calling for an investigation to be conducted. It's most unfortunate for him to speak the way he did. Speaker, he stands in breach of Order 93.5. He should withdraw those words and proceed and make his comments.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the incident has been investigated. Indeed, I believe that as the minister responsible for government communications, he is seized with the full facts, and the report is within his bosom. Mr. Speaker, the full details of the report will be read in this chamber today. I'm surprised that the statement is coming from that side. That's why he's surprised. Anyone who is seized with the facts would not expect a statement of that nature to be made from anybody on this side. But since you have brought the statement, we will discuss the statement. We will discuss the statement. We will comment on it.
We
will comment on it.
Leader.
The statement is calling for investigation and then action taken.
Mr. Speaker, we will present to this House the outcome of investigation already conducted and the action that should be taken. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that he is provoking debate.
Leader, I appreciate where Honorable Ano came and where we are coming from. Now we are under Order 935. It's a statement, and our comments will be guided now until the minister come fully with the outcome of the investigation. As it stands now, I am just directing the House based on Order 935. So, Honorable Leader, please, with greatest respect. Now, it's a statement a member read, and I invited Honorable Ofosu Kwache to comment. And once he's commenting, we are guided by this Bible of this House. So, for now, I will caution not, Honorable Member, please, for now, Honorable Member, please, for now, I'll not only caution Honorable Ofosu-Kwache, I'll caution every member who will be given the floor to speak to be guided by Order 935 until the minister actually comes up with the outcome of the investigation. Please, I am going to be...
Mr. Speaker, the statement, the maker of the statement says that in paragraph 3, Mr. Speaker, an investigative report chaired by Professor Innocent Senyo Aqua discloses, ask the maker of the statement when. He wrote it, I didn't write it. The maker of the statement is sitting by you. He says that an investigative report chaired by Professor Innocent Senyo Aqua discloses that 1,328 containers out of 2,491 uncleared containers belonging to the Electricity Company of Ghana at the Ghana ports and harbors cannot be accounted for. So it is the maker of the statement, who has told us that there is a report, an investigative report. Mr. Speaker, you can't make a statement talking about an investigative report and then tell us that we shouldn't comment on the report. And that when we comment on the report, it is provoking debate. Who brought the matter? We will comment on the report.
Honorable Leader of the House, you should rather help the chair to manage the House. And in managing the House, my Bible, which will be guiding me, is the standing orders. Honorable Leader, respectfully, I appreciate where you are coming from. But once I'm managing the House, I can only manage the House with the guidance of the Bible of this House, which is the standing orders, procedurally. That is what is giving us how to go about things. Once it's a statement, allow me to just get the comments without provoking any political or any debate. But subsequently, if the minister himself decides to come out, that one we will look at it from different angle. So, Honorable Ferris Ofosu-Kwache, just be guided by Order 935.
All right.
And
thank you, Mr.
let
Speaker.
your comment be brief and devoid of debate, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm surprised at the reaction of our
earlier
colleagues.
comment goes into the Hansard. And it's in breach of 935. Speaker, I implore you to cause those comments to be expunged from the record. And then he can proceed to make his comment. Speaker, he's in breach of 935. I insist. He's in breach of 935. Mr. Speaker,
Leader,
the maker of the statement admits that investigation has been conducted. He actually makes reference to findings of the investigation, and he didn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. He didn't stop there. The maker of the statement now calls for strict penalties. He called for strict penalties. And then he demands that we should hold responsible parties accountable. Is that okay? And then he goes to point accusing fingers and says that this is a major regulatory and security concern and an indication that all security departments and government agencies charged with efficient running and accountability at the port are not working effectively. These are his statements.
Leader.
These are his statements.
Well. Leader, Honorable Fufu, go on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm on the floor. I am surprised again at the reaction of our colleagues on the other side. Mr. Speaker, there are notorious facts on this case that are already public information. The incident under reference or the whole matter occurred during the reign of the MPP when they were in government. Since this matter became public, there has been an effort to distort the information and make it appear like a novel development. That's something that has just happened. I am Minister for Government Communication. I am in regular touch with the Minister for Energy. And therefore, I am fully aware of the facts. Mr. Speaker, I have the report before me. Mr. Speaker, I have the report before me. And we will tender it in evidence. They are inviting us to reinvent the wheel. They want us to do what we have done already in a bid to obfuscate the real issues, which is that, Mr. Speaker, there is flagrant abuse.
Honorable, be brief.
Yes.
I think we will give the minister the opportunity
to speak.
So be brief.
Mr. Speaker, the reaction of our colleagues suggests that they actually do not want the matter looked into. They don't want the facts to be made public. That is why they are obstructing me. But the point is that the maker of the statement has referenced the existence of an investigation, which investigation has led to a report. On what basis, therefore, has he come to demand another investigation into the investigation? You see, this is a house that is seized with so much activity that we should not be making room for needless replication of things that have already been done. The Minister for Energy has stated publicly that action will be taken on the outcome of the investigations. So I'm surprised that my colleagues on the other side do not want these actions to be taken.
Thank you.
To round up. Again, this is a matter that should be fairly well known to our colleagues on the other side. Because the minority leader, who I'm sure will have a bite, was the chairman of the ECG board. And so these matters are things that he knows about. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Professor Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for indulging me. And let me pat the back of the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, the fact that you are a minister doesn't mean that you are clothed with all facts. Mr. Speaker, ministers can get it wrong. Mr. Speaker, ministers can get it wrong. If you're a minister, you are not God. You are just a mortal, fallible soul. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Energy and Green Transition has been given different accounts regarding the missing containers at the harbor. In one breath, he said 3,000. Another breath, he said 2,500. Literally, he's saying 1,300. That is what the maker of the statement is saying.
Prof, hold on. Hold on.
Mr. Speaker, yes, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, Prof. knows I respect him very well. Mr. Speaker, colleagues ask questions in this house, and you direct ministers to come here and answer, meaning that you expect that what the ministers say carry weight. So when you say that ministers are not God, why would you ask a question to a minister I think you should withdraw that statement. No minister this way or this way has ever said that we are God. The ministers are expected to put facts the way they are. So, Mr. Speaker, I want my colleague to withdraw that statement because nobody here said any minister is God. The ministers are supposed to. Mr. Speaker, hold on, Mr. Speaker. I am Minister for Roads and Highways. Why will you ask me questions to tell you when your road will be fixed if I'm not God? You should have gone ahead to do your own road because you expect that I can take decisions or I have facts. So you ask me questions because you know I have facts. So if you say that ministers are not God, I wonder why you ask ministers questions. Because no minister said they are God. So withdraw that statement. No minister said he is a God or she's a God.
Honorable, I appreciate. I wouldn't force him. If he's minded, he can withdraw. If you think you have to go on, just go on.
Mr. Speaker, this statement or comment of mine was not intended and it does not demean any minister. Mr. Speaker, we are all human beings, we make mistakes. So if my very good friend, Minister for Roads and Highways, if he wants to tell us that he is God, I'll give it to him. If he feels that he is God, he should take it. He'll take it. But I said that we are all mortal, fallible souls. As human beings, we can make mistakes. So honorable, with respect to you, I did not in that comment demean anybody. I didn't. With respect, Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement made a profound conclusion, and if you indulge me, this is what he said. We are urging Mr. Speaker to institute an ad hoc committee to investigate the missing containers and make recommendations to ensure it does not happen again. This is a beautiful conclusion. Until investigations are properly done and conducted, we cannot conclude by saying that because this incident happened during the administration of the New Patriotic Party, then you say that the government is complicit. At the Temahabo, those who work there, we cannot pinpoint their political color. There are some who work there who belong to any political party. Please, let us be very careful how we impugn improper motives in the actions of people. Mr. Speaker, the containers did not get missing at the Ministry of Energy, at the ports. Mr. Speaker, I will have commented on this statement if my very good friend, Honorable John Janapo, had been consistent in his narratives. At the dispatch boss, I remember he said about 3,000, then later 2,500, then we are hearing 1,300. Is it not curious? Can't we, with these conflicting updates, suggest that proper interrogation must be done? What is wrong about that? So, my very good friend, Faris Kwajifosu, with all due respect to your office, let us tread cautiously. This government has been Anabaganians to govern. Enough of the complaints, enough of the accusations. You must work. If you cannot do the work, we can do the work for you. Every day you are complaining. Every day, tomorrow committee, tomorrow this. What is this? What is this? Fellas, if you cannot do the job, quit. John Jinapo, my good friend, if you cannot do the job, quit. The NPP can do the job. If Mahama cannot do the job, the president, he should tell Ghanaians.
Thank you.
And he should quit. Enough of the complaints.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for indulging me. I'm grateful to you.
Thank you.
Speaker, the statement did not emanate from the Honorable Felix Kwachifosu. It did not. It did not. So he cannot personalize his comments. He cannot personalize the comment.
That is fine.
That portion of his comment, it has to be withdrawn.
That is fine.
It has to be withdrawn. So, Speaker, with all due respect, Felix is not in the center of this statement. He is not the maker of the statement.
It's well noted.
He personalized the statement. And that is very unparliamentary.
It's well noted. Very well. It's well
It has
noted.
to be expunged.
It's well noted. So I'll take the last one from here.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
No, two from here. I come here. Good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I add my voice to whatever has already been said? Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of national concern. This is a matter that every serious Ghanaian should rise and call for investigation and punishment. Mr. Speaker, it is high time we ignite the spirit of patriotism and nationalism. It is high time people do not cause heinous crimes against the state and run under political parties or hide under political lineages. This is the time, all of us, and I believe that it is in that spirit that my brother rose and made the statement that all of us, whoever is found to be culpable, Mr. Speaker, the nation would have to come together and deal with that person. Mr. Speaker, many people will commit crime, and the only thing that they would use to save themselves is to go under a political umbrella, to say that because the person is an MPP, an NDC, a CPP, or whatever, this is a crime against the state. The port has authorities. The port has security. We had national securities over there. During that time, when those items got missing, Mr. Speaker, we would have to speak with one voice and say that we have to go wherever we have to go to get those people and punish. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, when the Minister for Interior, the budget was read, I heard that we were lamenting about prisoners when they are in prison. The feeding, that is the amount that is used to feed them. We have many arable lands over there. Some of these people, when we get them, you have to put them in those lands to feed the state. How can you decide that something that belongs to the state, you would surreptitiously take it away, take it and enjoy it on your own at the expense of the state? Mr. Speaker, we have to get serious. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes. Lastly.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I want to thank my colleague for making this statement. Mr. Speaker, this is a major security breach, and we shouldn't joke with it. This is a major scandal. How much did we go to the IMF to borrow? 3 billion. Look at the quantum of money that is involved in this matter. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is calling for this House to form a bipartisan committee to investigate this. I'm surprised that the Minister for the Information says that this is an old thing. 3 months into government, he's made no less than 20 statements. And he did not believe that this type of statement he needed to inform Ghanaians that this number of containers were missing. Government should take this as a priority. Mr. Speaker, if 1,000-something containers can be taken illegally from our ports, we are not talking of needles. We are not talking of small spoons. We are not talking. These are 40-footer containers or more, and over 1,000 of them are missing. Mr. Speaker, this is a major scandal. We shouldn't joke with it. It doesn't matter which government, and it doesn't matter which government it happens. It's a major scandal. It does not matter who pretended. The people who are involved should be fished out and punished. Yes. They are saboteurs of Ghana. It doesn't matter under which government. And we are not talking of government. The member didn't mention NDC government or MPP government. Don't let it be a banter between MPP and NDC. It will not allow this to happen.
Anytime there's a major scandal and people are being punished, then it tends to be NDCs versus NPP and the real culprits get away. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this to happen. That 1,000-something containers are missing. The minister should make a statement to Parliament and inform the people of Ghana through this House exactly what the facts of the case are. What is it? What are the real facts? I've seen cutouts. I didn't see the minister. I didn't hear. I didn't watch the minister make statement. But they're accusing the minister that he was at the port and said that he has seen 3,000 containers. The minister, you need to clear those facts. You need to make those statements. It's important. It's important to the minister to tell us when he took over, if you went there, how many containers were there? The handing over knows how many containers were left for you. What did the ECG say? These are very important facts. Mr. Minister, don't joke with this. Because, Mr. Minister, Mr. Speaker, just this week, you all know that National Security arrested people carrying drugs of more than $350 million worth on our streets. On the way to Takrady. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow these things to be happening. We will not sweep these things under the carpet. Don't allow partisan politics to divide this House when the right thing is supposed to be done. All the members of this House and your side are saying is that let's get to the bottom of this matter. Let's find out exactly what the facts are. Let's find out who's responsible. Let's punish the people. Mr. Speaker, people cannot work hard. Ordinary Ghanaians are working hard to make ends meet. People are struggling to make ends meet. Women are working 24 hours to get a life. And people are just stealing. The finance minister, he was being tried for $2 million. Today, we are talking of $700 million. And somebody will get away with it. He could have been jailed. He would not have been finance minister. And today, somebody should get away with 700 million, or a group of people should get away with that because we want to accuse each other. No, hell no. We cannot allow that. So I want the majority leader and the members on this side to understand that the maker of the statement is coming with clear conscience. All we want to find out is what are the facts of the case. What happened? How many containers were involved? Who are the people involved? Containers do not have legs. They do not have wings to fly. Nobody can carry a 40-footer container. How is it possible that all these security people there, it doesn't matter what time, and then these containers will move? First day 10 containers, the next day 20 containers, the next day 50 containers, to over 1,000-something containers. How? How is it possible? How is that possible? How is that possible? So I say that we must find out exactly. It tells us something. Maybe something is happening at the port. Maybe something bigger is happening at the port. If containers can get missing, then you can imagine other things that are there. Explosives, drugs, different things. So, and the worst of all, arms. So I'm saying, and I'm supporting the maker of the statement to say that let's investigate in details. There is no report that we want in secret. Mr. Minister, we don't want any report that was conducted in secret. We want a public report. We don't know the people who did it. We don't know when they started it. We don't know when it was commissioned. We don't know who commissioned it and how this report. We want a public report. This is one of the biggest scandals. It's worse than the cocaine scandal. Let's get a public report and carry the people of Ghana along. If you go and produce a report that you alone know what happened, you never inform Ghanaians when it was started, what time they investigated, how they did it, who are the members, the people of Ghana will reject it. They'll say it is a cook report. Most particularly when the minister is accusing that it's NPP time. It may not be true. It may not be true. I don't have the full facts, so I cannot say it's not true. But it may not be true.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, I say that I support that we should have a thorough investigation, we should have a bipartisan investigation, and we should find out the truth of the matter.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you
Very
very
well.
much.
Leadership. Should I take the leaders before I take the ministers? No, I'm coming. I want to know. Yes. No, I wanted to find out whether we should let the minister in before the leadership or leadership before. Well.
Mr. Speaker, we had agreed that 3 people on both sides, then leadership, and then we said since the minister, because when the maker of the decision brought the statement, I pleaded with him to hold on. Let me call the minister to come because he is asking about matters that are peculiarly within the bosom of the minister. So the minister was in Pong, and I pleaded with him to come so that he will be able to respond to the issues that he will raise. So the idea is that 3-3 leadership, and then the minister will feed us.
The agreement was 3 inclusive of leadership.
No.
Leader, that was it.
Okay,
3 inclusive of leadership. So I think we are left with 1 here. Then. They've done 2 here. You've already done 2 here. If you've done 2 here, then leader. Leader, let's do in that way. We have a lot to do. So my brother, I'm sorry. So yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, first let me commend the maker of the statement for bringing this matter to the floor. I have heard views expressed on this matter. And I must say that today is another day of sadness for the politics of the country. Because a system has succeeded in setting us up to set ourselves apart. Mr. Speaker, let me give some few facts for the Hansard of this House. I had the privilege of chairing Ghana Water. Every single reform I initiated ended up in the media, caused by the very people who perpetrated it. And in the end, it turned political. So, nothing gets done. ECG, I had the privilege of chairing the board in July. Because I'm a businessman, the first question I ask myself is that how can ECG award a contract? And when the contract is awarded, all the person does is deliver at the port, present bill of lading, and request for payment. I said, with the greatest respect, I don't want to use a word. This is Parliament. I was shattered. I said, how? And ECG would have to pay. So I realized that ECG was paying a lot of bills when they have not even had access to the goods. And when you ask them, I asked the procurement manager, director of procurement, a question. I said, why did he say, oh, chairman, this is the practice since. This is the practice. And they will bring you document. I listened to honorable member for Second D, lawyer, you from Second D, question meeting. And I am adopting his submissions as though they were mine. The time has come. This politics, somebody says MPP, NDC, it's a system problem that I will any day support this minister to embark on reforms. How come containers at the ports, containers that have arrived, the bureaucracy at our ports, they say the containers are missing. Mr. Speaker, it is true that when these containers come, there is some connivance with some customs officials, and they sell these containers, these cables,
that ECG needs after the supplier has been paid. They sell the container and then people resell back to ECG. Are we pretending we don't know? Instead of us to pay attention and kill the rots, then we come here, then MPP, NDC, so now they say, oh, maybe it's happening on the MPP, it's happening on the NDC. No. An honorable minister, I know what you can do. If we can give you support to do it, you must adopt a posture, a non-partisan posture, and tackle the rots. But if we all want to approach it, MPP, NDC, Mr. Speaker, it will remain. NDC will spend 4 years, 16 years, 20 years, the same thing will be there. They will come into opposition, and the same thing would arise again. Then the perpetrators will be there in the system. Mr. Speaker, today, Ghanaian businesses cannot sleep because there's a new government, whereas foreign businesses are surviving because their ambassadors will be protecting their businesses. So Ghanaian businesses who did business in MPP time are at risk, whereas foreign companies are surviving because we are quick to say this business is a pro-MPP, so it should die. What are we doing to ourselves? What are we doing to ourselves? Mr. Speaker, I know the minister will come and say, oh, ECG has a huge bill. There is debt. Now who calls them? Us, as a political class. When there are issues, we don't identify the issue and say, this one is a national issue. Let's kill it. We want to play partisan football with it. It comes back to haunt us. How many people pay bills in Ghana? ECG, all the power that we produce. Mr. Speaker, let me hazard a guess. I can say, not on authority, that less than 20% of consumers pay. A lot of factories consume electricity, they don't pay. The prepaid is adjusted all over. At the end of the day, it becomes the debt of the state. These are things that if the minister comes and says, look, I am embarking on serious reforms, I will go all out to back him. Because if the nation fails, it affects all of us. And for MPP, NDC, we shouldn't be too comfortable with this democracy. With this day's social media, the youth, they are so impatient that if we continue to play this game, they will be watching. We may be surprised. Let's be careful. Let us be careful as a political class. The issue at stake is scandalous, is serious, it's not MPP, NDC matter. All these public institutions, and sometimes some of the appointees of the previous government, you see them even saying that they are professionals. They were not MPP. Now they come here and then they are dining with you. You're also happy. When you lose power, they turn around and they do this and that and that. And then they are hitting our heads and we are here shouting. No. The public system, the public service structure, those SOEs, that government invests so much, every now and then, we have bureaucracies being established by law, and the state will give money. Look at the initiative, this gold bond initiative. For all you know, government means well. But trust me, if in the enactment, we don't put in place the support systems, people will take the money and say, but I helped the NDC to come to power. He will even go and buy the gold, and you cannot even prosecute. I invested in Winneba. I bought taxes for my people. The person is working. He's not paying. You can't prosecute. You can't even then have to pay. What is going on in the country? Because politics. We know. We set up initiatives. Where we are helping our people. We give them the loans. Kufuor's Maslock. People didn't pay. Rawlins's intervention program, poverty alleviation, they didn't pay. When Rawlins lost, Atamus lost, and Kufuor came, all the attempt to prosecute those people who didn't pay the loan, they said because they were NDC. When Kufuor also came, and they took the loan, and they didn't pay, and Atamas was prosecuting. They say, I'm MPP. And it's been going on, and we see saying the national debts. All these social interventions that are going down the drain, it's become consumption, not investment. So as a political class, let's wake up. Let's get more serious. Tackle the issues. $700 million is not cheap money. Go to ECG. Those companies are chasing ECG, and now because the minister is enforcing the cash waterfall, they say they get only 40 million cedis, and the 40 million cedis is not even enough to pay salary. Those officers at ECG, those directors, they are the ones who should hold them to account and stop this political football we play. And then we come and we say it was MPP time. Honorable member who brought the statement up, with the greatest respect to you, I do not think an answer will be in a parliamentary inquiry. With the greatest respect to you. And honorable minister, I do not think an answer to the problem is a political inquiry. Hold the bull by the horn. And I, Kwamena, will support you because I've been there. In fact, I've seen a lot of the rot in our public service system. I've seen a lot of the rot in the SOEs, but they take advantage of us as politicians. They mess up and they know that, oh, the politicians will make noise. Then they are still chopping and milking the state. You and I know. The managing director of ECG, the director of procurement, must be seen to be telling us why, as a director of procurement, he will issue a contract, and then the contract is that deliver at the port, bring bill of lading, and ask for payment without even having access to it. And then a minister is to take a blame. A minister must not take a blame on this matter. It shouldn't be a political partisan matter, but it's a system failure which we have the capacity, the authority to deal with. I shall rest my case, Mr. Speaker. If we are serious, this is the day. And Minister, I crave your indulgence to do what is right for legacy purpose, for your image, and I'm sure you will live up to that day.
Thank you very much. Yes, majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I will let the minister come before me.
You want it that way?
Yeah.
I thought he will wrap up.
No.
Very well.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as Minister for Energy and Green Transition, currently my vision is simple. I want all the 1,346 containers accounted for. 1,346 containers. Whatever it takes, I'll bring those containers to where they ought to be. Mr. Speaker, let me set the record straight. And if my good friend, Professor, will listen to me, there's not been any inconsistency. At the transition committee, Honorable Yarga was there, they gave us a figure of 3,000. Then they told us it had incurred demurrage of 1.5 billion. I was sworn into office on the 17th. On the 24th, I visited the harbour. At the harbour, I was told the containers were 2,500. That is what aroused my suspicion. I didn't say at the harbour that the containers are 2,500. I couldn't have counted 2,500 containers instantaneously. And so from 24th, I went to brief the president on 27th. And by 31st, I had established this committee. There was media coverage. And we took Professor Senyo. He's a chartered procurement expert. The report was submitted just this week.
It was during the presentation of the report that the committee told me that contrary to the figures they were giving you, over 1,300 containers cannot be accounted for. These are the facts and nothing but the facts. Mr. Speaker, these are the facts. So those who are on social media and trying to play the political game, let me assure you, it will not deter me. Mr. Speaker, I just came from Kong. We've gone to 4 warehouses. 2 of them are factories. And what they've been doing over the years is that they buy these containers with brand new aluminum cables and then melt them into aluminum rods and export them. Today, I encourage everybody to watch the television sets. You will see the cables, brand new cables, being put into the furnace, being melted and converted to rods. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, when President Mahama called me, his message was simple. Jinapo, you have my full backing, go the full throttle. And that is exactly what we are doing. We've already arrested some Chinese nationals. We are on the trail of some Indian nationals who have bolted. But you know, this is a house of record. And so I'm being very, very cautious. I've received a lot of briefing. And I'm getting to know those who are behind it. This has been going on for years. I will stop that and it will stop right now. But Mr. Speaker, it's not just going to stop. We shall retrieve the containers of the materials. We shall prosecute the perpetrators, and we will prosecute the perpetrators, and we will sell the rods to recover the cost. Mr. Speaker, people are complaining that at the distribution level, the power system is not stable. It is because you buy the materials and you don't use them. They end up somewhere other than their intended purpose. But
you hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is not out of order if it pleases him coming in with point of information. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, it must be for the records that we managed to order that under a new dispensation, all contract to be awarded by ECG should be aimed at delivery at their warehouses. In September 2024, when this matter came to the fore, and whilst I was there as chair, this was done and it is part of the report to the minister. I just wanted that for the record, so that nobody goes behind it to attempt to say that there is still an existing arrangement where you award and you deliver at the port, just by way of information to him, to help him.
Thank you very much. Yes.
But Mr. Speaker, I'm not just looking at tackling the problem, I'm also looking at the source of the problem. That for me is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I'll tender in the committee's report so that everybody can read it. I'll tender it in. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the tables, for instance, in year 2023, their approved planned procurement was 935 million. That's less than 1 billion. By the end of the year, they had procured 8.3 billion. 7.3 billion more than their budget could accommodate. And so you had so many containers arriving at the port. So many containers arriving at the port. They are not able to clear, and that gives way for these things. Mr. Speaker, 2024, their budget was 1.3 billion for procurement. They ended up procuring 8.2 billion. That is the source of the problem. And I hold the view that whoever was responsible and the MD approving, Mr. Speaker, it's even worrying. If you look at the procurement, the MD has a threshold of $1 million. A day, they sign 20 contracts, all of them 900, 900, 900, 900. These are the key issues that I am focusing on. And so let me tell those politicians, and excuse my language, Mr. Speaker,
I believe that some of the criminals are part of it, on social media and trying to muddy the waters. Your days are numbered. Mr. Speaker, the containers have serial numbers. They are received at the port. They are entered into a document. There's a manifest for it. Before they move on, somebody has to sign for it. It has to go through an agent. It has to get to a destination. And I will trace all of that. We will trace them. That is the way to go. Already, I have written to the Bureau of National Investigations or National Investigation Bureau to commence investigation. And so, Mr. Speaker, without arguing too much, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will tender in the report.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, in winding up, we are giving some immediate directives. The procurement unit was merged with the estate department. The head of procurement was jettisoned, and the head of estate department was then made to take care of the procurement. So I've written to ECG immediately that should be decoupled, and a qualified procurement expert should man the procurement unit. Secondly, we've reduced their budget from 500 million to 250. Because we must pay for the power producers. Today, the bill is over 80 billion in the energy sector. Over 80 billion. Mr. Speaker, if we don't do something, this sector would collapse. And as Minister, Mr. Speaker, I am determined to do my bit, no matter how difficult it is. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
So, Honourable Majority Leader will wind up. And
so, Mr. Speaker,
I'll also run a shift. I'll go and come back. So the first deputy will come, take over. Then yes. We are left with this statement, eh?
We won't admit any further statement. I'll end the statement.
No, this one is very important.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader, you have the floor.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think from the statement, the comments, and the briefing that we have received from the Minister, the facts are quite straightforward. That ECG reported that they had imported 2,462 containers, and that they had received those containers at GPHE. An additional 34 containers had not arrived yet. However, Mr. Speaker, when the Minister sent a team to go and carry out some investigation, they reported that only 1,134 containers were there. And indeed, some of the 1,134 containers had been opened and the contents could not be accounted for. Those are the facts. Mr. Speaker, from what the Minister has indicated, he has reported to the Bureau of National Investigation, and they are busy going around the country trying to track the containers. Some few containers have been located, and the contents cannot be accounted for, except that he has indicated that they have taken them out
aluminium component of the items smelted and converted into aluminium products to be exported out of the country. Mr. Speaker, it is also worthy of note that he says the problem arises from a practice of over-procuring. In 2023, when the ECG budgeted for 935.4 million worth of items to procure, they ended up procuring 8.3 billion worth of materials. 2024, where they budgeted for 1.3 billion worth of materials, they procured 8.2 billion worth of materials. So what happens is that the materials arrive at the port and they don't have the funds to clear the materials. Then the materials start disappearing at the ports. It means that there's been a cartel all along that has specialized in ensuring that the containers are stolen out of the port and then vandalized. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that must be investigated. But then also, he highlighted the root causes of the problem, the overprocurement. And Mr. Speaker, it is significant that the committee has reported that clearly ECG has not been complying with the procurement laws. There is an argument that ECG is not affected by the Public Procurement Act, and that because they are a company, then they can procure on their own and don't need approval from the PPA. And that the only time when they need approval from the PPA is when they use resources coming from the state to procure. That's the only time that they need approval from the PPA. And yet, on several occasions, they received funding from the state, and yet they still didn't use the PPA-approved processes for procurement. So clearly, this is an entity that has, over the years, been on its own, procuring whatever it wanted without going through the procurement rules, and that is what has accounted for the situation that we find ourselves. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement has called for punitive actions to be taken, and I support the maker of the statement that punitive action must be taken. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the amounts involved, that 8.2 or 8.3 billion, if you total the 2 years, 2023 and 2024, we are looking at close to 17 billion Ghana cedis worth of items imported without resort to the procurement laws. Who were the leaders at ECG at that time? Who were the leaders of ECG? Who were the leaders? Who was the chairman of ECG? Who was the CEO of ECG? How is it that 17 billion Ghana cedis worth of items could be procured without compliance with the procurement provisions of the PPA, the Public Procurement Act? Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter. And that's why I was surprised that a statement coming from this other side will now be asking us to investigate and to punish those who are involved in such actions. Mr. Speaker, this country must change. And I'm happy that the minister has promised to go to the root of the matter, and he has the full support of this House. He has the full support of this House to hold all those who are involved in this exercise accountable, from the leadership of ECG to the leadership of the port, and those who specifically stole the containers out of the port, they must also be held accountable. And the companies that over the years have been exporting aluminum products, we need to investigate them. Where have they been sourcing their aluminum products? The raw materials. Mr. Speaker, we as members of parliament campaigned on a promise of ensuring that we extend rural electrification to our communities. Mr. Speaker, some of us have had to use our personal monies to buy rolls of coils, pay contractors to have electricity extended to communities before we were voted for, not knowing that there was a cartel using state resources, over 17 billion Ghana cedis, to buy these same materials for rural electrification, and the materials were never getting to our communities. And we were held accountable as candidates, and we had to use our personal resources to extend electricity. I can boast, and anybody can go to my constituency, and the people will tell you that close to 70% of the rural electrification in my constituency was financed from my personal pocket. That's why I'm so angry and passionate. You can call the regional coordinator of rural electrification in Upper East, and he will tell you that no one has used his personal resources to finance rural electrification like I have done. Then you come, so there was procurement, and that you should wait, you will get the material. Later you are told that the materials are unavailable, but you trace the ministry, you say, we have procured. But where are the materials? The materials don't get to the communities. Not knowing that people were pilfering the materials, selling them in Accra here, melting the cables, and re-exporting it. Mr. Speaker, they must be held accountable. Everybody must be held accountable, and we will ensure that. I'm happy that my colleague, the minority leader who sat there and understands the intricacies of what is happening, has pledged to this House to support the effort. We will work with him. Everybody will be held accountable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we've all listened to the statements, comment thereon. The minister responsible for energy and green transition has tabled a document entitled Investigative Report on Electricity Company of Ghana's ECG containers hold up at Tema Port and related procurement issues. Clearly, the matter has been investigated. I would direct that a copy of this report tabled by the minister responsible for energy and green transition be made available, particularly to the leadership of both sides. I also agree that punitive action should be taken against the perpetrators of this crime. Honourable members, I intend not to direct that a committee be put in place to investigate this matter. Once the matter has been investigated and some report has been generated, copies of the report should be made available to the leadership, and as members of parliament, we can follow up and ensure that whatever action needed to be taken pursuant to the report is taken. Thank you very much, honorable members, and I thank the maker of the statement. Honorable members, there is one statement that will allow the maker to read, but there will not be any comment on the statement owing to time. Honourable members, there is a statement in honor of a member of parliament for Wolensi. You have the floor to make the statement, but we will not allow comment on the statement. Then we will end the statement time. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for this great opportunity. And making this statement, Mr. Speaker, I would crave your indulgence that I make one statement under Order 63, so I could explain that to my constituents in one sentence, please. This incident, the tragic clash between the people of Namane and Jatodo over a parcel of land. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address a grave situation that recently unfolded in my constituency, Wolensi, where a tragic clash occurred on the 17th of March, 2020. 17th March 2025 between the people of Namane and Jatodo over a parcel of land. This unfortunate conflict has resulted in the loss of 4 precious lives, a situation that no community should ever have to endure. Mr. Speaker, upon hearing this distress news, I immediately called the Wolensi District Commander to ascertain facts on the ground. I had a meeting with the Minister for Interior, and he also contacted the Inspector General of Police to discuss the urgent need for security measures in the affected areas. I also reached out to the Northern Regional Command of the Armed Forces, the Regional Minister, the Regional Security Coordinator, to ensure that adequate security personnel were deployed to resolve peace and order. Mr. Speaker, a few days later, I returned to my constituency to engage directly with the feuding factions. During this meeting, I emphasized the importance of resolving our differences without resorting to violence or the use of firearms, and encouraged them to resort to the police or any further arrangement that could resolve and solve issues. I urged my constituents to seek redress through legal channels rather than through conflict. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the House and the people of Wolensi that our constituency is the largest producer of yam in northern Ghana. The President of the Republic has assured us of significant developments, including the construction of a yam market, an additional secondary school in Lumi, and essential infrastructure such as roads and water supply. These promises are a testament to the government's commitment to our growth and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I employed the people of Namane and Jatodo to let peace reign. Let us not allow temporary disputes to overshadow our collective progress. I urge all parties involved to come together, prioritize dialogue, and work towards a harmonious resolution. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I call upon the government and all stakeholders to support peace-building initiatives in our constituency. Together, we can ensure that Wolensi remains a beacon of unity and development in northern Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I use this sentence in my language and I will express it in English. And there you.
Honourable member, please. You have read a statement in English language.
Yes.
And you are seeking my leave under Standing Order 63.
Yes, please.
Now, for the purposes of educating ourselves,
okay,
let's read Standing Order 63 for you and other members to determine what you want to do is within our own rules.
Okay, please.
Order 63 reads, the proceedings of Parliament shall ordinarily be conducted in English, except that a member may exercise the option to address the House in a local language if facilities exist in the House for interpretation by the member or for contemporaneous interpretation. 2. The proceedings of Parliament shall be interpreted in sign language to the largest extent. Which of the provision allows you to make a statement in English and later translate it into a local language? So I intend not to grant you the leave to do what you intended doing.
Very well.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, very well. Thank you for your direction and guidance.
Statement time has ended at commencement of public business. Presentation of papers. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may we implore you to vary the order of business so the pending question to be put on the motion in respect of the statement for the judiciary and the judicial service. No, that's all we are doing. Yes.
Yes, honourable member.
So, Mr. Speaker, that will be motion number 11. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Speaker, I'm advised that there's been some engagement.
Yes.
So the motion will be taken afresh.
Yes.
And then the figure will be amended.
Yes.
In the course of moving the motion.
Yes.
So I'm
if they have reconciled the figures. It's a problem that we cannot address in this budget, but going forward, I think pursuant to Article 126, 179, and 190, we need to do the right thing so that all these problems will not be confronting us. So therefore, do we do presentation of the papers and there will not be any need to vary the order of business? Yes, Majority Leader.
I thought that was the application to vary the order of business so that we can take motion number 11.
Yes, so are they ready?
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Attorney General was not present and I asked for leave to move the motion on behalf of the Attorney General.
Very well. So once you are going to do the motion fresh, you have the floor. Kindly move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of $1,018,273,273 Ghana cedis for the activities of the Judiciary and the Judicial Service of Ghana for the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that I have in the process amended what is captured in the motion. Motion captures a figure in the range of 918. But Mr. Speaker, the committee, after its work, corrected the figure and reported a figure of 1,018,273,273 Ghana cedis for the activities of the judiciary and the judicial service for the 2025 financial year, and that is the figure that is being allocated to the judiciary and the judicial service. Mr. Speaker, your committee so recommends that this House adopts this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Motion ably moved. With amendment, Chairman of the committee second and present the committee's report.
Right Honorable Speaker, your committee met officials of the judiciary, judicial service.
Honorable Chairman, second the motion and then you present the committee's report.
Very well. Right Honorable Speaker, I second the motion. And in doing that, I pray that the amount of 1,018,273,273 Ghana cedis be approved by this House for the activities of the Judiciary, Judicial Service of Ghana for the 2025 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to present the committee's report, and I pray that same be adopted or captured wholesale by the Hazard Department in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, in the course of our deliberations, several recommendations were made. We also reviewed the performance of the judiciary and the judicial service for the year 2024. The proposed budget for the fiscal year 2025 was also reviewed. Mr. Speaker, amongst the observations and recommendations were, in particular, but not limited to the uncapping of internally generated funds. The committee inquired whether the service would consider a request to uncap its IGF, which is currently pegged at 30%, to free up resources for its operations. The service indicated that it had written to the Ministry of Finance requesting the approval to uncap the IGF, but had not yet received a response. The committee strongly recommended that the Ministry of Finance grants the request to uncap the IGF. This would help free up enough resources for the judicial service to efficiently execute its mandate. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I once again second the motion. The committee recommends that the amount or sum of 1,018,273,273 Ghana cedis be approved for the use of the judiciary service.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And I rise to support the motion for the approval of the budget of the judicial service and the judiciary, listed as motion number 11 on the order paper. Right Honourable Speaker, indeed, the committee met officials of the judicial service led by the judicial secretary, and we had very fruitful discussions. Many questions were posed to the officials, and they provided answers and explanations. Indeed, at the end of the discussion, we were convinced that they are on course. One, we were informed that a lot of vacancies have been created in the judicial service and also within the judiciary.
And they are taking steps to provide for the filling of those vacancies. For they listed about 258 vacancies. 528 vacancies, Mr. Speaker. And they are taking steps to fill those vacancies. They include judges and magistrates who have retired, and also officials.
Honourable Member, conclude.
Mr. Speaker, they brought us very significant recommendations, and I need to draw your attention to the one. They have developed a new technology which will allow the judicial service.
Member, are they not captured in the report?
They are captured in the
report. Yes,
report.
kindly conclude.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. In conclusion, I think that the judiciary is an arm of government, and we need to support them. And so, on the basis of that, the budget that they submitted, we recommend same to this House for approval. And so, the figure presented to us, 1,018,273,000, is recommended for approval by this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted, and this House approves the sum of 1,018,273,273 Ghana cedis for the services of the judiciary and the judicial service for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Because a number of businesses are standing. The leadership of the majority should show indication. You have been calling them several, they are not responding. Why?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let's take a short suspension so that we can find out which reports can be quickly mopped up for us to complete the...
I understand that of Parliament and Parliamentary Services.
It's not yet available. It's not yet available.
When we engaged at conclave, Chief, you bear me out. The understanding was that we will lay the appropriation. We will lay, that was the understanding. So, and then you came up with the title. When the title is sorted, we should at least lay the appropriation. Speaker, we are working together to ensure that we rise. And Speaker, you have been very instrumental in this business. They should lay the appropriation. Front bench. Push.
Members, then can we do item number 7 and 8? Honourable Chairman of the Committee.
Speaker, indeed we can do item number 7. Mr. Speaker, in the absence of the Finance Minister, may I pray that the Minister responsible for... Okay, sorry. So please come and...
Very well. So, honourable members, item numbered 7. Members, the item number 7 is supposed to be laid by the chairman of the committee.
The chairman of the committee, who is also...
And I've seen the chairman of the committee.
I don't go. We are laying the papers. Yeah.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, in view of the fact that the entire item numbered 7 is supposed to be laid by the chairman of the committee, can we do them together in order to save time? What's the pleasure of the House?
Speaker, that is so. We agree.
Yes, Minority Leader, can we do them together?
Speaker, no objection for now.
Yes. So, Chairman of the committee, you may lay the entire item numbered 7. So, clerks, take note.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Public Financial Management Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Minerals Income Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Petroleum Revenue Management Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Ghana Cocoa Board Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Public Procurement Authority Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Ghana Gold Board Bill 2025. Report.
Please go ahead. Honorable members, the reports, all reports in item numbered 7 on today's order paper at page 3. Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are duly laid and they are for the distribution to honorable members. Honorable members, item numbered 8. Presentation and first reading of a bill.
Speaker,
is there any issue?
We are, just for the records, the chair of the Finance Committee laid 6 reports. I want to find out from the chair, for the records, do you have all the 6 copies of the report? Do you? I want to find this from you.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip. The indication that I have is that the reports are 7, and because 6 is ready, we are laying the 6, leaving the 7th one. And it is pursuant to the readiness of the 7th one that will lay that one also.
The reports are ready. You have copies? Chairman. Chair. I'm referring to the chairman, not the whip.
So, Honorable Minority Chief Whip, you may give some few time. If they don't come to distribute it, then you can raise the issue.
Do you have copies, Chairman? We are clearly the chairman doesn't have copies.
Mr. Speaker,
that's an indictment.
Mr. Speaker, with the exception of the Cocoa Board bill, we have copies for everything. The Cocoa Board bill is not ready.
Honorable Member, the reports are laid and it is for distribution. So they will now go ahead and distribute the reports.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, this is a house, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. A report can only be laid after it's been signed. The chair of the committee, in his answer, is telling us that the Finance Committee's report on the Gold Board bill is not ready. If it is not ready, why lay? There's a difference between distribution and the report being ready. It has to be ready before you distribute. The minority chief whip wanted to know from him whether he has a report. He says that all the report except the Gold Board bill.
No.
Relax. If it is Cocoa Board you mean, then why lay? So take it out. If it is Cocoa Board, if the Cocoa Board report is not ready, then you can lay. Oh, please, I heard the speaker. The speaker said all the item 7, I to V. No, please.
No, honorable member.
We are dealing. He said he's laying. Please.
Honourable Member, I think I made the mistake. Instead of saying the Ghana Gold Board is not ready, I should have said the Cocoa Board is not ready. With the exception of the Cocoa Board.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I know that sometimes, for want of time, we want to do a single bow for everything. Can we ask the chairman? One is report on I ready, I, V, and V. Let us know which of the report you have in your possession so that you lay them accordingly.
I have said only Cocoa Board is not ready.
Remember, by a statement that only Cocoa Board is not ready means that all others are ready.
Mr. Speaker, does that mean that, I want to be clear, the appropriation bill is also ready? Because, no, wait, the chairman is not paying attention and he's always fond of firing back. Even when you mean well, he thinks you are attacking. He should take it easy. He says that this is grammar. I'm not an expert in grammar. I don't know the English language well. But if you say all the items under 7 are ready, except the Cocoa Board,
no.
You mean that the appropriation bill is ready?
Honourable Member, if you listen to the clerks,
no. Wait.
Honourable Member,
it's here.
Honourable Member, Honourable Minority Leader, we can resolve this particular problem amicably. I must state that by the record, the report of the Finance Committee on the appropriation has not been laid. So 6 items out of the 7.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not on that path. Mr. Speaker, if we are patient to listen to each other, we can always resolve matters without breaking our shoulders.
You are right. I've seen
the chair of the committee must know that he's an important member of this house, especially when it comes to issues like this. He should take it easy. It's not all the time we do the politics and it has to be pound for pound. This is an important matter. Then he will retort and say this and that. All right?
Okay, thank you. Point made.
And he would frown.
Mr. Speaker, the point is that the chairman has admitted that the Cocoa Board report is not ready. It's not ready. Secondly, we haven't laid the appropriation bill yet. We haven't done
the laying of the appropriation.
So we need to wait for it. After we've laid, then we can now come and then lay a report. You can't lay a report on a bill that you haven't even, laid. So I think that to satisfy Honourable Afenyomakin, out of the bowing, we deduct one bowing.
That is which one? Honourable Member, that is which one? The Cocoa Board. Because as a matter of fact, by the record, the item numbered Roman numeral 7, report of the Finance Committee of the Appropriation Bill, has not been laid. So your proposal is that out of that, because by the record, that has not been laid, it has not been mentioned. So out of the 6, the outstanding one is the Cocoa Board. They didn't mention it. They stopped at 6, Roman numeral 6.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have the Public Financial Management Bill. 1. We have the Minerals and Income and Investment Bill. 2. We have the Petroleum Revenue Management. 3. We have 4. Ghana Cocoa Board Amendment Bill.
Yes. Then we have 5.
Yes,
report of the Finance Committee.
Yes,
so by your application, once the Cocoa Board report is not ready,
it can be
we
late.
should take that
late,
one
so he should
out.
Withdraw.
Yes.
So I want him to apply.
So the Cocoa Board bill is accordingly withdrawn.
No, Mr. Speaker, with respect, he should apply with the indulgence of the House. Mr. Speaker, we are learning. He should apply to withdraw.
Between you and the chairman of the committee.
Don't go there. Don't trivialize the issues. We are all learning. I don't have any personal issue
don't go there, not even on a lighter note. I don't have any issue. He's my friend, he knows. I'm saying that to the extent that he tells us that report is not ready, he should take the leave of the House and withdraw what he himself has already laid. That's a practice.
Well, Chairman of the committee, you have the floor. It will come back to the same.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to withdraw the report numbered IV on today's order paper under 7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leave accordingly granted. So, all members, let me place on record that out of the item numbered 7, we did not lay the report of the Finance Committee on Ghana Cocoa Board Amendment Bill, as well as the report of the Finance Committee on the Appropriation Bill.
Speaker, I believe that upon the grant of the leave, it should be deemed that the motion to have, it should be deemed. It should be deemed. There's no need to move a substantive motion because the leave has been granted. It's deemed that...
Well, let me listen to the minority leader. Minority leader, what is the issue?
Mr. Speaker, I remain a student of this House. When the chair sought your leave and you granted the leave, does that mean that automatically the item he seeks to withdraw is deemed withdrawn, or he has to move the House to withdraw for a member of the committee or any member to second? Then we know that the procedure for withdrawal has been complied with. I don't know what your pleasure is, but I'm still learning.
The honourable member, let us get it. Item numbered 7. Is it by a motion? Honourable minority leader, is it by a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I want to know. I'm saying I'm a student. You are presiding.
Honourable member, since the item numbered 7 are not coming before us by a motion, we do not need a motion to have it withdrawn. It is only when it is a motion that a consequential motion will be required. Honourable members, can we make progress? It's item numbered 8. Yes, Minister for Finance.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2025 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill in items numbered 8 at page 4 of today's order paper is duly read for the first time and referred to the Finance Committee as well as the Budget Committee for consideration and reports. Yes. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, like I indicated, we'll take a short suspension and then we'll get all the outstanding matters resolved so that when we come, and then also to consider engaging with our friends on the other side so we can do some winnowing of the gold board bill so that when we come, we can have it expeditiously processed. So if you can also direct that the bill should be referred to the winnowing committee so that we can have a quick meeting, because there are a lot of amendments and I think that it will be faster if we meet as a winnowing committee to resolve those outstanding items.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leader, you've heard the application in twofold. What's your response?
What I know is that these applications are discussed prior to it being made. But we are in an era where new precedents are being set. So I'm hearing it the first time. He's a leader of government business. If that is his pleasure, so be it. But I'm hearing it the first time. He doesn't often consult or engage prior to making application. So, Mr. Speaker, for me, I can't say much.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I thought I just sent my chief whip to go and engage with his chief whip. And if the cameras are replayed, they would have seen an engagement exercise taking place. But the problem in this chamber is the attitude of the minority chief whip not reporting engagements to his leader. That is the problem. Minority chief whip, when we send emissaries to come and engage you, you must pass on those emissaries to your leader. Have I mentioned your name?
Honourable Majority Leader, who's on your feet?
Mr. Speaker,
how many minutes, hours
that was on a lighter note.
For the suspension?
That was on a lighter note. I mean, in the last 1 week, the minority chief whip has been excellent, fantastic. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I have made a special application. For his book, the book that is going to be published, that there will be an addendum to his book.
So if there's going to be addendum to the book of the minority chief whip, then that of the majority leader should be addendum 3.
Mr. Speaker, as for the biography written, that of the minority leader. Oh, the pages are 100 pages, and there are 2 books, volume 1 and volume 2.
Mr. Speaker, my chief whip would have a bite on some of the issues raised by the majority leader. But
Honourable Chief Whip, you have the floor.
No, I'm saying he will. Mr. Speaker.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he will.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, but the majority leader is here. And I'm right here in this chamber. And he says he's sending an emissary. Very well.
Yes, he's not only Osahi, he's also Togbi.
Mr. Speaker, that's okay. That's okay. Chief Whip will deal with the matter. But Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you've taken note of something in this house. You know, the last time the finance minister was in a Gubavera shirt. Today, the roads and highways minister has also gone Gubavera. And we have Honorable Asifwa also going that Gubavera. The good news is that they are all engaging our local producers, the fashionists.
In fact, I want to ask you so that you show me the tailor.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, there are many of them. You are very close to the...
No, your tailor.
Mr. Speaker, you are very close.
No, yours.
Very well, I don't mind. But Kwame Abuja, as a Minister of Roads and Highways, has also gone the Gubavera way. We have taken note of it.
Honourable members, members, yes, before giving the floor to the minority chief whip, I intend to direct that the Ghana Gold Board Bill 2025 be referred to the winnowing committee together with the proposed amendment so that they can take the amendments into consideration and study the bill to facilitate each process on the floor. Yes, minority chief whip.
Speaker, my colleagues, in some figurative expression, they applied to the crocodile to help them cross the river. Now, the crocodile has aided you to cross the river. Now you are accusing the crocodile of having an elongated mouth. I'm surprised. I'm totally surprised at the attacks, renewed attacks from the majority leader. Speaker, we have really worked together. Speaker, as at Wednesday, we were hovering around, I think, 12 motions having been prosecuted. Speaker, through your guidance and the support and cooperation of the minority, now we have just about 2 motions and I think 2 or 3 estimates, and we'll be done. You should rather be commending me. He's rather attacking me. It's fine. There will be another day. Because he knows he's almost past his appropriation.
Yes,
honorable insults on
honorable minority chief whip.
Speaker, I've accepted in good faith.
Yes, I believe strongly that in the whip system, it is always proper and correct to pass through the whips to get to the leader, which you agree to. So it is not wrong passing through you.
I'm not referring to that. The earlier attacks are quite unfounded, but whatever it is, I will endure. Speaker, I will endure. There will be another day.
I'm most grateful. But don't say there will be another day.
There will always be another day.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in case members are not aware, whips have technical advisors.
You said?
Whips have technical advisors. And the way the conversation is going, it appears the technical advisors are being excluded from this conversation.
Well, in our rules, it refers to deputies, but not technical advisors. The rules refers to deputy whips, but not technical advisors. So probably we'll have to take a second look at the rules book and then include the services of technical advisors to the chief whip.
Respect, on a more serious note, I think we've done well. We should pat our shoulders. However, there are few outstanding issues which I will need a leader of the House to clarify. Is it the case that we will have to pass the Common Fund and NHIF formula at the Committee of the Whole so that we can include them in the appropriation? I don't know what the action is.
I believe when we suspend for an hour, by the time we come back, those decisions will be taken. And if there is a need to invite the administrator of the District Assembly's Common Fund to appear today, I believe the leaders will do so. So, honourable members, based on the request, the House is accordingly suspended for an hour. Honourable members, kindly resume your seats. And welcome back from recess. members, I think motion numbered 9 is ready to be taken. Deputy Majority Leader, motion numbered 9 is ready to be taken.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Speaker.
in the absence of the Majority Leader, may you move the motion numbered 9?
Yes. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 1,486,199,777 Ghana cedis for the services of the House. Hold on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to withdraw that and
very well.
Take it again. Okay, Mr. Speaker, motion number 9. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 1,116,199,511 Ghana cedis for the services of Parliament and Parliamentary Services of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
All members, motion accordingly moved. Any seconder? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this motion. And in
Then
doing so,
present the report.
Yes, I would like to present the report. Mr. Speaker, on page 2 of the report, line 1, 2, paragraph 5.1, I'd like to make some few corrections. The first one is on line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On line 7, where we have 38 billion, it should be 38 million. And then the last word should also be 51,000. Mr. Speaker, I would like the Hansard to also capture the full report whilst I take a look briefly at the issue of the observations and the conclusions. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, you realize that the budget was slightly increased by about 93 million Ghana cedis, and that was necessitated by the work that has been done in increasing the committees in the Parliament and also the move to recruit additional expertise in the House. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, since this is the budget of Parliament, in concluding, we would like to encourage the Minister for Finance that during the budget review, Parliament is considered for additional financing to support, especially the constituency offices members are demanded over the period. Mr. Speaker, I therefore support the motion in requesting that 1,116,199,511 Ghana cedis be approved for the Parliament of Ghana and the Parliamentary Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
All members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the advertised amount to be approved of. So just some few words. I realize that the allocation for last year, we haven't had a good improvement. And the exchequer is one of our own. I would have thought that it would have gone a bit. We will have some quantum leap. I don't see a significant change in the amount. Speaker, over the years, the challenge has really been, and I'm being practical here, has been not the allocation. The challenge has really not been the allocation, but the release. The releases has always been the challenge. As Speaker, chief whips have been shuttling the office of the accounts and the controller, just to make sure that we are up to date. So we want to bring this to the notice of our friend and our own colleague, the Minister of Finance, that I am not too impressed. It's good enough, but we can do more. Allocation to Parliament should be up. Speaker, you should up it a bit, and I would wish that there should be some engagement with leadership to ensure we up the allocation to Parliament a bit, because we are still hovering around what was allocated last year. So that would be my observation for now. And then I will also pray the majority leader and the government front bench, particularly. I will be supporting from the fringes anyway, but they are in government. The government front bench should liaise with the controller to ensure a regular release of these allocations. It is not enough to allocate, but what is critical is the releases. Having said this, I think members should support the passage of this motion. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Martin Ndam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to just add a little to paragraph 7.5, where we were all assured in one way or the other that very soon members will be given some kind of offices in their constituencies where MPs can be visibly working at their constituencies. But unfortunately, just like the paragraph stated, no budget allocation for that in this particular budget. I will want to appeal strongly to the leadership and the Minister for Finance to look at this particular item in his mid-year budget so that MPs can have some kind of offices in their constituencies. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I so support.
Thank you, Honorable Members. Honorable Members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion number 9, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable Members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried, and accordingly, this August House approves the sum of 1,116,199,511 Ghana cedis for the services of Parliament and Parliamentary Service of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Honorable Deputy.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Majority
Speaker.
Leader. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to indulge you to apply for a leave to allow the Minister for Transport, Minister for Roads to take, we're looking at the addendum on the other paper, addendum number 2, item number 2. No, two. Item number 2, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minority Chief Whip, the application is very well. So, yes, item number 2 on the order paper addendum, presentation of instrument.
Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Regulations 2025.
Honorable members, the Corporate Insolvency and Restructuring Regulation 2025 is duly presented and it is referred to the Subcommittee on Subsidiary Legislation. Yes, for consideration and report. Yes, Majority, Deputy Majority Leader. Is the Chairman of the Budget Committee around?
Chairman of the...
Yes, please. Item number 1. Presentation.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, we are presenting the report of the Budget Committee, item numbered 1 on the other paper addendum.
Which one? Report of the Budget Committee on the annual budget estimates of other government obligations for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honorable members, report duly presented and is for the distribution to members. Now, item numbered 3 on the other paper addendum. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I will crave your indulgence to move motion advertised as item number 3 on today's order paper, page 1, addendum page 1, and motion number 12 of the original order paper in page 4 together. Mr. Speaker, in view of that, I beg to move that motion.
Yes, the application is for the consideration.
The minister is in a hurry.
Yes, so Honorable
A while ago,
what do you say to the application?
House. He should make the application for the application to be granted before he proceeds.
Yes, so.
Speaker, well, I am not objecting, but he should profess some reasons. Why would he want to do what he's doing, which is quite strange?
Very well. The application is not objected to, leave accordingly granted, so proceed to move the two applications together.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm moving the motion together is that the two are related and the committee has considered the two together. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that motion advertised as item 12 in today's order paper, page 4, and motion advertised as item 3 in today's order paper addendum page 1 be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion is moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and in the process present the Budget Committee's report on both. Mr. Speaker, consistent with what the Finance Minister has done, namely moving the two motions together, I would like to effect, with your leave, some corrections in the report in order to make them consistent with the motions that have been moved. I request the Speaker and colleagues to go to page 3. After amortization, please insert general government services, and the corresponding amount is 3,702,754,668 Ghana cedis. And once you add that, consequentially, the total becomes 167 billion 712 million 181,284 Ghana cedis. Having effected the correction, Mr. Speaker, I would proceed and present the highlights of the committee's report and would respectfully request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content. Speaker, the committee met with officials from the related earmark fund entities and also officials from the Ministry of Finance, including the Finance Minister, and took them through the request that had been made to Parliament. I've already indicated that the Hansa Department should cover it in full, but with your leave, Mr. Speaker, there are some specific observations that
I would like to highlight before I go to the conclusion. Of course, under paragraph 3.2, you have capping weights for the 2025 financial year. You have under paragraph 3.3, contingency, 3.4, national apprenticeship program, 3.5, the Ghana Gold Board, arrears clearance under paragraph 3.6. Mr. Speaker, under paragraph 7, compliance with section 47.3 of the Public Financial Management Act 91. The committee noted that section 473 of the PFMA provides as follows. A covered entity may retain revenue collected or received where the revenue is in the form of a levy, a license fee, or administrative penalty, and the covered entity is authorized through appropriation by Parliament to retain the revenue. Mr. Speaker, a covered entity under that law would cover the executive, legislature, and judiciary. It would cover constitutional bodies, ministries, departments, and agencies, local government authorities, public service, autonomous agencies, and statutory bodies. In spite of the clear provisions in this important act, there are some state institutions, Mr. Speaker, that do not bring their budget to Parliament for appropriation. Mr. Speaker, the committee considered this into detail and would like to make the following recommendations. That with the approval of this House, the committee would engage with these entities on the need for their annual budgets to be presented to Parliament for consideration and appropriation. And then we go to paragraph 3.8, another important observation worth reading, Mr. Speaker. We noted that the Road Fund Act 1997, Act 536, assigns the Road Fund Management Board two clear mandates: to finance routine maintenance and rehabilitation of public roads, and two, to use resources from the fund to assist local government authorities towards the discharge of their core mandate. However, over the years and across different administrations, Mr. Speaker, the board has gone into projects outside its mandate and has accumulated considerable indebtedness. Further, the road fund also seems to be drifting into larger and larger administrative expenditures at the expense of road maintenance in the various constituencies and communities. Indeed, the fund program to construct an ultra-modern office complex in the 2025 financial year, when their core mandate is to be providing money for the implementing agencies to maintain roads. The committee therefore recommends, Mr. Speaker, that the approval of the proposed transfer to the road fund is subject to the rechanneling of the amount earmarked for office complex into direct road maintenance. To put it in another way, Mr. Speaker, we are defunding the line that was going to construct this ultra-modern office and making those resources available for direct road maintenance. The committee further urges the Ministry of Finance, and I hope the Honorable Minister for Finance is paying attention. The committee further urges the Ministry of Finance to review the expenditure priorities of the Road Fund Management Board to ensure that the bulk of transfers into the fund goes directly into the delivery of its core mandate and reports the outcome of this exercise to this House in the mid-year review.
Honourable Member, the Hansard has captured the report as having been read, so
Mr.
conclude
Speaker,
it for us.
Just one last paragraph,
Very
and
well,
then
very well.
I'll be done. In respect of GMPC, in the 2025 budget statement, GMPC's allocation was 15% of the net share of the carried and participating interest of Ghana. This was an adjustment from the previous 30%. Officials of the Ministry of Finance informed the committee that this adjustment was to ensure that GMPC focused on its core mandate. Officials of the GMPC, however, expressed concerns that this allocation would be inadequate for the discharge of their legitimate commitments. So, Speaker, this is why I needed to read this. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance and the GMPC jointly vet the 2025 expenditure proposal submitted by GMPC and report to this House in the 2025 mid-year review the outcome of this expenditure vetting and the consequential review, if any, of the allocation to GMPC under this budget. Mr. Speaker, your leave again. One last paragraph. Very, very important, Mr. Speaker. Paragraph 3.10. Funds of the Mineral Income and Investment Fund, MIF. The committee noted with considerable concern, Mr. Speaker, that MIF had been allocated 2% of mineral royalties, which amount is subject to the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act as amended. However, it was also noted that MIF holds considerable funds in various accounts and in very low-yielding investments. The committee drew the attention of MIF officials to the fact that they cannot spend money that has not been appropriated by Parliament. The committee recommends that the Finance Ministry, I hope the Honourable Finance Minister is paying attention. The committee recommends that the Finance Ministry conduct a detailed review of all the funds held by MIF and subject these funds to the requirements of the PFMA and the applicable government policies, and report to this House the outcome of this review and their consequential actions in the mid-year review. In conclusion, the committee, having carefully examined the estimate of the other government obligations, which I would like to remind the House includes general government services, recommends to this House to adopt this report and approve the sum of, and it's a revised figure, so all members please pay attention, 161,712,181,204 Ghana cedis for the discharge of the other government obligations for the financial year commencing on the first day of January 2025 and ending on the 31st day of December 2025. Respectfully submitted. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in view of the fact that, yes, Honourable Minority.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the advertised motion in lieu of the agency. And Speaker, because of the detailed presentation done by the Chair, I intend to limit myself to page 5 of the report, item 3.5, and it talks about the gold board. Speaker, if you permit me. The report states in parts that some over 4 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated for the purchase of gold. And this is earmarked for the works of the gold board. So that yesterday, we passed the motion in lieu of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Speaker, there was not a single statement dedicated as an action line to fighting galamsey. And I show deep regret, and I'm sad by that. I recall what the minister, the sector minister, then a nominee at the appointment committee, he was very eloquent. There's going to be categorization, small scale, large scale, blah, blah, blah. They're going to deal with it. Ghana Geological Survey will be at work to make sure that we know where the minerals are really deposited. Speaker, I am saddened by the turn of event. 4 billion located to the gold board. Now there are basic things to be done. And the minister knows about it. You have to sanitize the situation first. Speaker, zero allocation towards the activities of sanitizing the works of galamseyers. Nothing. Not even 1 cedi. Everything, the 4 billion has all been allocated to the board. What is the board going to do? The board is going to buy the gold. Where are they going to buy the gold from? Where are they going to source the gold from? From the miners, small-scale miners. Some of them are illegal miners. That is where the board will be buying the gold from. I would have thought that in the context of your resetting agenda, you would have done the preparatory stage or the preparatory works well enough before doling out 4 billion to the board. Nothing like that. So regrettable. And we are proceeding further. The report also says committee noted that in the year 2022 alone, an estimated 60 tons of gold were smuggled out of the country. This is an arbitrary figure. Well, Minister, from where I sit, I see that as an arbitrary figure. You didn't lay basis for this figure. 60 tons were smuggled out. And you went ahead to say that the allocation of 4 billion would ensure that, Speaker, with your permission, let me quote verbatim from the report. With the establishment of gold board, all these gold that could have potentially been smuggled out will be purchased by the board and sold through official channel. And you are allocating a paltry 4 billion. If we go by the world, is it the world gold price, 60 tons, you need a minimum of $1.2 billion to be able to purchase all these 60 tons.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, is this amount not going to be revolving?
It could be revolving, but I'm saying that they need more than that. And Speaker, more to the point, the activities of galamseyers. Galamsey is destroying our environment. Galamsey is destroying our water bodies.
And you are just going to do by yourself.
Speaker.
And you are just going to do by yourself.
Speaker. It can never be justified. Speaker. Under no circumstance. Under no circumstance will the minister be able to justify the allocation of 4 billion just for the purchase of gold. What happens to the fight against galamsey? You can't explain. Wait. What are you going to do about that? Our water bodies are being destroyed.
Honorable Minority Chief, on one breath you say the amount is too small. On one breath you say the amount is too small.
Speaker, I spoke in context. The 4 billion, I said, is too small in context because there is only a single line of allocation. It is being allocated for the purchase of gold. The mining activities, the destruction of our water bodies, the destruction of our farms, and the claiming of land, reclamation of land, zero. Yeah, I can see sadness written all over you. You are not happy.
Oh no, I'm not sad. I'm very happy.
Speaker, are you happy? Speaker, are you happy? So, Minister, you have to come again. This one, we cannot conclude. We will approve the budget. Of course, we will support you.
Do you know why I'm happy? The fact that there is no expenditure line item doesn't mean that the government will not fight Galamsey.
Speaker, the accounts have a saying, Agrobe so if you are not. They should start now. The minister, the minister who has a direct interface, the lands minister, no show. In his own budget, the whole budget, there was no indication on what the ministry will be seeking to do in terms of the fight against Galamsey. Not even one activity. This is too porous. This is porous. Speaker, and the honorable, the board chair, is it the board chair? Honorable
respectfully, honorable minority chief, in conclusion.
I know I have to be concluded. I will conclude.
Yes.
Speaker, the board chairman, or is it the MD? The MD for Ghana, the gold board. He says the NDC administration will not stop small-scale mining today or tomorrow. That's what he said. He's reported to have said that. I hope. Speaker, I want to plead. Speaker, can you protect me a bit? My colleagues, they are using their numbers. Abba, I need some protection, Speaker. Abba.
Honorable minority chief.
Are you the speaker?
It's a small scale mining at Galamsey.
Speaker, he should have drawn the differential. Yes. As the MD, he should have drawn some difference. So I am saying that, Honorable Finance Minister, we will support you. We will approve the budget. But you are failing even from the outset. You are failing. You have still not been able to answer the question of how this government is going to deal with Galamsey. No answers. It's a sweet,
Honorable member, please, you are being repetitive. Honorable member, you are being repetitive, so can you conclude?
So in supporting the motion, I want to plead with my respected finance minister that whilst we are allocating good money for the purchase of gold, in the same spirit, you should also allocate good money for the fight against Galamsey, reclamation of good land, protection of our water bodies. Now, central region, most of the water bodies in central regions are polluted. River Ofin, River Pra, and all these river bodies are totally polluted. And you have not allocated not even a single amount.
Honorable minority chief, will be the circumstances. I think your time is up.
I will certainly conclude. But
Having
he should tell us,
the exigency of time.
in his remarks, he should be bold enough to tell the Ghanaian people that some money will be devoted towards the fight against Galamsey, not just the purchase. You are just interested in the purchase. What about the fight against Galamsey? What about the destruction of our farms? What about the destruction of our water bodies? Atupa Anye, Minister of Finance, Atupa Anye.
Yes, Honorable Minister, your concluding remark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I can perfectly understand the frustration of the former, the minority chief whip. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, this is a chief whip and a former governing chief whip, a government that failed in the fight against Galamsey. Mr. Chairman, clearly, this government has been in office less than 3 months. And after failing to fight Galamsey for 8 years, I can understand the way that, I can understand his frustration. For failing to fight Galamsey 8 years, all of a sudden, he's come out with some proper way of fighting Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, to fight Galamsey is not only money. It is not only money. Mr. Chairman, to fight Galamsey is a combination of a number of factors. So money alone does not mean you are fighting Galamsey. let me tell you, the NDC will fight Galamsey. We have the political will to fight Galamsey. And we will fight Galamsey with the political will, not only money. Not only money. Not only money.
Members, order.
And Mr. Speaker, to conclude on this matter, I want to assure my good friend, the Honorable Anadompre, that I will be coming back during the media review and I will address the issue of funding. I will address the issue of funding. But until then, we have the political will to fight the Galamsey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, two motions have been moved together and debated together. But in view of the fact that they are dealing with separate expenditure items, I would want to put the question separately instead of putting the question together. So I am putting the question on the item number 3 on the order paper addendum. That is discharge of other government obligations. So, honourable members, at the conclusion of debate, the question is that all those in favor of the motion numbered 3 on the order paper addendum, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion number 3 on the order paper addendum is hereby adopted, and this Honourable House approves the sum of 164,9,426,616 Ghana cedis for the discharge of other government obligations for the year ending 31st December 2025. Honourable members, we then come to the motion numbered 12 on the main order paper. And honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion numbered 12 on the main order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and this Honourable House approved a sum of 3,702,754,668 cedis for the services of general government services for the year ending 31st December 2025. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we now want to take motion number 27 on page 7 of the original of the other paper. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable members, motion numbered 27. Yes.
Deputy Leader, look, you should put on the microphone. He looks a bit tired. He should take some water. We want to move very fast. He should start calling the business very fast. 24-hour economy. He should move fast. He's too slow.
Honourable Minister for Finance, move the motion number 27.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move that the Public Procurement Authority Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Public Procurement Act. Public Procurement Act 663 to introduce a requirement for commitment authorization to accompany all government-funded procurement. Mr. Speaker, the Public Procurement Act 2003, Act 663, was enacted to regulate public procurement in Ghana with the objective of promoting fairness, transparency, and efficiency in the use of public funds. Mr. Speaker, one of the critical challenges that have contributed to the accumulation of arrests in the practice of awarding contracts without ensuring the availability of funds for payment is contracting. To address this, government, as part of the 2025 budget measures, have directed that all procurement funded by central government must be accompanied by written authorization from the minister responsible for finance. This measure is intended to strengthen budgetary discipline and prevent financial commitments that exceed approved allocations. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment will enhance fiscal prudence by empowering Public Procurement Authority and the Central Tender Board to require ministerial authorization. Mr. Speaker, this requirement is already in the Public Financial Management Act. So all what we seek to do is to transfer what is in the Public Financial Management Act into the Public Procurement Act. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Members, motion accordingly move. I will therefore call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, the committee met with the finance minister and staff of the ministry to understand the rationale behind the amendment. Hey, but where is the Mr. Speaker, the ministry informed the committee that per the new fiscal rule that is being implemented through the IMF program, we noticed that the biggest problem for the ministry and for the government was the control of commitments. And as a result, the ministry wants to have a handle on the state of procurement that are happening without commencement certificates and authorization of the ministry. Therefore, this bill seeks to make the Public Procurement Authority more or less the watchman for ensuring compliance with the approvals from the ministry. The committee was of the view that this bill will assist, if amended, curb the spate of unauthorized procurements across the government space. Therefore, the committee agreed to recommend to the House to adopt its report and approve the bill unanimously to ensure that the minister has a mandate to get the procurement authority to control commitments arising out of procurement. Mr. Speaker, I so present.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, motion move and the report presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Minority Chief Whip. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion for the Minister of Finance to make this amendment to the Public Procurement Act. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, the committee deemed it necessary that for the state to be able to curb the rampant approvals of contracts without authorization from the Ministry of Finance, which leads to a lot of commitment on the central government. It is important that we regulate the procedure for which procurement is done by entities or ministries under the central government. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, we are of a firm belief that government at the end of the day would have a full overview of procurement contracts that are ongoing at the various ministries, departments, and agencies. And that should also bring some discipline in our financial and fiscal management space. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I want to recommend to this House to support the passage of this particular amendment. I so agree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes,
Let me speak
Minority Leader.
in support of the motion. This is second reading, basically on the principles. Speaker, I think the intent is spot on. I only sometimes shudder that oftentimes we are in a hurry to make amendments. I hope the ministry and the minister is taking trouble to identify what the new bill will be dealing with properly. Of course, I've seen the object of the bill, but I'm sure that they've done a good work to get it exhaustive. I think procurement, Speaker, all over the world is causing a lot of problems to countries, and I cannot support this more. So I speak in support, and I urge members to support the passage of the bill. I thank you.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion numbered 27 for the second reading of the Public Procurement Authority Amendment Bill 2025, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Public Procurement Act 2003, Act 663, to make provision for a commitment authorization to accompany a procurement funded by government and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Public Procurement Authority Amendment Bill 2025 is now read the second time. Yes, Deputy Majority.
Mr. Speaker, now we take item number 28 on the other paper, page 7.
Honorable members, the Public Procurement Authority Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Yes. Honorable members, clause 1.
Section 2.
Commitment authorization.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee. Chairman of the Committee, clause 1.
Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments.
Honorable members, there are no amendments for clause 1 of the bill. However, it is for the consideration of the entire House. The committee doesn't have amendment. Any proposed amendment for members? Honorable members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 1 of the bill, it is hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2. Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, clause 2, no amendment from the committee point of view. Is any member having a proposed amendment? Honorable members, in the absence of any amendment, clause 2 of the bill is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, long title.
An act to amend the Public Procurement Act 2003, Act 663, to make provision for a commitment authorization to accompany a procurement funded by government and for related matters.
Honorable members, long title under consideration, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honorable members, from the committee point of view, no amendment. Is any member having a proposed amendment? Honorable members, in the absence of any amendment, the long title of Public Procurement Amendment Bill 2025 is hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration stage of the Public Procurement Authority Amendment Bill 2025. Yes, Deputy Majority.
Mr. Speaker, we will do motion number 29 on page 7.
Honorable Minister for Finance, motion number 29.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Procurement Authority Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion move appropriately. Any seconder?
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Public Procurement Act 2003, Act 663, to make provision for a commitment authorization to accompany a procurement funded by government and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Public Procurement Authority Amendment Bill 2025 is now read the third time and passed. Yes, Chairman of the Committee. Yes, Deputy Majority.
Mr. Speaker, now we would like to take motion number 18 on the other paper, on page 5.
Yes, Finance Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Mineral Income Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time.
Honourable Member, I will therefore call on the Chairman of the Committee to present the Committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, the committee considered amendment to the Mineral Income Investment Fund. And Mr. Speaker, the committee was of the view that this amendment will assist the Minister for Finance to get a lot of funding into infrastructure development, and therefore unanimously approve the report and recommend to the House that we should approve the amendment to the bill. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion move, report presented for the second reading of the Mineral Income Investment Fund Amendment Bill, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the consideration of the bill at the second reading. Speaker, the object of the bill is spot on. It makes sense. And when you go to the conclusion of the report, Speaker, it says the committee views the amendment of the bill as a vehicle for infrastructure development and a driver of sustainable economic growth and transformation in the country. Speaker, I am happy this time we are not pushing everything onto the big push. This is huge, and we are looking at infrastructure development. There are several concerns, and in our quiet movement, we have regretted several times how revenue accruing from this source is not used equitably and sustainably. I'm very impressed the conclusion part of the report that talks about sustainability. I just pray that the intent of the amendment will be met and the ministry will not depart from it. Having said that, I support the motion. I thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Minerals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978, to transfer minerals income to the Minerals Income Holding Account and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Mineral Income Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025 is now read a second time. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we now move to item 19 on the other paper, on page 6.
Honourable members, we have come to the consideration stage of the Mineral Income Investment Amendment Bill 2025. Honourable members, clause 1.
Section 4 of Act 978 amended.
Chairman of the committee, any amendment?
Yes, Speaker, no amendment.
Honourable members, clause 1 of Mineral Income Investment Fund Amendment Bill is under consideration. No amendment from the committee. Honourable members, as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 1 of the bill is ordered to be part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 2.
Section 27 of Act 978 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker, no amendment.
Honourable members, clause 2 is under consideration. Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 2 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Section 30 of Act 978 amended.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker, no amendment, please.
Honourable members, no amendment to clause 3 is, however, for consideration of the entire House. Is any member having a proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 3 of the bill, the question is, as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 3 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Section 31 of Act 978 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, no amendment from the committee. Is any member having a proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 4, the question is, as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Motion adopted, and clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Section 32 of Act 978 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, clause 5 of the bill is under consideration. Committee doesn't have amendment. Is any member having an amendment? Honourable members, the question is, those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 5 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Long title.
An Act to amend the Minerals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978, to transfer minerals income to the Minerals Income Holding Account and to provide for related matters.
Yes, Chairman of the committee, long title.
Yes, Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, long title is under consideration. Is any member having a proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favour of the long title standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we have come to the end of consideration of the Mineral Income Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, now we take motion number 20 on page 6 of the other paper.
Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker,
motion number 20.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Mineral Income Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The motion is adopted.
An Act to amend the Minerals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978, to transfer minerals income to the Minerals Income Holding Account and to provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Mineral Income Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2025 is now read a third time and passed. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we now move on to the petroleum one. Motion number 21. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister responsible for finance. Motion number 21.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Petroleum Revenue Management Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time.
Honorable members, motion move for the second reading of the Petroleum Revenue Amendment Bill 2025. I will call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, the committee considered the Petroleum Revenue Management Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, we were told by the Finance Minister that the rationale of the bill is to move what was previously the annual budget funding amount into the funding of infrastructure in the national budget as dictated by the fiscal framework. As a result, members were of the view that this amendment would assist in accelerating infrastructure development and recommend it to this House to approve the bill unanimously. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, motion move report presented and it is now for the consideration of the House. Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion and to emphasize that since it is second reading, Speaker, I've looked at the report and the object of the bill spells out the intent. However, Speaker, I am happy that the Heritage Fund and the Stabilization Fund will not be touched. That I commend the Minister for that. However, the intent is to be used for infrastructure development. I think this is too broad. This is too broad. We may have to show a bit of specificity. MPs will tell you their challenges. Currently, we have issues to do with drains, bridges. All these come under infrastructure. Tweak it a bit and respond to the challenges coming from various constituencies. MPs can tell you that there's a certain concentration, the bar falls in a certain direction. And for me, I think that we should focus the response in terms of infrastructure needs of our country and not to make it too broad. Otherwise, there is the possibility of duplication. So I plead, and may I have some response from the Minister. Having said that, I support the passage, but I think he should respond to these concerns.
Yes, Honorable Minister, your concluding remark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we stated, infrastructure development is a critical driver for any economic growth. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that in the past, in fact, since 2011, petroleum revenue accrued to the budget has been spread so thin. Aside, 30% of those amount has been dedicated for goods and services, consumption expenditure. We have taken a decision to collapse that practice and to bring all of this under one umbrella, where the entire ABFA allocation, other than the one going to the district assemblies, will be earmarked for specific infrastructure development in line with the long-term national development plan of the country. Mr. Speaker, if we go to the body of the bill, all of this has been addressed. But the details are there. Mr. Speaker, even in part of the bill, we were saying that the government present the long-term development plan and the infrastructure needs, this allocation must be tied to it together with the medium-term expenditure framework of the budget. Mr. Speaker, that
is the way that we can address this. Mr. Speaker, shame that Honorable Chairman Sabonso is not in this chamber. He has always advocated for this. The Honorable Wasai Chairman Sabonso has advocated for this since my years in this chamber, last 16 years plus ago. And I believe that this is a good day for Ghana and we should all support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion number 21 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion clause 2.
Section 57 of Act 815 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Members, any amendment? Members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 2, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Members, the long title.
An act to amend the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, to provide for all the annual budget funding amounts to be used for infrastructure development and provide for related matters.
Members, long title under consideration. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Members, any proposed amendment? Members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Members, motion adopted. The long title is hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. Members, will come to the end of consideration stage. Yes, motion number 23. Finance Committee, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Petroleum Revenue Management Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion duly moved. Any seconder? Honorable members, the motion is moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, as many as are in favor of the motion number 23 on today's order paper say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to amend the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, to provide for all the annual budget funding amounts to be used for infrastructure development and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Petroleum Revenue Management Amendment Bill 2025 is now read a third time and passed. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we now move on to motion number 15 on page 5 of the original order paper. Thank you.
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Financial Management Amendment Bill 2025 be now read a second time.
Honorable members, I will call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance has requested this House to amend the Public Financial Management Act with the view to incorporating new fiscal rules that will assist the country to deal with matters of fiscal management, budget credibility, and introduce stringent rules for dealing with matters of force majeure, matters of uncertainty, and economic hardships. Mr. Speaker, the committee was of the view that the establishment of the Fiscal Council as provided by the amendment is long overdue. Even though we had a Fiscal Responsibility Act, we could not establish the Fiscal Council in law, and therefore this bill will provide for the establishment of the Fiscal Council, and therefore recommend to this House to approve the bill unanimously. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, motion for second reading of Public Financial Management Amendment Bill 2025 is moved and the report presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor. Let me start with Honourable Kabiru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as rightly presented by the chairman for the Finance Committee, the Finance Committee thoroughly examined with the Ministry of Finance, led by the Minister, this proposed amendment to the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, the separate laws guiding fiscal responsibility and financial management is one that does not augur well for financial and fiscal discipline. Consequent to that, the minister's proposed amendment seeks to consolidate these different laws and bring one law that seeks to guide our financial and fiscal practices as a government. Mr. Speaker, cardinal to this was the establishment of an independent Fiscal Advisory Council. This Fiscal Advisory Council comes with a force of law that can give binding advice to Parliament and to the minister responsible for finance and also the President. And I think that this is one unique thing about this particular proposed amendment that we must embrace. Mr. Speaker, there were also issues of under circumstances under which the minister can suspend the Fiscal Responsibility Act, i.e. in cases of force majeure and also unpredictable or unforeseen economic circumstances. Mr. Speaker, we believe that if this House adopts this particular proposed amendments, it's going to augur well for our financial discipline, it's going to augur well for our fiscal management of the economy. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, we support this particular proposed amendment, and I speak on behalf of our side to support this proposed amendment and to urge the House to give it the necessary backing so that it will pass the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Member, now give me your name. I will be mentioning your name.
Mr. Speaker, Isaac Buama Nyako.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable Isaac Buama.
Thank you
very
much.
Floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also lend my support to the amendment bill of the Public Financial Management Amendment Bill 2025. Ghana has come to a stage where we need to get an independent fiscal council to assist both Parliament and government in taking certain critical decisions when it comes to our financial discipline. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to make provision for the establishment of a fiscal council. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the functions of this fiscal council in the report that is before us, they are supposed to provide some independent views for Parliament, particularly when it comes to the point where the Minister of Finance deems it necessary to make some decisions or some declarations as to suspension of the fiscal position. Mr. Speaker, my little difficulty is on the position under, if you may permit me, under the reporting, section 95A and B under reporting. It is expected that the Minister of Finance submit a memorandum in support of justification for the suspension of the fiscal responsibility rule, submit to Parliament or Cabinet as the case may be, a report on an independent assessment of whether or not any of the circumstances that justify the suspension is present. It is very important, Mr. Speaker, for this House to take note of this particular position so that at the end of the day, the whole country's interest will be protected. With this few words, Mr. Speaker, I also wish to support the House to pass this particular amendment bill 2025. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this amendment is very important for our country, more importantly for fiscal management. The bill proposes two rules. A fiscal rule that requires us to achieve a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP. This is very important, but it will require significant effort on the part of government to achieve that. We've not achieved this in our history before, and to commit to achieving it really will bring the required discipline we all need to ensure that our fiscal affairs are in order. Also, for the first time, this bill is proposing a debt rule which requires us to achieve a debt to GDP ratio of 45% by the year 2035. Debt management has been one of our major challenges as a country. And if we can commit and discipline ourselves to achieve a 45% debt to GDP, then we can say that we have achieved sustainable debt levels. And this is what I believe the international community is looking up to Ghana to achieving in order to attract investment, because then investors know that our capacity to repay whatever facility that we take from the market, we will be able to do that. But Mr. Speaker, it is even possible we can achieve the target earlier than 2034, given that debt to GDP ratio as of the end of last year was 61.8%. To achieve 45% in 2034 really becomes easier if we commit to doing that. I think that with the IMF setting a target of 55% in net present value terms by 2028, which translates to about 60% in nominal debt to GDP. 6 years after the IMF target of 2028 is too long to reduce the debt to GDP from 60 to 45. Already it is 61.8% now. And so my proposal will be for us to reduce the trigger period to about 2032. But Mr. Speaker, if the minister is so minded that 2035 is okay, is appropriate, I have no qualms with that. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge honorable members to support this amendment. It's very important for us. It will bring discipline in our fiscal management. It will tie our hands, and we can achieve sustainable debt levels faster to bring the economy into a state that global investors will feel easy to invest in our country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, you want to conclude?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take it from where the immediate past Finance Minister ended. His contribution shows that he appreciates the challenge ahead of us. And looking at the fact that last year we planned to achieve 1/3 of the ambitious target that we are setting for ourselves today. We plan to achieve 0.5% primary balance, but surplus. Yes, we ended up recording a negative 3.9%. That shows that it is not going to be easy, but will require a lot of discipline to be able to achieve this target. This, Mr. Speaker, brings to mind the fact that all of us need to appreciate this fact, that as a country we cannot continue to pretend that we will spend monies that we do not have. We have to cut our coat according to our size and plan our finances in such a way that we can bring back our debt levels to sustainable levels. So I want to encourage all of us to support this and to prepare ourselves to do the heavy liftings that will help us to manage our finances very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion number 15, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the motion is accordingly adopted.
An Act to amend the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, to provide for new fiscal responsibility rules, establish an independent fiscal council to promote budget credibility, macroeconomic stability, fiscal and debt sustainability, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Public Financial Management Amendment Bill 2025 is now read the second time. Honourable members, item number 16. Honourable members, Public Financial Management Amendment Bill 2025 at consideration. Honourable members, clause 1.
Section 1 of Act 921 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, no amendment from the committee, but it is for the consideration of the entire House. Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 1, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Sections 2A to 2D inserted.
Chairman of the committee. Chairman of the committee. Clause 2. Honorable Chairman of the committee. Clause 2.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, no amendment from the Chairman of the committee. Is any member having an amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 2 of the bill, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 2 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Sections 11A to 11.0 inserted.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, is there any proposed amendments? Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 4.
Section 12 of Act 921 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment. Which one?
Honourable members, clause 4 of the bill is under consideration. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Sections 16 to 18 of Act 921 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, no amendment. It's for the consideration of the House. Committee doesn't have any amendment. Is any member having an amendment? Honourable members, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 5 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 5 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Section 35 of Act 921 amended.
Chairman of the committee, clause 6.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Is any member having an amendment? Honourable member, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 6 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Section 80 of Act 921 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 7 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Section 81 of Act 921 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Chairman doesn't have any amendment. Is any member having an amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 8, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 8 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, proposed amendment. Subclause 95A, paragraph 6, delete. The committee thinks that the requirement for Parliament to receive a report from the minister to determine whether or not there was an occurrence without consequential action to be taken really doesn't serve its purpose, and therefore that should be deleted.
Those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. Chairman of the committee, any further amendment on clause 9?
Mr. Speaker, there are no further amendments.
Is any member having amendment to clause 9? I will now put a question on the entire clause 9. Honourable members, those in favor of clause 9 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 10.
Section 101 of Act 921 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Is any member having amendment? Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 10 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11. Chairman of the committee.
Section 102
Speaker, we have no
of Act
amendment.
921 amended.
Is any member having amendment to clause 11? The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 11 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Of Act 921 amended.
Is any member having amendment to clause 12 of the bill? Honourable members, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 12 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 13.
Inserted.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Is any member having any amendment? Honourable member, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 13 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and clause 13 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 14.
Schedule to Act 921 amended.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 14 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the long title.
An Act to amend the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, to provide for new fiscal responsibility rules, establish an independent fiscal council to provide budget credibility, macroeconomic stability, fiscal and debt sustainability, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, long title under consideration. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Is any member having an amendment to the long title of the bill? Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favour of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we come to the end of consideration. Members, motion numbered 17. Minister responsible for finance.
Motion 17, yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Financial Management Amendment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favour of the motion numbered 17, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
An Act to amend the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, to provide for new fiscal responsibility rules, establish an independent fiscal council to promote budget credibility, macroeconomic stability, fiscal and debt sustainability, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Public Financial Management Amendment Bill 2025 is now read the third time and passed. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are now looking at motion number 30 on page 7 of the other paper. Thank you.
Honourable members, motion numbered 30. Minister for Finance. Yes, Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I wanted to be sure my backyard is properly constituted. But, Speaker, there are other concerns that I want to bring to the attention of before we proceed to take the business. Earlier on, I had related to Majority Leader on some outstanding discussions which cannot be exhausted at plenary. Majority Leader, and Speaker, he knows about it. I related to the Finance Minister. So I want to bring it to the attention of the Finance Minister and the Leader of the House that when we break into Committee of the Whole to consider the formulas, those matters should be dealt with as such, and he should take it on board, so we can proceed to take the business.
Very well, Honourable Majority Leader, take note. Yes, Minister responsible for Finance. Motion number 30. Minister responsible for Finance. Motion number 30.
Mr. Speaker, we have come to an understanding that we will go to the Committee of the Whole first to discuss the District Assembly Common Fund formula, then discuss the issue that has been raised by the Minority Chief Whip before we come back and deal with the Gold Board. So, Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind, we can take the District Assembly Common Fund.
Minister, in view of the fact that this motion has once been debated, it's as a result of reprint, taking into concern the amendment. Is there going to be a full-blown debate a second reading of this bill. So we can take it when the bill is at consideration. Then we'll reconstitute into committee of the whole, and then we'll come back to do the consideration.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Ghana Gold Board Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to establish the Ghana Gold Board as an entity that will ensure the buying of gold from small-scale mining companies. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the Republic has not benefited as much as we should, and the focus has largely been on revenue. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that should not be the focus. The focus should be a combination of revenue and forest accumulation, as well as employment creation. Mr. Speaker, over the years, Ghana Cocoa Board focus has shifted from revenue accumulation to the state to revenue, forex accumulation and job creation. And that is why cocoa has become the mainstay for the country over the years. Right Honorable Speaker, gold has the biggest potential as long as forest accumulation is concerned. Speaker, since 2022, during the economic crisis, the government at the time felt the need to use gold to accumulate forex. And at the time, the intention was to get Bank of Ghana to do gold for oil, gold for forex, and gold for cash. And Speaker, aside that, the other agencies such as the Mineral Income Investment Fund were also engaged in gold for forex. And Speaker, unfortunately, MIF does not have the right and the power to engage in gold trading. So all what they were doing, one, they were not prepared, two, they were not having the technical know-how, and three, most importantly, they did not have the mandate to do that. As a result, they engaged in so much losses, in excess of $100 million. Speaker, the central bank could not also perform that function. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is so because the central bank mandate does not allow them to engage in monetary financing. Giving money to the mining companies or aggregators to buy gold amount to monetary financing. In other words, printing of money. The IMF restricted them because it's inflationary, and so Bank of Ghana could not bring enough money to the market to purchase the gold. Mr. Speaker, so far we have identified that Ghana can buy up to 3 tons of gold per week. 3 tons of gold per week. Unfortunately, so far we are buying less than 1 ton per week. So, Speaker, this means that the potential out there is huge. We envisage that by making available the establishment of the gold board and the requisite amount for them to buy the gold, they will be able to buy 3 tons of gold per week and bring in forex, foreign exchange worth $250 million a week, every single week. Speaker, this in itself will mean that Ghana will be able to accrue up to $12 billion worth of foreign exchange for the central bank to be able to build the needed foreign exchange reserves to cover the necessary import. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is of this view that the government believes that the establishment of Ghana Gold Board is critical. So, Speaker, Ghana will not be the first country to establish Ghana Gold Board. It has been established in a number of countries. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it's only now that we believe that we have to establish the Gold Board. We're actually behind. Guyana, for example, established the Guyana Gold Board in 1971. Right, Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, we are late, but it's better late than never. We believe the time is now, and we'll be able to use the Ghana Gold Board to accumulate enough forex to support the city and to stabilize the economy. So, Speaker, the impact of city depreciation affects the larger economy. It affects the private sector, it affects the economic growth, it affects the stability of the country, it affects traders, and it affects everybody.
And so therefore, forex accumulation and building sustainable reserves for the central bank to be able to intervene is so critical. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if the central bank has enough forex, there will be no need for gold for oil. I believe that if the central bank has enough forex, there will be no need for gold for cash. It is important that we use this as an opportunity to build more gold, more reserves. So, Speaker, to conclude, let me say that as we speak, Ghana is Africa's largest producer of gold and the 6th largest in the world. Unfortunately, we have not benefited as we should from these gold resources. And as I've said, the focus has always been forex accumulation and revenue accumulation, but that should not be the focus. Just like cocoa is not focusing on revenue accumulation, but the focus should be shifted towards forex accumulation and job creation. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, motion ably moved. I will then call on the chairman of the committee to present the committee's report.
Mr. Speaker, the committee met to consider the establishment of the Gold Board. Mr. Speaker, we were informed that the main rationale for the establishment of the Gold Board is to formalize government's own involvement in the purchase of downstream gold production through small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that the Bank of Ghana is involved in buying a lot of gold from mining companies on a large scale. But there is a process that is being put together to aggregate and export gold from the small-scale mining companies in order to curtail smuggling of gold and to ensure that Ghana is able to increase its benefits from the gold export. Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges that the committee also dealt with was what the mechanisms for dealing with this export and the imports that come in terms of forex, particularly the fact that constitutionally the Bank of Ghana is mandated to control all forex. The committee was informed that as a structure, the Gold Board will have a holding account at the Bank of Ghana through which proceeds from the export of their gold would be lodged and be controlled by the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the committee was of the view that even though this is a laudable idea, there were a couple of concerns that were raised by the minority, and efforts were made by the sponsors of the bill to try and bring clarity to bear on some of the issues that were raised. But in the end, we all agreed that this should be recommended to the committee to be approved. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honourable members, motion moved and report presented. It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Patrick Yaobuama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I know we don't have too much time on our hands, so I'll go straight to the point and enumerate on the strength of the bill and also some of the weaknesses we identified in the bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill has a centralized regulatory structure. 2, it focuses on the small-scale mining sector. 3, it also emphasizes on value addition. 4, on anti-smuggling and enforcement mechanisms. And 5, the dispute resolution framework within the bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill has some weaknesses that I will proceed to talk about. One is the potential monopolistic structure of the bill, which places a lot of power in the hands of the CEO, and also the conflict with existing mining legal framework, especially with the Minerals Commission and the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the excessive governmental control, that the composition of board of directors reflects heavy government influence with multiple ministerial representatives, minimal representation from independent industry experts. This has the potential for political interference in the operations and decisions of the company, Mr. Speaker. There is also limited provisions for international market integration, as identified, Mr. Speaker, and also limited stakeholder participation, regulatory burden on industry participants, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following are some of the listed implications for the mining sector. 1, the potential positive outcomes are increased governmental revenue through better tracking of gold exports, reduced illegal mining and smuggling, enhanced support for small-scale miners, and greater gold reserves for the central bank. And some of the potential negative outcomes are as follows. 1, it reduces the private sector's participation due to excessive regulation. 2, creation of bureaucratic bottlenecks slowing industrial growth. 3, the potential corruption risks from concentrated authority. And 4, decreased competitiveness in the global market. 5, mining industry participation shift to neighboring countries with less restrictive framework. Mr. Speaker, those are some of the weaknesses in the bill, and we urge the House to ensure that the regulations that the Minister will be presenting for on behalf of the Gold Board addresses some of these challenges enumerated. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Ranking Member on Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Gold Board is coming after the success of the domestic gold purchase program. The domestic exchange purchase program by the Bank of Ghana started in June 2021. At that time, Ghana's total gold reserve was 8.74 tons. By the end of 2024, it increased to 30.5 tons. That's an increase by about 21.8 tons in 3 years. 3 years. From independence to 2021, it was just 8.74 tons. In 3 years, the domestic gold purchase program increased it by 21.8 tons. That was very significant. It worked well for us. But government has decided to change policy. While government has recognized the contribution of the domestic gold purchase program in increasing our reserves as a country, which ended 2024 with about 8.9 billion United States dollars, government has decided to change policy through the establishment of the Gold Board. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with the structure of the Gold Board itself. The Gold Board is a commercial entity. When this bill is passed, it will be a commercial entity. It will trade gold. It will export gold. It will be a regulator by issuing licenses, and it will be a court because it will have its own tribunal. 3 in 1, jack of all trades. But Mr. Speaker, the model where institutions are established to play multiple roles, particularly combining commercial role with regulatory role, is no longer best practice. Best practice requires that commercial role is separate from regulatory role in different institutions so that you can have checks and balances, so that you can avoid conflict of interest. This was why in the oil industry, we separated Petroleum Commission from GNPC, where GNPC was to play a purely commercial role and the Petroleum Commission was to play a purely regulatory role. That is best practice.
But in this age, when the world has moved towards unbundling roles in institutions, we are rather bundling and bringing the role of commercial operation with regulatory duty to one institution, one organization. Mr. Speaker, I think that if we don't take care, we will lose the checks and balances required between regulation and commerce. We will lose our ability to prevent conflict of interest. And this is why I think that the structure of the Gold Board is problematic. Mr. Speaker, the bill is also introducing what we call collateralization of assets. Collateralization of assets means that the Gold Board, when this bill is passed, can pledge its right or interest in any asset. The gold that they buy are assets of the Gold Board. They can pledge it against any loan that they take, any facility that they take. In the event of a default, the gold can be taken. Now, government is funding the Gold Board. And so if the Gold Board decides to take loans from other financial institutions, it will mean that in the event of a default, government will be underwriting those facilities, even if those facilities are expensive. And I'm worried whether this is the best use of the taxpayers' money, to use the taxpayers' money to underwrite expensive loans that the Gold Board may take, particularly if the Gold Board defaults and the gold that is bought with government money will have to be seized. This is not good practice, Mr. Speaker. And this was why, in passing the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, we are very careful to avoid collateralization of petroleum assets. It was only the ABFA that Parliament agreed to collateralize, but not the petroleum assets. So in a similar vein, I would have expected us to learn a lesson from this and ensure that we do not collateralize the assets of the Gold Board. Mr. Speaker, besides this, arrangements for collateralization and securitization are complex. They are very complex arrangements. It requires professional knowledge. It requires specialized knowledge to structure arrangements for collateralization. And this is a new organization we are seeking to establish. And I just want to caution that the CEO will be interested in the kind of people he will be appointing to work in the Gold Board. He has to appoint people with professional knowledge, people with specialized knowledge, so that we don't pack it with food soldiers of the party. That will not help us as a country. We need people who can help us structure such commercial transactions such that the gold that we buy with the taxpayers' money will be protected. Mr. Speaker, this bill also places on the Gold Board the responsibility to help check smuggling. This is very good, and we will support our friends on the other side to stop smuggling of gold in any form. But, Mr. Speaker, smuggling of gold cannot be done just by words. It cannot be. It has to take action. And we know that the 2025 budget the minister brought here does not adequately fund the security agencies. It doesn't adequately fund immigration services. It doesn't adequately fund the customs. It doesn't adequately fund the police service. How are we going to check the smuggling? We will recommend that the government will show more interest in investing in these institutions that have responsibility for helping us check smuggling, so that the Gold Board, once established, will live by its objectives, and we as a country can benefit from the operations of the Gold Board. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion.
Yes, Honorable Honorable.
Speaker, let me thank you for recognizing me. I rise to speak in support of the adoption of the report second stage principles of the bill. Because it does appear to me that even though the intendment is genuine, important, we are quite in a rush. Speaker, I have looked at the license regime. We have export license, we have storage license, and a number of them. However, Speaker, if you look at the accompanying memorandum, it appears to be at variance with the text of the bill. Speaker, the memorandum talks about 4 license regime, but if you go into the text of the bill, there are about 10 of them, which appears to be some kind of misrepresentation. I believe that we need to look at these license regime properly.
Is that?
Because it fought with huge ambiguity. And so there is also a concern about transportation of goods. This is also not defined. Storage of goods, also not well defined in the text. And so going forward, if we are minded to pass this bill into an act,
you requested for
Speaker, I dare suggest that we need to do some more work on it. And our side has shown true support for the passage of this bill. However, we need to sanitize it properly and probably do some more consultation on that. Because we shouldn't be in a hurry. They're noble, all of us want to support it, but the ambiguity and the misrepresentation, for want of a better expression, are just too much in the text of the bill. And this is something we need to deal with. I think that the second reading is basically about the principles, and these matters will have to be dealt with before we even go ahead to consider the bill at the consideration stage. For instance, in terms of transportation and storage of gold, the bill doesn't distinguish between private and commercial storage. All these pose a lot of ambiguity. So gold, since time immemorial, has been a very important and precious mineral of this country. We want to come up with this law to regulate. I think we should do things properly. Let's hasten slowly and ensure that at the end of the day, all the ambiguities and the problems associated can be sanitized, and then we can move forward as a nation in the passage of this bill into an act. I thank you, Speaker, for the space granted.
Thank you very much. I will then give the floor to Honorable Kojo Oponkruma.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before the House. Mr. Speaker, as was mentioned by the Chief Whip, this is a very important subject, and our pleasure will be that this matter is not more or less rushed through on a single night. Gold is one of our largest foreign exchange earners, about $11 billion, 57% of our exports for the year 2024. And if we are making such major legislation that affects the infrastructure of trading in gold, our pleasure would have been that we spend some time and do some more consultations, engage various actors, National House of Chiefs, many other actors, before we proceed with this legislation. Mr. Speaker, be that as it may, we are clear in our minds. We don't have the numbers to even halt this or stop this. But what we are doing is that we are proposing a number of amendments to help mitigate the risk in what we think government is doing. Because if you look at the objectives of government, you want to increase foreign exchange reserves, you want to improve gold exports, you want to improve or grow our gold reserves itself and curb smuggling. Mr. Speaker, within the current ecosystem, we have enough institutions to do that. Between the Minerals Income Investment Fund and PMMC as is and the Bank of Ghana, there are enough institutions to do that. We don't need to create a new institution, the Gold Board, to be able to do this. Because these new institutions
have a way of creating new layers of bureaucracy, rent-seeking behavior, inefficiencies in and of themselves. And we would have preferred that the old institutions would be strengthened to do this job. The Minerals Commission has a lot of powers when it comes to granting licenses for exports, etc. We don't need to create a new institution. But if we are doing, Mr. Speaker, one of our proposals would be that we create an institution that will do the regulatory functions and then a limited liability company that will do the commercial functions. Because the PMMC under PNDC Law 819 was a public corporation. And later, after the Justice Crabb report, it was turned into a limited liability company for financial efficiency. But today, with what you are creating, you are going back to creating a public corporation. What does it mean? It means you are giving them $279 million, but it's not capital. They will not be required to make profit and pay dividends to the government. If we are complaining that Cocoa Board has become a black hole, just sucking money on a regular basis, why are we going back to create a public corporation that is not capitalized? And so our preference will be that you separate a regulator from a commercial entity and properly capitalize this commercial entity to do the work of gold trading. Mr. Speaker, another matter is your formula for improving our forex reserves. And if you listen to the finance minister clearly and read the memo, what you are hoping to do is to attract $250 million every week to buy gold, but to give that $250 million every week to the central bank, and for the central bank to give cedis for the purchase of gold. There's a question. Does this economy have the capacity to mint the cedi equivalent of $250 million every week without contributing to inflation? I believe the answer is no. That's why the IMF asked the Bank of Ghana to stop participating in the Gold for Oil program. And so, Mr. Speaker, it creates a real risk that in the end, the volumes that you are looking at, you may be going towards inflation. My final point, Mr. Speaker, in the current bill you have brought, there are no clear provisions for traceability. And traceability when it comes to these natural resources is a big deal. We already have a problem with illegal mining in Ghana. If we are going to pump $250 million a week to stimulate gold production in the end, more or less, if you don't have traceability requirements, we fear that that $250 million weekly will go to stimulate illegal gold mining. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will be proposing amendments aimed at tightening it and ensuring that traceability requirements are put into this legislation to avoid it becoming an instrument for funding galamsey. But our preference will be, Mr. Speaker, that we grant ourselves some more time, some more weeks, to have an opportunity to engage some more and get a tighter and more meaningful legislation than what we have as a bill before us currently. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Minority Leader, I have taken 4 different contributions from your side. Very well, very well. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise in support of the motion for the passage of the Gold Bill. For starters, this is a very important bill, and as has been explained by the Minister of Finance, it is very critical to help not only to stabilize our city, but to increase foreign exchange. And for that purpose alone, which is a very critical government policy, we support the Gold Bill. Honourable Speaker, let me make it clear. The focus is on small-scale mining and to create aggregators to buy small-scale mining sectors gold. This is really restricted to that, and that the large-scale mining companies who have signed agreements are not affected under this circumstance, unless, of course, a clause and the power of the state is really brought about as has been in Section 3D. But that is really not. But the main focus of this exercise is on small-scale mining. And this is important because we are talking about a sector that is in complete disarray. And it needs to be organized well. It has huge potential. It has been stated that this year $4.5 billion is what came from the small-scale mining sector. And so what is important is what has been stated here, for example, that in collaboration with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, they will provide support for small-scale mining, especially for the geological survey, because if you look at our budgetary allocation in this budget, for example, for the geological survey, and look at the challenges we are having, the reason everybody is digging everywhere, looking for gold, is that we are not doing the things right. How do we give private people the right to go out there, to go and prospect, and then come and tell government where the gold is? And I think we must have that capacity to one day tell everybody who is interested in mining that we know exactly where the mineralized areas are, and that you can go to this location and mine, so that we can organize mining better and make sure that the government is able to make sure that all this indiscipline that we are fighting with will be addressed. Clearly, Honourable Speaker, we have addressed key concerns in this bill, and I thank colleagues for their cooperation to make sure that the issues of regulation and marketing are clearly marked, so that the board will be able to function in a way that doesn't create too much confusion. And I have to say for the record that because of the changes we have done, Honourable Speaker, I'm very satisfied that the Gold Board will address the immediate concerns as has been addressed by the Finance Minister. I urge members to support the motion. I thank you.
Yes, minority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this debate. Let me thank the Finance Minister for availing himself to take us through the whole essence of this bill. Let me thank also the Committee on Finance for their industry in helping shape the bill to its current form. And in fact, the willingness on the part of government side to listen to various concerns that were raised earlier. And finally, this afternoon, the leader of government business chaired the winnowing committee and navigated through a very complex process of winnowing, where we were able to get to a very good point on the way forward. Not forgetting the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, my respected friend and brother Emmanuel Amakofibua. But Mr. Speaker, I've been sad today because of issues of inefficiencies in our SOEs that affect the public purse. Dr. Kasiel Atuforsen, as Finance Minister, means well. He wants to ensure that we have sufficient forex to stabilize the city. But we must be careful. We must be careful. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this whole bill, the fact that it is focusing on small-scale mining, if care is not taken, we may end up promoting Galamsey. And that is of grave concern to this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that there should be
further stakeholder engagement on this bill. Mr. Speaker, already we know all the challenges that the SOEs are facing, the monies that we give to them from the states, and the drain on the public purse. Are we creating another bureaucracy? Couldn't we have conceptualized this and given it to the private sector to still achieve the same purpose? Today, whereas the Ministry of Agri needs more money and is not getting it, we are giving $270 million to the Gold Board with the aim of regulating and ensuring that they get the gold from the market and export. Those who are going to benefit from this, if they don't pay back, what would the state do? And let's not pretend if they don't pay, what would we do? Especially when they camouflage themselves as party activists, then they tie our hands. We must be careful as a nation. Mr. Speaker, I am worried. I am worried. I am worried. The way as a country we invest in some social interventions and ends up becoming a consumption must be of concern to all of us. Can't we allow the private sector to look for the capital to engage in a thing like this, whilst the state would only be regulating without any investment by the state? Because oftentimes our people, without the necessary orientation, take these as their bona fides that they don't have to pay back. I am concerned. My respected colleague, Dr. Amin Adam, who earlier debated, talked about the governance structure of this board. Very political, institutional representation. What private sector orientation would we get? And it is even sad to hear that this board is not aiming at making profit. So we're going to give them free money, go and buy the gold, trade, and then return the capital. If they need money week on week, they will take money. We know the challenges that Cocoa Board has had, and we've been complaining about Cocoa Board. Nearby Cote d'Ivoire, cocoa is in the private sector. The private operators are dealing with cocoa, and they are still achieving their 1 million tons and above. And here in Ghana, we say the state should control even buying inputs. It's the same thing we are repeating in this. We want to create a gold board, a chief executive to be politically appointed, a board with representations from institutions, also to be politically appointed. I'm not saying political appointment is bad. I'm not saying that. But we know that people often take advantage. Are we going to achieve what we mean to achieve, what we want to achieve? Mr. Speaker, let's tread with caution. If you come to the issue of centralization and monopoly, the risk involved. One, the policy gives Gold Board excessive control over gold trade, making it a government monopoly. Is that what we want? Ghana prides itself as a free market economy. Are we going to create another monopoly Is that what we want? And this law also prevents private license buyers from directly engaging with miners. Obviously, this will discourage investment and affect competition. Added to this, Mr. Speaker, the state's involvement in the trading also means that the pricing, liquidity, and market access could be subject to political interference. That comes without doubt. Now let's look at the impact of this on small-scale miners. So, miners would only be forced to sell to gold board. What that means is that there is likely to be unfair pricing if the gold board sets lower than the market rate, and the possibility of increasing smuggling, the very thing we want to prevent. There will be no room for negotiation. We say that people use illegal means to export gold, but it's setting up this bureaucracy an answer to it. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that PMMC has struggled in the past, and now converting it into a gold board without addressing the management inefficiencies could replicate old problems under a new name. PMMC, we know the challenge is there. I am aware that there's a new leadership, there's a new chief executive. But have we addressed the inefficiencies there? Mr. Speaker, let's tread with caution as a nation. The women banking got only 51 million. Agriculture got 924 million. Even the mighty big push got only $800 million. This money could have been invested in agriculture to create a certain value chain that would have positive impact on our people. The people in Oti, the people in Volta, the people in Central, those farmers, those who are involved in rice farming, we could have invested in agriculture to create a local grow, feed, and benefit. Mr. Speaker, let it be said that we had 10 years, 7 years, nothing was done. It's fine. It's the reason why there's a new government. You also made mistakes in the past, but you are back. You say reset. My duty is to constructively criticize you, but to support you. Mine is not to obstruct you. My being in opposition doesn't mean obstruct. Never, because I've been in government before. I know how hard that seat is. So there may be things you may be doing that because of the power, you may not see anything wrong with it. My job, however guilty I may be, is to point out that can you do it right? Mr. Speaker, if we cannot find money for farmers to create a new value chain for agriculture, but we can create the same space for this, what happens if things go bad? Mr. Speaker, I can only wish the government well, but there are red flags, and I would plead with government, especially the young man who is going to be the founding chief executive of this firm. He is a lawyer. He's made his name in the political space. He should see to it that if this law is passed, he leaves a legacy to guide the future. Because, Mr. Speaker, there are clear dangers. The risks are obvious. They are imminent. We shouldn't take it for granted. So, my brother Sami Jemfi, this is a call on you to ensure that you create an entity that will benefit Ghana. Otherwise, there may be people walking around, I campaign for JM, I campaign for Merikopoku, I campaign for Harun Edrusu. It may not be true. And they will come and take the money. What guarantees are we putting in place? If you take the money Are you going to post as a guarantee that if you don't buy the gold, you will return the money? Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter. My mathematics is not good, but multiply $270 million by 16. What do you get? 279 million. Multiply it. 279 million by 16. Mr. Speaker, you are looking at 4.6 billion Ghana cedis. We are taking 4.6 billion cedis to give out for the purchase of gold. Whereas we can just invest 2 billion in agriculture and even get more by way of value chain. If we are implementing Nkukon Kitenkiti and implementing it well, with less than 1 billion, we can get more and more people will benefit. If we invest 1 billion in this women banking, more women would have access to credit, to trade, and pay back. Mr. Speaker, we must be careful. This is a huge risk we are taking as a nation. This is a huge risk we are taking as a nation. And to Honorable Ama Kofi Boah, I know how hardworking you are. If care is not taken, your desire to end Galamsey will be a mirage, will become nugatory, will become odious. There will be no achievement in that field.
Honorable Osahin Togbe Afanyomaki, kindly conclude.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude for you.
Yes.
But, Mr. Speaker, I am doing with all the passion in me because I can see the red flags. I can see the red flags. Our friends mean well, the finance minister means well, the government means well, but the dangers are there. The dangers are there. And I cannot overemphasize the point. Let us tread with caution. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Now is the turn of Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, time and again, Ghanaians, Africans have consistently complained about how unfairly we are treated in the extractive industries, where we continue to receive far less than we deserve in terms of mineral rents. What is a mineral rent? A mineral rent is the difference between what you put into producing a mineral and the world market price of that mineral. That is the rent. Africans, and Ghana included, we have been receiving far less than we deserve. Because others come now in the small-scale mining sector, mostly Asians, the Far East, and we know the problems we have had with our brothers, the Chinese, deep in our hinterlands, pre-financing young people to extract the gold and give it to them at giveaway prices because they have pre-financed them. They take the gold abroad, they sell the gold, and they don't bring the money back. They keep the money there. And then our city keeps declining in value in relation to the international currencies, and the prices of goods keep increasing, and there is inflation, and every Ghanaian is asking, why did a certain man say the money is here in Ghana, Sikanu Oho? And they said Sikanu Oho because they see we have gold, we have oil, and yet every day we don't even have money to import basic commodities and food. Yet income there. To it, Mr. Speaker, we are sitting on money and yet we are starving. Yet the gold too, and yet income there. We are sitting on gold. You turn left, gold is being dug. You turn right, gold is being dug. And yet we are starving. Why are we starving even though we are digging gold in our forests, digging gold on our farms, uprooting our cocoa trees and digging gold? Why are we still starving? Because the system hasn't been designed in such a way that as a country, we take full advantage of our gold. We have allowed people to come and finance the digging of the gold and the export of the gold, and we get near to nothing out of it. Mr. Speaker, this has been the crisis of Ghana. This is the crisis that this policy seeks to address. This is one of the most innovative ideas. Ideas founded on our experiences. And so we have proposed to establish the Gold Board so that instead of foreigners coming with their money and supporting small-scale miners to mine gold, and they will take the gold and go to the international market and sell the gold and keep the money there, we as a people will create a board, give the board some of our tax money so that they will support the small-scale miners. Instead of people from Far East and Asia supporting the small-scale miners, let us support the small-scale miners ourselves. And when they extract the gold, they give it to a state authority called Gold Board. The Gold Board then goes to the international market and sells the gold. And instead of keeping the gold money, the US dollar abroad, they bring the money back to Ghana. In dollars. The dollar doesn't stay abroad. The dollar will be brought back to Ghana. So that we have enough dollars in Ghana to support our imports. The city can be founded on adequate dollars in our system. So the city will remain stable. When the city remains stable, industry can be predictable in the sense that they know that they can import, there won't be too much price instability, and the economy itself will benefit overall. Mr. Speaker, this is a policy consideration informing the establishment of the Gold Board. I have heard that we are establishing a new institution. We are not establishing a new institution. We are changing an existing institution, giving it a new name, and then adding it new function and making it more robust. Mr. Speaker, what will become the Gold Board is what is today the Precious Minerals Marketing Company. It exists already. We are simply giving it new functions to address a major financial challenge of the economy, which is the stability of the city and the need to bring into the economy more US dollars and other foreign currencies. We are not creating a new institution at all. It is what is already the PMMC, which is being converted into the Ghana Gold Board. Mr. Speaker, the principle is to create a monopoly in the purchase of gold from small-scale miners. That is the principle. Mr. Speaker, let me assure our colleagues that through the engagements that have taken place, a lot of the risks that they have expressed their concerns might arise are being addressed through amendments that we have all discussed and agreed upon. Mr. Speaker, I believe also that This is not a policy that is in isolation. It is a policy that is being implemented together with other policies. Recently, the Minister for Mines also announced the decentralization of the licensing of small-scale gold miners. That will help. Again, the Finance Minister brought to this Parliament and we withdrew the withholding tax for the sale of gold by small-scale miners. All these policies put together will give comfort to small-scale miners to sell their gold to this state entity so that we can achieve the objective of selling it abroad and bringing in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me thank colleagues for the support that they have afforded us in trying to put together this bill and make the amendments that will enrich the bill. And we will continue to thank especially the minority leader. The minority leader today spent a long time with me through the winnowing exercise to make sure that we shape the bill in such a way that it can stand the test of time. The jurisprudential endowment of the minority leader was on display today. The jurisprudential endowment of the minority leader, Honorable Afroyo-Makin, was in display today at the winnowing committee. Mr. Speaker, Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, very talented finance person. He took the whole exercise through the lens of a finance expert and gave very constructive proposals. And indeed, almost all the amendments that Kojo Oppong Nkrumah brought were adopted. Mr. Speaker, as for Honorable Patrick Brahma, he brought a 10-page document in fine print, almost attempting to rewrite the bill. But for my vigilance, he would have rewritten the bill. Mr. Speaker, we now have a very good bill. It is being, all the amendments are being incorporated, and not too long, it will come and we will pass it. Inshallah, tonight we will pass it. If we don't pass it tonight, Mr. Speaker, we will pass it within a very reasonable time. Very reasonable time. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I thank members.
Thank you very much. All members, I know the industry. And once again, let me also add my voice in thanking the minority leader for the jurisprudential industry.
Before you add your voice, the majority side is being unfair, especially the backbench. Of all the contributions that came from the minority, your leader spoke and said, here. As for us, we don't deserve here.
Yes, they have said here for the minority. All members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. All members, the ayes have it. The motion numbered 30 on the order paper for today is accordingly adopted.
An act to establish the Ghana Gold Board to oversee, monitor and undertake the buying, selling and export of gold and other precious minerals, promote value addition to the gold and other precious minerals of the country, support responsible mining and accumulation of gold reserves by the Bank of Ghana, generate foreign exchange and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Ghana Gold Board Bill 2025 is now read for the second time. Honourable members, as agreed upon, Let's now constitute the House into a committee of the whole. All members, we are constituting the House into a committee of the whole. The House is accordingly constituted into a committee of the whole.
She's on your phone. I'll tell her for you. Don't worry. You'll be sorted. Backbenchers. You'll be sorted.
Honourable members, may you kindly resume your seats. The House is reconstituted into plenary. Honourable members, so grateful for the cooperation. Honourable members, item numbered 31. Ghana Gold Board Bill at consideration.
Speaker.
Yes.
The
Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, at the consideration stage, a number of issues were raised. And I said, yes, at the reading, yes. And these matters have still not been addressed. So the finance minister related to me that while we are waiting on the appropriation bill to be worked on, we should just consider a few clauses. These were his words. And Speaker, I called you to be a witness in that discussion. Speaker, I pray you and I pray colleagues that let's go by that agreement. We just consider a few clauses in the wake of the issues that have been raised, and then we'll suspend the consideration and revert to take the appropriation.
Yes.
Because that's the understanding.
Yes, once the appropriation bill is ready.
No, once we exhaust few clauses, it's not contingent on the readiness of the appropriation. Even if the appropriation is not ready.
So, remember, are we going to suspend the House? Are we going to suspend the House?
Because if we consider few clauses and the appropriation is not ready,
remember, I think
to suspend.
It is also in our own interest to reduce the workload for today so that tomorrow we may not be doing a full day.
I'm practically saying the same thing. So, no. Speaker, no.
But honourable members,
Chief,
the decision is for the House to take.
Speaker, we shouldn't raise the temperature unnecessarily. I beg you in the name of God.
Very well. I will
we are all fatigued. We have worked so well. Speaker, let me rehash the agreement. We'll do few clauses.
Yes.
And suspend. It is not contingent on the readiness of the appropriation.
Very well. Very well. So you give me the necessary indication. When we are going along the line, you give me the necessary indication.
It will be given by leadership.
Very well, very well. Leadership will give me the indication. Yes, majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we are in agreement on this matter. So I am surprised that Minority Chief Whip is raising it on the floor. We are agreed that we'll travel a bit into the bill, and then when the Committee on Finance is ready with appropriation, yes, we will do it. And then, because we'll come back tomorrow.
Honourable Majority Chief Whip, I believe we are all speaking the same language. So, honourable members.
Speaker, I beg you. When I was discussing with the Exchequer, my good friend, yes, we will hasten. He was not there. You were chasing other business.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, you said we should do few clauses.
Yes.
He said we should travel to into the bill. If you put the two words together, at least we are doing some clauses. So let's then start the clause by clause. Honorable members, as indicated, Ghana Gold Board bill is under consideration. Honorable members, clause 1.
Establishment of the Ghana Gold Board.
Honorable members, clause 1.
Establishment of the Ghana Gold Board.
Chairman of the committee. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader. Yes, there should be somebody who would shepherd the amendment. Whether there is no amendment or not, that indication must come from members. Yes, Honorable Agoja.
Mr. Speaker, there are no proposed amendments advertised. Kwame Agoja from Aduu. I'm a member of parliament. It's not only committee members. Otherwise, you would have approved it at committee. It is now at plenary.
Well, honorable members, I recall that in the last parliament, I was reading bills from the left side. So knowing very well that Honorable Animedu is a member of the finance committee, may we by agreement ask Honorable Animedu, who is a member of the committee, to lead. Yes,
Speaker.
Honorable Animedu.
Speaker.
Honorable Animedu, you have the floor.
Speaker, the Honorable Collins Dauda is a member of the committee. Let me seek your leave so that you can lead.
Very well.
I thank you.
Honorable Collins Dauda. Honorable members, clause 1 of the bill is under consideration.
Mr. Speaker, for clause 1, there is no advertised amendment. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, no advertised amendment from the committee, but it is for the consideration of the entire House. Is any member having a proposed amendment? Please do so. Honorable members, in the absence of any amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Object of the Gold Board.
Yes, Honorable Collins Dauda.
Mr. Speaker, clause 2. The object of the Gold Board is to I seek your leave and indulgence, and I want an explanation from the promoters. It reads, oversee, monitor, and undertake the buying, selling, assaying, refining, exporting. Then, Mr. Speaker, the words here, or other related activity in respect of gold. Other related activity in respect of gold. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the word monitor, you can say oversee and undertake. In overseeing, you are monitoring. So I have a difficulty with the repeat of the word monitor. Then it should end at exporting gold. The other related activity can travel somewhere to the functions. It doesn't belong to the objects. I thank you with your leave, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Anybody with response? Yes. Deputy Majority Leader.
Speaker, in addition to the amendment presently proposed by the
Majority Leader, he is not proposing amendment but seeking clarification.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. May I propose that regulate, hold on. Oh yes, I agree. Mr. Speaker, may I propose that as part of the object of the board as captured in 2A, clause 2A, I propose that we should include regulate. I agree that it will not be out of place to include regulate as part of the object, because as part of the activities they will undertake.
Majority Leader, you were at Unowi.
Yes,
tell us what was agreed upon.
Mr. Speaker, I agree. It's for the consideration of the House.
Honourable members, let me reiterate the fact that if you have a concern about a bill and the bill is referred to winnowing committee and you are invited to appear before the winnowing committee, for me, issues surrounding your proposed amendment are supposed to be addressed at winnowing committee. I do not foresee a situation where after winnowing, the situation will be as if the bill has not been taken to winnowing. I will give the benefit of the doubt to those who were not at winnowing.
Hold on. Mr.
Yes,
Speaker,
the chairman of the committee has come now.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, you know how this work is. You may leave winnowing, but other perspectives may have been urged on you by other technocrats who may not be here. So, yes, I participated in winnowing, but when we come to the floor, there are matters arising that I can bring to bear. The House may consider it or not, but it does not detract from the fact that I cannot propose an amendment that has been persuaded on me from
Honourable Majority Leader, I have a response, but the only thing is that where I sit, I cannot take part in the debate. But if you will forgive me, let me ask, is Ghana Gold Board a regulator? If it is not a regulator, then why are we going to put regulation in the objects of the bill? So, all members, you know my position when it comes to drafting, but where I sit, I must restrain myself. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Gold Board is expected to replace the Precious Minerals Marketing Corporation established under Act 1989 PNDC Law 219. And in that law, this provision is there. So at the committee meeting, this matter came up, and the drafters or the official from the Attorney General's office advised that we keep the provision as it is in the Precious Minerals Marketing Corporation Act. So that's the explanation I can offer. Because it came up and they were there to advise, the drafters were there to advise and advise that we keep it. I propose that we keep it as it is without altering it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let's come to Minister for Education's issue. His view is that oversee and monitor. What is the difference? Yes, Honorable Gaga.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Education may be right, but
monitor is important in the sense that that word connotes a certain degree of strictness that the word oversee may not have, given the functions we are seeking to ascribe to the gold board. I should think that maintaining monitor in the circumstances wouldn't be out of place at all, even though the Minister for Education has a point. So let's keep it as it is. Thank you.
Yes, Minister for Education. That's why I didn't prefer any amendment. I was seeking an explanation.
Yes.
I'm satisfied with the explanation. So on clause 2C, so I'm satisfied with the explanation given by the Honorable Collins Dowda. You can use oversee and monitor. But Mr. Speaker, when you put the question, it's not elegant when you say an other related activity in respect of gold. You see, an object is an object. You are defining that this is the core that they must be doing. So you can't leave it open-ended. But Mr. Speaker, let me conclude with your leave again. When you come to C and you say support the accumulation, the word support, Mr. Speaker, if I have your leave, I will put generate and support the accumulation of gold reserves. I won't leave it at only support. How are you going to support Bank of Ghana to accumulate gold reserves?
So your proposed amendment is to
generate and support. You don't begin only with support. They will generate it given the function that they will perform. So they will generate and support the Bank of Ghana to accumulate gold reserve. With that, Mr. Speaker, you can put a question on 2. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Chairman, it is not the responsibility of the Ghana Gold Board to generate gold reserves for the Bank of Ghana. They can only support the accumulation of gold reserves by the Bank of Ghana, but they cannot generate those gold reserves. That is a core function of the central bank. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Speaker, let me, Speaker,
Honourable
Clause 26, under Clause 26, requirements for a license. Speaker, under 26.2, you have, for the purposes of subsection 1, a business or a related activity in the gold trading and marketing industry includes aggregation, buying, selling, assaying, smelting, exportation, importation, refinery, processing, shipment, storage, transshipment, transportation, and transit. Speaker, there will be licensing. Again, there are categories of licenses. Again, under clause 28, there's a qualification for license. Then 29, there's application for license. It's a whole regulatory regime provided which is similar to the provisions under the NACOC Act. So there's a regulatory function there. And this must feature in the object. That's all I'm saying. We may have glossed over it, but it's important, it's a key part of the law. The licensing regime is a regulatory regime. So I think that it should feature in it, then we can make progress. I think, you see, you may not like it, but these are key provisions. And I think that when the law comes here, it's our duty to make it better, to accommodate. The licensing regime is so key, and it is part of the regulatory functions of the entity. I thank you, Mr.
Yes, Honourable Patrick Yabon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take you back to 2 related to the objects of the bill in the memorandum. Mr. Speaker, the memorandum, the first paragraph to the memorandum captures the entirety of the objects of this bill. And for that matter, I don't see the reason why, after exporting, we should leave all other related activity in respect of gold. I think that must be deleted from that paragraph so that it ends with of gold. Let me read a rendition to you. Taking a look at the memorandum, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
That the object of the gold board is to oversee, monitor, and undertake the buying, selling, assaying, refining, exporting of gold. The other related activity in respect of must be deleted. I think it makes it tidier and sits well with the first paragraph of the memorandum accompanying the bill. I so Mr. Speaker.
Clause 2A, what will be the rendition, your proposed rendition?
That the object of the gold board is to A, oversee, monitor, and undertake the buying, selling, assaying, refining, exporting of gold. Full stop.
So your proposal is to delete all other related activities in respect of gold.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the proposal. Yes, Honorable Kwame Abuja.
Mr. Speaker, you can never be able to envisage everything that you do in a law. So it's always good to have these omnibus statements in laws like this. Otherwise, if you end it the way he's ended it, then you have no chance to do anything which is not listed under this. And my good friend Yao understands this more than me. So I think that taking out that makes the law very difficult, because anything which you haven't actually listed there, if you leave it that way, it means you cannot do it.
So, Honorable Patrick Bowman, the understanding is that anything relating to overseeing, monitoring, undertaking, buying, selling, assaying, refining, exporting, other related activities will then come under the object of the gold board. So we are not specifically...
Mr. Speaker, in drafting, you are very experienced, that there must be certainty in the provisions of the... What are the other related functions? Do they sit well with the objects of the bill in the first paragraph? Mr. Speaker.
So, Honorable Obama, let me ask, are we wrong in our long titles if saying other related matters will result into uncertainty?
Speaker, you are not wrong in your long titles, but in crafting the objects, we must posit it within the ambit of the objects of the bill, as stated in the memorandum. That is what I'm saying. If you read the memorandum, there's nowhere in the memorandum, the first paragraph that talks about other related activities. That is what I'm saying.
Yes, Honorable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, other related activities is defined under Section 26(2). Under Section 26(2). And it reads, for the purpose of subsection 1, a business or a related activity in the gold trade and marketing industry includes A, aggregation, B, buying, C, buying, and it goes on selling, assaying, smelting, exportation, importation, refining, processing, shipment, storage, transshipment, transportation, and transit. So it has been defined under Section 26(2). So, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that it stays.
Yes, Honorable Sam George.
Mr. Speaker,
I don't see why we are splitting hairs here. Because when it says in 2, under the object, other related activities, it doesn't end there. It says in respect of gold. And that has also been defined in 26. So it's not a blank check. It's not a carte blanche. It's a specific in respect of gold. So there really is no confusion here. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to put the question. Let's proceed. Thank you.
Honourable member, are you convinced?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not convinced, but you can put your question. But I don't know if you give a Kabiru.
Very well, Honourable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, whilst I would want to agree that other related activities in respect of gold is clear enough, I do not think that the definition provided under 26 is in reference to the usage under clause 2. Because in 26(2), it is clear that for the purposes of subsection 1, so it is in reference to 26(1). A business or other related activity in the gold trading and marketing industry includes. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at all those stated, none of them is about buying. None of them is about as contained in clause 2. None of which is about exporting.
Honourable Kabiru, why do you say this? When 26(1) is saying that a person shall not engage in a business or a related activity in respect or in the gold trading and marketing industry in the country unless that person has been granted a license by the gold board.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
So why are you saying that if 26(2) is saying that for the purposes of section 1, a business or a related activity in the gold trading is not other related activity?
Mr. Speaker, the definition provided under 26(2) makes reference, and it is the intent of those drafters that they wanted to define other related activity in 26. Other related activities used in clause 2 was not defined. What I agree that it is clear enough and that rendition should remain. If we want to bring clarity, then we must define it in the interpretation section so that it covers anywhere we see other related activity. This is what we are referring to.
So your proposal is that other related activity should be defined in the interpretation of the bill.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker.
Well, if that is your proposal, when we get to the interpretation of the bill, you can propose that amendment be made. All members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of clause 2, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. All members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 stand part of the bill. All members, clause 3.
Functions of the gold board.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, clause 3. But even before I propose my amendment, let me, for the record, and Mr. Speaker, I'm happy you are in the chair. The Supreme Court have had cause to be very critical of the Parliament of Ghana, that when we come to consideration stage of bills, we do not guide their thinking to know the intentions of the legislature. So some of the issues we are raising, Mr. Speaker, is to respond to that public good. So when you come to functions of the gold board, so Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, clause 3(1), you say A, promote the marketing of the gold resources of the country. No, responsible for the marketing of gold resources. So I'll delete the word promote and say this institution as a function, this gold board is responsible for the marketing of gold resources, because that's what you stated in your object. But when you say promote, what do you mean by promote? It's nebulous. It does not offer any explanation. So, Mr. Speaker, clause 3(1)A, Promotion have been overused. Then when you come to D, it says buy a portion of. In one breath you say buy and sell. In another breath you say only buy. You don't make any comment on sell. Words must be construed together. Where they buy, Mr. Speaker, they must also what? Sell. So promote. In 3.1a, if the promoter has no objection, he should accept that the object of to achieve the object under subsection 2, the gold board shall be responsible for the marketing of gold resources of the country. Then we leave it there. We have defined for it a function. Thank you. Then when you come to D, buy a portion or all of the gold.
Well, remember the rules is that we take the amendments one after the other. So what will be the new rendition for A?
Speaker, if the Minister of Finance is not if it's in agreement, then the new rendition will be to achieve the object under section 2. The gold board shall be responsible. So the phrase "be responsible" will delete "promote" and insert "be responsible." Yes.
Members, the proposal is to delete the word "promote" in clause 3.1a
and
insert "be responsible."
For the
new rendition would be to achieve the object under section 2, the gold board shall be responsible for the marketing of the gold resources of the country. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, Leader, you can come to.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence and leave C, promote the value addition. Promote the value addition. Again, I have a difficulty with the use of the word promote. If you want to say ensure or provide for value addition, provide for, I'll be comfortable. So with your leave, in 3.1c, I'll delete promote and say provide for value addition to the gold of the country. Then we know it's a specific function that they must add value to our gold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, if the proposer would agree to ensure value addition to the gold of the country, including all that, Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Haruna would be amenable to.
Yes, Honourable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I'm fine with the improvement. Thank you.
Honourable members, the proposal. Yes. The same clause?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, on C, at the winnowing, we decided that the word downstream should not be used because it's term regularly used in the oil.
What are you saying about C?
Yeah, downstream, where you have including regulating the downstream.
Members, the rule is that if there is a proposal for amendment, we consider that proposal. When we agree on that proposal, then there can be a further proposal to. So the issue now is whether we are agreeing on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, our rules are very clear. The bill was advertised. Members advertised amendments. You referred the matter to the winnowing committee. Winnowing committee met, spent hours. We tried to incorporate everybody's proposal which was advertised, including those that were not advertised. And we agreed. Mr. Speaker, there is no basis for us to go back and litigate this bill clause by clause. There's no basis.
No, we are not saying don't go through.
There's no basis. Mr. Speaker, there's no basis for us to go and then take it clause by clause again. Because this was agreed at the winnowing committee and incorporated. If any of those who was at the winnowing committee disagrees with the provisions, come and see me as chairperson and show me, no, yes, because I chaired the meeting. I chaired the meeting. And every advertised amendment was discussed, either accepted or abandoned by the proponent of the amendment. And then we even gave them an opportunity to add what was not even advertised. And we concluded, and the understanding was that when we come here, we will not go through the clauses again. This was the understanding. Why are we relitigating the whole thing?
Honourable Member, I share your sentiment. And before you even came, I indicated that with reference particularly to those who were at winnowing, that at winnowing, the essence of winnowing is to bring all your concerns to be addressed at that level, so that when we come to the floor, we don't delay unnecessarily. So I think it is unfair for those who were at winnowing who will agree on a provision, come here and be raising issues. We can make progress if you then the very essence of referring the bill to winnowing has been defeated. But, Honourable Member, at consideration stage, the rules are relaxed. So let's see the number of views that we can accommodate, and we can make progress. Yes.
Speaker, I'm not getting that sense. Speaker, the majority leader has spoken. I've heard him. Unfortunately, I'm unable to agree with him. Speaker, the essence of winnowing is not lost on us. But fundamentally, the majority leader should know that the winnowing process cannot substitute the consideration stage of a bill. That order 169C is clear. For the avoidance of doubt, the House may effect such amendment as the House considers necessary, except that the amendment, including new clauses and new schedules, shall comply with the following. The amendment must be relevant to the subject matter of the clause to which the amendment relates. So, majority leader, be patient, be patient, be patient. Consideration stage, be patient and let's go through the process. And then when you said that if members have amendment, they should come and see you in chambers, that one is below the belt.
Honourable,
we will come and see you in the chamber. We will raise it here.
Honourable Minority Chief Whip, I am talking with specific reference to members of the winnowing committee and those who took part in the winnowing.
Caution, you have caution.
So,
my good friend,
what then was the reason for you taking part in the winnowing?
Speaker, you cautioned, you gave a prior caution, and my good friend, Honourable Dafebekwa, who was most guilty, has listened and he has taken a cue. So, Speaker, I think the majority leader shouldn't disrupt the process. Let's proceed. Otherwise, Speaker, we had earlier agreed that we will do a few clauses, and then revert to the appropriation. So probably we should be winding. We shouldn't.
That one, your point has been made.
I'm told the appropriation, the report is ready. We should be winding up, and then we take the appropriation.
Yeah, so there are some few amendments under reference. Let's look at it. Honourable members, the proposed amendment to C is, instead of using the word promote, we should substitute it with the word ensure, so that the new rendition will be ensure value addition to the gold of the country, including regulating the downstream fabrication of gold into castings. Casting meats, jewelry, coin bars, bullion, and the rest. Honourable members, the proposal is for the consideration of the House.
Yeah, further amendment. Mr. Speaker, so are we knowing the clause 67, in the clause 67, there was the use of a term downstream. That was corrected. And so we agree that instead of downstream, as a word in the bill, we'll use local gold trading. And that hasn't been reflected. So when it comes to the objects, they continue to use the word downstream. And so if the correction that we're moving will reflect, I think that will be. So you agree with me, Leader? Yes, so that should
So, Honourable Member, what will be your rendition?
So my rendition will be that if you add, so that would be clause 3C. So that would be that including regulating the local gold trading and fabrication of
including
local gold trading, because downstream was changed for local gold trading. Yes.
I'm listening.
Yes. So ensure value addition to the gold of the country, including regulating the local gold trading.
Mr. Speaker,
your proposal is that downstream fabrication of gold.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
At winnowing, we agreed that downstream should be deleted and local should take the place of downstream. No, local fabrication of gold into castings, mint, jewelry, coins, bars, bullion, industrial components, and other forms of value storage. Local. Because he explained downstream to mean what was done in Ghana. And we said that that was too technical an expression because downstream is normally used in the oil sector. Is that not it? And therefore, he should use the word local, since he meant what was done locally in Ghana.
So, members, the proposal is that we delete downstream and insert local. So, taking the two amendments into consideration, the new rendition will be to achieve the object under Section 2, the Gold Board shall ensure value addition to the gold of the country, including regulating the local fabrication of gold into casting, mint, jewelry, coins, bars, bullion, industrial component, or other forms of value storage. Honorable members, I'll put the question on the two proposed amendments as in the new rendition. All those in favor of the proposed amendments to clause 3C, say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendments are carried. Honorable members, I will put a question on the entire clause 3. Yes, Honorable John Dako.
Mr. Speaker, thank you once again for the opportunity. Please, if you look at 3D, I believe the object of the law was to deal with small-scale mining. And so if you read D, it says, by a portion or all of the gold produced by large-scale mining companies. Okay, so that has always been my understanding, reading the memorandum. So if it has changed, I guess you can tell us, because I thought that the gold board was
also making reference to the object of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, that is the problem I have.
Honorable member, let me get his proposal.
Let me explain to him. I know what he's going to say. Mr. Speaker, there was no discussion of clause 3D at winnowing. No discussion. Mr. Speaker, it has always been in all the bills, both laid, withdrawn, and discussed, that in the case of small-scale mining, there is a monopoly vested in the gold board to purchase those ones. In the case of large-scale mining, they are free to export. But under the Minerals and Mining Act itself, is that okay? The state has been given some right in some circumstances to demand to purchase those ones. So we are simply moving those rights that the state has into this provision. It's just moving a provision of the Minerals and Mining Act into and incorporating it here. That where the state decides to exercise its preemption right, the Minister for Mines, is that okay, exercises that right, then the gold board can buy it. It's in all agreements that we have with the mining companies.
So, Honorable John Dako, you made reference to the object of the bill. Is it the object of the bill as in clause 2?
Mr. Speaker, if you look...
Is it the object of the bill as in clause 2?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Now you say the object of the bill.
From the memorandum, all the discussion on gold board has been that the gold board will be dealing with small-scale mining. That's the point I'm making. Now, if the proponents will say that it is no longer the case and that the gold board can buy gold from the large-scale mining, let us know. Then I won't handle it. Okay.
Oh.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Let me hear from the Finance Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you look at 3D carefully, it says, buy a portion or all the gold produced by large-scale mining companies in line with the preemption right of government exercised by the minister responsible for mines under Section 7 of the Minerals and Mining Act 2006, Act 703.
Mr. Speaker, all what we are trying to do here is that this is not new. It is already in the law that the minister responsible for mines can preempt. And in doing so, we can buy X amount of gold but from any mining company. But what we are saying is that when the minister responsible for gold preempt, Ghana Gold Board will now buy the gold on behalf of the state. On behalf of the state. So this is not new.
So, Honorable John Dako, which particular paragraph in the memorandum that limits the purchase of the gold by the gold board to only small scale mining?
Mr. Speaker, I can find that for you. But I'm saying that if that's the insistence of the proponents, Mr. Speaker, we can move on.
Very well. Honorable members, I'll put a question on entire clause 3. At the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Governing body of the Gold Board.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 4 of the bill? Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 4 of the bill, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Functions of the Board of Directors.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Honourable members, clause 5 of the bill is under consideration. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 5 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6. Chairman of the committee.
Duties and liabilities of the
Speaker, no
members of the
advertised
Board of
amendment.
Directors.
Honourable members, is for consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable John Dako.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm looking at clause 6, 3, and 4. Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 4, it references the earlier clauses 1 and 2. I'm suggesting.
Honourable member, if you are speaking in reference of a particular clause, let's deal with that particular clause. If you have an issue with another clause, then we'll deal with that one. So
Mr. Speaker,
the amendment is one after the other.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to do, that I'm suggesting that clause 4 rather becomes clause 3 and 3 becomes 4 because of the reference of clauses 1 and 2 in 4. It's just that,
so the clause reference
it will be tidier if
honourable,
it is like that.
Honourable members, I intend to direct the drafters to check the cross referencing accordingly. Any further amendments? Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of clause 6 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Tenure of office of members of the Board of Directors.
Check the cross reference.
No advertised amendment.
The drafters, please kindly check the cross reference. Yes.
Speaker, in line with the prior agreement, there was an agreement that we get to clause 5. We've gone beyond 5. So shall we revert? Leader, shall we revert? What is not ready? The chairman is here. You can find out from the chairman. Let's respect agreement for once. Speaker, the ultimate today, the decision is to pass the appropriation. No, please. Leader, chairman, Speaker.
Well,
we have done.
Honourable Minority Leader, we have listened to you.
Speaker,
I'm just doing this looking for a copy of the appropriation bill. Do you have a copy of the appropriation bill?
Speaker, just listen to me. Speaker, we have passed all the 5 financial bills. We've done that. All the motions necessary for the passage of the appropriation bill, we've done that. Speaker, we've done that. We have moved with the light of speed. Now, then we agree that we will do 5 clauses. We'll work up to clause 5 of the Gold Board bill, and then we'll move on to take appropriation. Colleagues, with respect to you, we are all minded to support the passage of this bill. Our health is also important, and we are told the agreement was that we were going to rise today. Now we are not rising today.
Honourable Minority
information.
Please, yes, you have given the listing. You see, we have listened to you. You see the proposal of the House that we should suspend until the appropriation bill is loaded onto the council. Because as we speak, we are speaking with reference to the appropriation bill, which is yet to be received by me. So if your proposal is that we suspend the House until the appropriation bill is ready, then table that proposal.
We are magnanimous. We are magnanimous. Now, regardless of the fact that it's at clause 5, now we are exiting at clause 7. We want to add 3 more clauses to make it clause 10. Then at clause 10, we exit and do appropriation. This one too, you don't understand? No, Abba. Charlie, our health is also important. So that
you are a member of the Finance Committee. Have you finished working on the appropriation? So what is the report? So you are saying that it is left with something small. So it means something small. That small thing cannot yes.
Mr. Chairman, we actually have considered the appropriation bill, and the report will be arriving shortly. So,
honorable members, with all due respect, instead of sitting, the House cannot be sitting without doing any business. So we cannot also take suspension. That is why. So our members, clause 7. Clause 7 is about tenure of office of members of the board of directors. Our members, this is a standard provision. As many as in favor of clause 7 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Our members, clause 8.
Meetings of the board of directors.
Our members, meeting of the board of directors is a standard provisions. Yes, Honorable Patrick Yawoma.
Mr. Speaker, please allow members to make their propositions to any of the clauses in there. I've heard you say these are standard clause provisions in bills. Mr. Speaker, let us be mindful of what we are doing in the
Is any member
the chairman is here
having a proposed amendment to clause 8 of the bill? Honorable Patrick Yawoma, you know, if you have a proposed amendment, as soon as the provision is mentioned, you
Mr. Speaker, your speed is too
you are against very well. Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 8 of the bill, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 8 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Disclosure of interest.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Is any member having a proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 9 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10, Chairman of the committee.
Establishment of committees.
Chairman of the committee, clause 10.
Please.
Honourable members, is there any proposed amendment to clause 10 of the bill? In the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 10, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 10 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11, Chairman of the committee.
Allowances.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There are no amendments to clause 11. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, is there any proposed amendment to clause 11, allowances? Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 7, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 11 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 12.
Policy directives.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments to 12. Thank you.
Honourable members, it's for consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Minister responsible for education.
Mr. Speaker, clause 12. Just to read it so that you can direct the draft people to improve it. It reads, the minister in consultation with the minister responsible for mines may give directives to the board of directors. Mr. Speaker, I've seen board of directors used continuously. The of directors may not be necessary, so you direct the draft person, the board.
Honorable Minister, in this case, directors will be necessary because the authority itself is gold board.
Okay,
so to make a distinction between the board and the board of directors,
thank you.
They will bring the word director.
Then, in line with the object and functions of the gold board. Now, the words, in respect of trading in gold, and the board of directors, in my view, should go. Because we've already made reference to the object and functions, which object and functions include trading. So you don't need the last line, trading in gold. If the promoters have no objection, I'll improve it.
Honourable members, the proposal is to delete in respect of trading in gold and should be deleted. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Yeah, I understand the proposal of the Minister for Education. But you see, throughout the process of legislating, we've been trying to walk a very fine balance between the Minister responsible for mines and the Minister responsible for finance. Because there's been some tension which functions are purely finance functions and which functions are mining functions. So in this particular case, there was consensus that when it comes to those policy directives concerning trading in gold, both ministers can consult and give policy direction. So this was specific. So we need to maintain the clause that says that in relation to trading, it was discussed. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we have to keep it like that.
Yes, Honourable Minister for Education, are you convinced?
Mr. Speaker, once you have in line with the objects and functions of the gold board, in respect of trading, should be deleted.
Honourable members, let's critically consider his proposed amendment. I'm not invited to take part in the debate. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if you policy directives, the minister in consultation with the minister responsible for mines may give directives to the board of directors on matters of policy in line with the object and functions of the gold board in respect of trading in gold, and the board of directors shall comply.
Yes.
I think that there is
his argument.
There's a reason
is
why we assigned joint policy direction powers to the two of them.
His concern is that you are making reference to the object and the functions of the gold board. So once you are making reference to the object and the functions of the gold board, there is no need stating again in respect of trading in gold. So the new rendition, as he is proposing, if I can offer guidance, will be the minister in consultation with the minister responsible for mines may give directives to the board of directors on matters of policy in line with the object and functions of the gold board, and the board of directors shall comply. That is his rendition.
Mr. Speaker.
So, as many as are in favor of the new rendition proposed, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. And accordingly, clause 12 of the bill as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 13.
Appointment of the Chief Executive Officer.
Honourable members, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments to that clause. Thank you.
Is there any amendment standing in the name of any member? Yes, Honourable Patrick Yabuama.
Mr. Speaker, I made that proposal and it's been captured, and I'm very satisfied with it. But I was proposing 2 deputy chief executive officers, but it's okay.
Very well. As many as are in favor of clause 13 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 of the bill is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 14.
Functions of the Chief Executive Officer.
Yes, I plead with you. We just stop at clause 20 and we'll do this thing.
Speaker, we've gone beyond 15.
Honourable Chief Whip, this one is a plea from me that when we get to clause 16, we'll revert to appropriation.
No, Finance Minister, do you want appropriation passed or not? No, Speaker, in fact, agreement is agreement. Let's do the appropriation. We won't agree. No. Look at you. Speaker, we won't agree. No. We have supported you enough. Time for appropriation. Speaker. You want me to raise quorum? You want us to raise quorum? Quorum. Look at your back. Look.
Honourable members, what is the pleasure of the House?
Speaker, the pleasure of the House is we suspend consideration and take the appropriation. That is the pleasure of the House. Speaker, that's the pleasure of the House. Finance Minister.
Honourable members, let's listen to each other in silence. Yes, Honourable Kwame Agbodja.
Mr. Speaker, the road minister, the road minister needs to be reminded. He needs to be reminded. Sit down. Speaker, he is no longer the majority chief whip. He is not a chief whip.
He is now a minister responsible for roads.
Yes, he is also not in leadership. He needs to be reminded. He is not in leadership.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Minister for
note. But you see, I listened to my colleague saying that we have already completed clause 15. And we haven't done 15. So I'm just trying to appeal to you. Let's do up to 15. Then we pause, then we do the appropriation bill. So, Mr. Speaker, since he was expecting that to finish at 15, you've done 13. So let's do 14 and 15. Then we can pause for today. So,
Honourable members, yes. Clause 14 under consideration.
Exactly.
Yes. Honourable member.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I come under Order 64 of our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, Order 64, I so read one.
So, Honourable member, before you read Order 64, how many are we at the chamber?
Mr. Speaker, as at my count, 80. That is so, 80 as at now. I counted, we are 80 in the chamber. So, I come under Order 64. So, Mr. Speaker, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of the members of Parliament.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, every other person resume your seat. Honourable members, every other person should resume his seat. Honourable members, kindly resume your seats. Honourable members, kindly resume your seats.
Why are you doing this?
Honorable member.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker.
I would ask the clerk to count the numbers for me.
That is so.
You said the numbers are 80.
That is so, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
I will ask the clerk. Clerk, go ahead and count. Yes. No. Honorable members, let me reiterate the point that the rules of the House are not made to be abused. If the number is more than 80, an honorable member of parliament cannot get up to say that the number at the chamber is 80.
Speaker, we implore you. What's it? The report is ready.
Yes, honorable minority.
With respect. Speaker, with respect. Let's not. Speaker. Speaker, we are just about concluding for the day.
Are we ending consideration at 15 or we are not ending consideration at 15?
Well, Speaker, we are not a difficult side.
Member,
we are not a difficult side.
Honorable member, respectfully, you told me that you are being magnanimous and we can end at 15 and look at the appropriation.
Speaker,
I'm now at 14.
Repeatedly are abusing agreement. At the outset, we had agreed on clause 5. We extended it to clause 7. We further extended to clause 10. Now we are being told to extend it to clause 15. Why? Speaker, we should end where we have ended and proceed to take the appropriation. Speaker, more importantly, tomorrow we are compelled to come here again. We're billed to rise today. Speaker, we're billed to rise today, and we are unable to rise.
Honorable member, let me put a question on clause 14, then we'll come to appropriation.
Speaker, that will be your decision.
Honorable members, as many as are in favor of clause 14 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable members, item numbered 7V is the report.
Leader. Appropriation. Yeah.
Very well.
So, what is that? Said you made the report first.
It should be in the addendum.
Then second reading.
Yes, the Marshal. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Ghana Gold Ball Bill 2025. Honorable members, item numbered VII. The main order paper, page 3.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Appropriation Bill 2025.
Honorable members, report duly laid, and it is for the distribution to members of this August House.
I'm sorry, if you may indulge me.
Yes.
I'm not sure what the chairman did. What did he do?
He laid the item numbered 7 VII.
7 VII.
Yes, the report of the committee.
Oh, okay. Just laying. Oh, okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, let's turn to motion numbered 33. Yes, Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Appropriations Bill 2025 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2025 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and the public funds and other public funds and for related matters. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Members, motion ably moved. It's now time for presentation of the Finance Committee's report. Yes, Honorable Kwaku Kwati, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, it is the Budget Committee's report.
Well, the Budget Committee's report. It was referred to a joint committee, the Finance Committee as well as the Budget Committee.
All right. Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the motion and in the process present the committee's report. I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content whilst I take the conclusion. The conclusion on page 5 of the report is as follows. The committee recommends that a sum of money not exceeding 293 billion 180 million 26,137 Ghana cedis be approved and authorized to be issued from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds for the purposes of financing government operations during the financial year commencing the first day of January 2025 and ending on the 31st day of December 2025. The committee thus recommends to the House to pass the Appropriation Bill 2025 into law in accordance with the Constitution. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, motion for the second reading of the Appropriation Bill has been moved, report presented, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the motion for the second reading of the Appropriation Bill. Speaker, I have in my hands the report. The report captures the essential parts of various appropriation bills that have been passed. One can reference the Hansard, the object of the bill, observations, the repeal of the 2023 Act, and so on and so forth. Speaker, two observations. The first one has to do with the fact that the appropriation figure is in excess of some 3 billion Ghana cedis. And so we will need my respected finance minister to provide some explanation as to why we have that situation. Then, Speaker, the gold board. Yes, we have started the process, consideration, but we are not done yet. We are not done yet. So we cannot put the cart before the horse. But I find the gold board is captured in the appropriation. Would you want to discount it and wait for the passage into law before you capture it in the appropriation? Which is which? Speaker, these are very important matters that should be considered. So I'm speaking in support of the passage of the motion. You have numbers. Yes, but you might use the numbers to do the right thing. So I speak in support of the motion, except to demand explanation to the observations I have enumerated. Speaker, I thank you for the space.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Finance Minister, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the excess you see is as a result of additional revenue coming on the back of IGF, internally generated fund. Mr. Speaker, it was discussed with the committee, and the committee was very much aware as to how the additional revenues were coming in. Mr. Speaker, we agreed that those additional revenues will be used to pay down arrears that has been accumulated in the last year. Mr. Speaker, this does not affect the bottom line, the primary balance as a surplus, 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, we agreed that those additional revenue coming from IGF or other revenues will be appropriated to increase the arrest clearance votes. And that is why you are seeing the appropriation being increased by that amount. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, we worked very closely with the committee and explained those details to the committee. Mr. Chairman, on the issue of the gold board, that is why, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, it is right for us to have finished the gold board consideration before the appropriations. Mr. Chairman, as we are approving the appropriations bill, that the bill will not take effect until it has been assented. We believe that today, tomorrow, we'll be able to finish the bill and the allocations will be made. But even if it doesn't go through, Mr. Chairman, I will not have the authority to spend. I will not have the authority to spend. And so this should not affect the passage of the appropriations bill. Yes, there are times that the Ministry of Finance has been granted the power to spend X amount of money, but they've not been able to spend. And so, yes, it is an authorization to spend, but until the act is in place, you cannot spend. And the amount is up to. So you can spend below, but not more than that amount. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, as many as are in favor of the motion numbered 33, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2025 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Appropriation Bill 2025 is accordingly read for the second time. Honourable members, item numbered 34. The Appropriation Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Camilo, is this the correct bill? Honourable members, clause 1.
Sum of money to be issued from the consolidated fund for 2025 financial year.
Yes, Chairman of the committee, clause 1. Chairman of the committee, clause 1.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there were no amendments.
Very well. Is any other member having a proposed amendment? As many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Retained internally generated funds.
Chairman of the committee. Please, at every clause indicate. Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 2 of the bill, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 2 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Payment of money on authorization of minister responsible for finance.
The question is as many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Repeal.
As many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Commencement.
Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 5 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 5 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Long title. Oh, I'm not seeing it here. Honourable members, sorry. Let's move to the schedules. The first schedule.
Sum of money to be issued from the consolidated fund for the 2025 financial year.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the first schedule? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the first schedule is ordered to be part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is, those in favor of the first schedule standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The first schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. Second schedule.
Retained internally generated funds breakdown.
Honourable members, the question is, those in favor of the second schedule being part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The second schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. Third schedule.
Summary of expenditure by ministries.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the third schedule? As many as are in favor of the third schedule standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The third schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the fourth schedule.
Summary of expenditure by program, economic item and funding.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to the fourth schedule? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of the fourth schedule being part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The fourth schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the long title.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2025 financial year from the consolidated fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Honourable members, the long title is under consideration. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the consideration stage of the Appropriation Bill 2025. Honourable members, motion, very well. Motion numbered 35. Yes, Honorable Finance Committee, the Finance Minister.
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the Appropriations Bill 2025 be now read the third time. So, Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to thank honorable members for the cooperation and the support, and for the diligent work done to see this budget process through. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion duly move. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion number 35 on the main order paper at page 12, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2025 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Honorable members, the motion for the third reading. Honorable members, the Appropriation Bill 2025 is now read the third time and accordingly passed. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me on this occasion thank our colleagues in the minority for the cooperation and help and support, the commitment that we have received from them in passing this appropriation bill. And let me thank and congratulate my side of the House for the dedication, sense of duty and purpose that we have displayed in seeing this bill through. So, Speaker, I think that as indicated by the Minority Chief Whip, it has become even more imperative that we proceed diligently and pass the Gold Board Bill, because we have made provision for it in the appropriation which we have enacted. And so we need to continue and pass the Ghana Gold Board Bill. So, Mr. Speaker, my indication is that we should continue.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, the majority leader's statement, the latter part of his statement is taken on a lighter note. I mean, seeking or applying to this House to continue the consideration of the Gold Board. That one, it can be taken on a lighter note, or it's a comic relief. We'll take it as such. But we have been cooperative, and it's for a reason. We want the budget passed, and then we are going to follow you with an eagle eye. We will monitor you with an eagle eye. Speaker, we have supported the passage.
All members, order. Let's listen to the Minority Chief Whip in silence. He has been cooperating. So, honourable members, let's recognize that fact.
Look at all the financial bills. It's quite historic. I have not been in this house too long, but this is one of the historic businesses we have prosecuted, referencing the time span. I commend the minister, even though some of his bills, I disagree totally with them. I can agree with the speed with which he moved, the light of speed. We support him for the passage. But spend responsibly. Spend responsibly. Speaker, these
honourable members, order. Honourable members, order.
Speaker,
honourable members, those standing apart from the minority leader, kindly resume your seats. Honourable minority leader, the application is for us to conclude the Ghana Gold Board bill, not about spending responsibly.
Speaker, for the majority leader to even come up, with an idea that we should continue at the consideration stage of the bill, of the Gold Board bill, smacks of dishonesty, totally smacks of dishonesty, because we agreed to end at clause 5. We continue to clause 7. You are not listening. When the leader is speaking, we listen to him in silence. When he gets to our turn, you disrupt. That is how democratic you are. You won't listen. Speaker, we move on to clause 7. Then we continue to clause 10. And we still continue to clause 14. Abba, why? You want to ride over us with your numbers. Enough is enough. Speaker, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Speaker, that application can never be supported. At this point, we got the signal that the Right Honourable Speaker wants to come and preside. So probably we may want to suspend while we wait for the Right Honourable Speaker. Or we proceed and adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I so submit.
Honourable member, you have indicated the Right Honourable Speaker wants to come and preside. So until he's here, I cannot have the House adjourned. So therefore, the Ghana Gold Board bill is back at consideration. Clause 15.
Speaker, no. Speaker, no. This is wrong. Speaker, this is wrong. You know this is wrong. Speaker, this is wrong. You can't do this. If you do this, you are disrespecting us. This is a total slap on our faces. This is wrong. This is wrong. No.
Yes, all majority leader.
You see, Speaker, you do this.
Yes, all majority leader.
You say that we are subjecting this House into a disorderly act. This is bad. This is bad faith. You can't do this. Why? Why do you do this? Why is the chief whip? Next time, don't come and talk to me about any agreement. This is bad.
Honourable minority leader, with all due respect, you do no longer have the floor.
Speaker, this is wrong.
Honourable minority leader, with all due respect,
no, Speaker, no.
With all due respect, you do not have the floor. I recognize majority leader.
Speaker, you are supposed to protect the minority. And you are supposed to protect us.
I recognize the majority leader.
Speaker, you are supposed to protect us. No, we won't do it. No, we won't do it. No.
So, honourable minority leader, I should recognize the majority leader. I shouldn't recognize the majority leader.
You can walk out.
I shouldn't recognize the majority leader.
You guys should protect us.
So you don't want me to recognize majority leader?
No, you can protect us. I can't disrespect you, but you have to protect us. Speaker, why? Abba, why?
How many more minutes do you need to make your point?
Question.
How many more minutes do you need to make your point?
No, me. They should be quiet and listen to me.
So let me listen to the majority leader as well.
I was on my feet before he got up.
So how many more minutes do you need to make your point? 1 minute.
Yes.
Honourable members, order.
Police, well, this is an insult to us because we have cooperated. We have cooperated all day. And for those of you who do not know, as at Wednesday, we had done only 12 motions. You should listen to me.
Honourable Minority Chief, will please address me.
Speaker, as at last Wednesday, we engaged at conclave, myself and you, and you had communicated how determined you were for us to pass the appropriation. And I assured you of our side's cooperation. Speaker, as of Wednesday, we had done only 12 motions. Out of the 47 motions, we had done only 12. We have cooperated, supported you for you to pass all the motions. Even when the ministers were not here, we compromised and allowed the road minister to lay all his papers and to take all the motions. Now, you have flouted all the agreement. You have flouted all the agreement. You have slapped us in the face. This is wrong. Where is the chief whip? Where is the chief whip? Speaker, we cannot be part of this consideration. This consideration is simple, but we are not working out. We will stay. We will stay. We will stay.
All members, order.
We will stay.
Honourable.
You see the TV.
Honourable Minority Leader. Honourable Minority Leader, I would want to direct that the Minority Chief Whip and the Majority Chief Whip should engage briefly. Yes.
Yes. So, but
you should engage.
Because that is then, the Majority Leader wants to challenge you. He wants to challenge you. He wants to challenge you.
Please engage. You know what to do in the circumstances.
This is your tactics. It will not work.
Honourable Minority Chief Whip, it is a plea that we should engage.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Oh, I beg you. Let me explain.
Honourable, let me listen to the Majority Leader as the two whips engage. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Please. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Mr. Speaker, when the Minority Chief Whip begins to rain such accusations of lack of sincerity, dishonesty, and etc., that is very unfair. So, Mr. Speaker, and bad faith, that is not fair. Why do I say it is not fair? We were supposed to debate the amendments filed mostly by their side of the Ghana Gold Board bill this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, please don't go and make such commitments. Mr. Speaker, we decided that to narrow down the issues, the matter should be referred to the winnowing committee. We went to winnowing committee. We went to the winnowing committee. At the winnowing committee, please pay attention. At the winnowing committee, all the proposals from my friends on the other side were considered. A majority of them were taken on board. Those that they couldn't convince us, they themselves willingly abandoned them. And we all agree that when we resume sitting, within a very short time, we will take this bill and pass it. Because there's no issue. No issue at all. Mr. Speaker, if we had just continued, in spite of all the discussions and the time-wasting gymnastics that we're engaged in, look, every clause that you propose amending, we accepted. Where we had issues, we explained and you accepted. There's no issue. If we continue, within a short time, we will finish this. So, Mr. Speaker, let's continue.
Honourable members, clause 15. Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, you access to...
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendments.
Honourable members, clause 15.
Speaker.
Is under consideration. Any proposed amendment?
Appointment of other staff.
Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 15, standing part of them say aye. Those against say no.
Speaker.
The ayes have it. The motion
you had earlier
is
on
carried.
told that myself and
Clause
the chief
15
were engaged.
is ordered to be part of the bill.
That's what I'm basically trying to do. No.
Honourable members, clause 16.
Let's not get back. We will do it.
Clause 16 of the bill.
You told us to engage. I think let's get back to you. We do that.
Order. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 16? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17. Chairman of the committee, clause 17.
No, it's not fair. No. What's it going to do? What do you mean? What are you going to do?
Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments.
What will you do?
Honourable Kabiru, your conduct of putting on the microphone is disorderly. Honourable Kabiru, your conduct of putting on the microphone is very disorderly.
Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments.
Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 17 standing part of the bill say aye. Those are the ayes have it.
So microphone.
Motion is carried. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Order. All members, clause 18.
Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments.
All members, clause 18. There be no amendment. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Shanko, let's sit down. The county colleagues down. Tell them not to get
Order.
What is he also saying?
Honourable members, can you resume your seats? Honourable members, can you resume your seats? Yes, minority Jibu. Minority Jibu. Minority Jibu. Honorable President, will you resume your seats?
Let it be there. What can they do?
Put it off now, put it off, put it off. What? Keep quiet. It's not working. Eh? No, I want to speak on my microphone. Yeah. I just put it on. Well, would they be quiet? You should gavel.
Honourable members, order.
Well, yeah, I want silence. Yes, if there is silence, I'll speak.
Yes, minority chief group, you have the floor.
Speaker, I thank you for finally recognizing me, and I'm grateful. Speaker, we never expected proceedings to degenerate into this. That was never our expectation. However, if you listen, you can talk. Speaker, it was at your council. You had asked, and Hansard will bear me out, you had asked that the chief whips should engage. My colleague signaled, and we stepped out. It's contingent upon us that on our return, we have to get back and brief you. So I got back only to seek your attention to tell you by way of conveying our agreement to you. You will not listen to me. My colleague is here. Well,
Honourable member, with all due respect, I ask the two of you to engage. So, to be able to listen to you, I expect the two of you to be in the room and I will listen to you. At the time that you got in and you were on your feet, the majority chief whip was not in the room.
Don't worry. Speaker, I just need a minute. Leader, I can't speak.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I am sitting here as the leader of the House. And I remain in this room at this moment as the leader of the House. Mr. Speaker, the indication I have given you is that this side of the House is ready to continue working on this bill. Mr. Speaker, whatever discussions went outside, if it is not consistent with the decision to continue and finish this bill this morning, it is not binding on this side of the House.
Well,
yes, minority chief whip, you heard the majority leader.
Pastor, can I speak? Charlie, let me speak. What do you interrupt? I can't speak.
Honorable members, if your leader is on his feet, at least, if for nothing at all, you listen to your leader in silence.
Speaker, I think I will proceed to conclude with my statement, and then we will be in your hands. Take the decision that will please this House. We met, he's here, he will bear me witness. He suggested that as of the last count, we ended or exited at clause 14. So he suggested we should continue up to clause 20. You are not even there. Look at you. Look at you. So my colleague.
I'm a witness.
Speaker, can I speak? What is this? Huh? What is this? When you are speaking, everybody listens to you. Majority leader. When you are speaking, for heaven's sake, respect is mutual. When you are speaking, we listen to you. But when we are speaking, you are not ready to listen to us. That is not good. No, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. And so, Speaker, I cannot be distracted. So my good friend suggested that we should exit at clause 20. Unwillingly, I still yielded and said, fine, let me get back to our people, and then probably we can exit at clause 20. I came and reported to my deputy leader. So that was the suggestion. It came from you. Look, you can decide to disagree. That will be your decision. But as far as I'm aware, that was the suggestion that came from the chief whip, and I acceded to that suggestion. So if it's the case that you want to continue, that's your decision. That will be your decision. But Speaker, let me put this on record. I'm very pained by what has happened today. Your leaders can decide not to tell you the extent of cooperation we have shown. That's fine. But we have been extremely cooperative. When you were here, you are not listening. When you were here, you will not even allow deputy minister to lay papers. We have allowed different ministers to make motions and to lay papers for different ministers. And you think that is ordinary. Speaker, the decision is in your hands. If you wish to continue till tomorrow, go ahead and continue.
Honorable member, tomorrow will be Sunday. It means tomorrow is Sunday.
Speaker, well, that is your decision. If you wish to continue Sunday, Speaker, that is the decision.
You are asking me to continue till Sunday.
Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that you directed that we engage. Please. And we engaged. And in all humility, I made a proposal. But yes, I serve under a leader. So if my engagement is not in accord, please, it is very important that we place these matters on record. It's very important. So I am saying that the record is that we engaged. It is nearly 1 a.m. So in all humility, I made a proposal. But if if the majority is of the opinion that we should continue to work, I abide. And then we continue to work. As the whip, once you directed that I should engage, I cannot disobey your directive. I cannot.
Honorable members, can you remain silent and listen to the majority chief whip? Honorable members, with all due respect, clause 18.
Funds of the gold board.
No, let them go, let them go.
It's not necessary.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendments.
All members, no proposed amendment from the committee. Is any member having a proposed amendment? All members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 18 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. And clause 18 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 19. Clause 19.
Bank accounts of the gold board.
Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments.
Any proposed amendment from members? Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 19 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 20. Honourable members, let's listen to each other in silence. Clause 20.
Expenses of the gold board.
Chairman of committee, clause 20. Any amendment?
Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments.
Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 20 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 is hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 21.
Exemption from tax.
Yes, Honourable
Mr. Speaker, with your
former minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence and leave of the House, clause 21. First of all, to say that subject to Article 174 of the Constitution, in my view, is superfluous. If you want to say, your head knows there is that exemption from taxes. So the provision should just read, the gold board is exempt from the payment of taxes, full stop. Then you leave it there. Now, when you go further and say that the gold board is exempt from the payment of taxes, that the minister may, in writing, determine with the prior approval. Mr. Speaker, prior approval have been defined by the Supreme Court as a term of art. When you say prior approval, it means the Minister for Finance cannot even grant an exemption and come back to this House for ratification. That is not the intendment, and that cannot be the intendment of the law. So I have a difficulty with the use of the word prior approval of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeking to do is to exempt the gold board from the payment of taxes. Reference or no reference to Article 174, 174 is binding per the Constitution. So we should just make a simple, elegant provision that the gold board is exempt from the payment of taxes. My view. Thank you.
Honourable members, I am not to take part in the debate, but as we are debating, take into consideration the Exemption Act that we have passed and determine whether this particular provision should stay. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Yeah, the Honourable Education Minister is trying to help us present it in a more elegant way. But the object of Clause 21 is to say that the gold board may be exempted in accordance with the Constitution may be exempted. That is the essence of clause 21. Read it. It says, subject to Article 174 of the Constitution and the Exemptions Act 2022, the Gold Board is exempt from the payment of taxes that the minister may, in writing, determine with the prior approval of Parliament. I do agree with him that Article 174 deals with granting exemptions. The Exemption Act further elaborates on the provisions of that Constitution, and it is normally the Minister for Finance that may grant the exemptions. So we may just simplify it by saying that the Minister for Finance may, in accordance with Article 174 and the Exemption Act, grant exemptions to the Gold Board. It's as simple as that.
Honourable members, as indicated, we have a comprehensive act on exemption, which spelled out circumstances based on which exemption can be granted and how the exemption would have to be granted. And this act was pursuant to Article 174 of the Constitution. So today, can we be justified in making law to have a provision to say that you are exempt or you may be exempt from payment of tax? So for me, I'm not supposed to take part in the debate, but this particular provision is superfluous. Honourable Finance Minister, what do you say?
Mr. Speaker, in view of what you've said, and also to consult further, I will urge that we leave that matter to the drafters to clean it up. If you don't mind, Speaker.
Very well. Then, in the circumstances, I will put in the question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Well, if that is the pleasure of the House, honourable members, yes, Honourable Kwame Aguja.
Mr. Speaker, you are very much aware that this particular issue has come up, and it is the inconsistency of this House that leads to this. On many of the times, we argue that it's not necessary because we have an Exemption Act. And this same House argues that it is necessary because, remember, when we were doing a bill for one of the agencies and the Ministry of Transport, they claimed that when they engaged in the project and they wanted to do tax refund, they were told that it is not clearly stated in the Parent Act. So they were insisting that we put it in the Parent Act. So it's the inconsistency of the House. So we either have to decide that we add it or we delete it. And if we decide that we are deleting it, then tomorrow morning, we shouldn't be seen to be including it in any act. Because it's just...
Well, honourable members, I have been arguing this position, but in the circumstances, I cannot argue. So the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 21, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 21 is ordered to stand part of the bill subject to the drafters tidying it up. Clause 22.
Borrowing powers.
Chairman of the committee. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 22. Those who are modern day drafters like your good self, subject to. Do we still use subject to? In one breath you say notwithstanding, in another breath you say subject to. Do we use subject to in modern drafting? I think that I've heard you argue here, Mr. Speaker. I'm not inviting you. Subject to is not known to modern drafting. Thank you.
Honourable members, those who have been in drafting committee meetings with me, I have a position. Honourable members, if we look at clause, honourable members, just a guidance that I'm giving, but I'm not debating.
Honourable members, if you look at clause 1 of the bill, it says that is established by this act, the Ghana Gold Board, as a corporate body. Honourable members, tell me a corporate body which is a juristic person, because by establishing Ghana Gold Board as a corporate body, it is a juristic person, an artificial person that does not have borrowing powers. Mention one. Even a company that is incorporated, after the company is giving birth to, the company has the power to borrow. So my position is that why do we always legislate on the borrowing powers of corporate bodies that we are establishing? But honorable members, at this juncture, I'm only to provide a guide. The decision is yours. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the body established is designated as a corporate body. Ideally, if the state wants to establish a corporate entity to simply raise money and go and purchase gold and sell the gold and keep some of it in the reserves of the central bank, ideally, that body could just go to the Registrar General and pick, the government could go to the Registrar General, pick a form and incorporate a company. Same way, for instance, we did with Ghana Gas. Okay? Now, this is a unique situation. Unique in the sense that we want this corporate entity to go and purchase gold. But in addition to just a function of purchasing gold, we also want this entity to be a monopoly in the purchase of the gold. And we want to give it powers that ordinarily corporate entities incorporated under the Companies Act don't have. And what are those powers? The powers to enforce small-scale miners selling the gold to them, and actually penalizing those who refuse to sell the gold to them and attempt to smuggle the gold. So it is a corporate entity plus special powers vested in it beyond what a corporate entity possesses. So it is not just an ordinary corporate entity such as a company registered at the Registrar General. We could have done that as we did in the case of Ghana Gas. Because we are giving it monopoly powers in the purchase of gold, because we are giving it punitive powers so that those who refuse to sell, they can punish them. Those who attempt to smuggle, they can punish them. It is a unique kind of corporate entity. And in fact, this provision about borrowing was extensively discussed at winnowing, because initially the idea was to say that government will give them an initial capital to buy and trade in the gold. Subsequently, if they need additional money, they must come and borrow from government. The minority raised issues and insisted that we had to delete the provisions where we said they could come back to government and borrow. And we concluded on this rendition where we said they could go and borrow, but not from the government. So, Mr. Speaker, let's maintain the rendition because it captures the position and views of the Minister for Finance.
So, honourable member, let me be clear. If we establish this statutory body and without subjecting it to Section 76, that is, of the Public Financial Management Act, do we mean to say Section 76 is not applicable to it? Without stating it in the law. It is applicable. All conditions are applicable. Honourable members, let me put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 22 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Accounts and audit.
Yes, Chairman of Committee.
Yes, sir, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 23 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Annual reports and other reports.
Mr. Speaker, we have no
Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 24 being part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Funds earmarked for small-scale miners.
Chairman of the committee. Yes, Honourable
Mr. Speaker,
Minister for Education.
Clause 25, head note, funds earmarked for small-scale miners. Why are we describing it first as earmarked funds? I need an explanation from the sponsor. The Board of Directors shall each year earmark funds. If you want them to allocate funds, say so. Clause 25. They shall allocate funds. Why you say earmark? Well, what do you mean by earmark? Is it a technical word? If you want to say set aside, say so. If you want to allocate, allocate. But to use the word earmark, then, Mr. Speaker, you travel further to 25(2), and the same. I know that you caution me, Mr. Speaker, that I should go one after the other per the rules. The earmark funds shall be used to provide concessional funds. What do you mean by concessional funds? You see, you are making a law. So if you go and give any funds which is not concessional, then you are in breach of the law. If you are going to provide funds, say that you provide funds. Why are you saying concessional funds? So, Mr. Speaker, the sponsor must explain what he means by earmark funds. It shall allocate funds. I think that is neater. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Chairman, yes, Honourable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, earmarking simple means you are setting aside some funds. And you are, in this case, the Gold Board is setting aside or earmarking a percentage of their profit. Mr. Chairman, when a percentage of their surplus, Mr. Speaker, you earmark a percentage of your national revenue. In the same vein, you can earmark a percentage of your surpluses for a particular function, hypothecation, earmarking, or allocating for a particular purpose. And so the intention here is to earmark 30% of their profit, up to 30% of their profit for small-scale miners. And the two says the earmark fund shall be used to provide concessional funds and guarantees to license small-scale miners. Concessional funding in the sense that it becomes concessional if it is below the borrowing rate. If it is below the borrowing rate. And so it can be concessional, not at a market value. So to make it concessional. Because at market value, then they don't need you.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, at winnowing, we met the sponsors of the bill, the minister, and then the CEO of the Precious Minerals Marketing Company. And basically the idea is that as they buy gold at discounted prices from small-scale miners and they refine and go and sell in the international market at world market price of gold, they get a margin, a premium, okay? That premium that they get from the resale of their gold, they are supposed to treat that as surplus. So we wanted to compel them to share the surplus, with the small-scale miners. Okay? To share the surplus with the small-scale miners. And that is why this provision is made. It started as 5%, and we pushed them up to 30% of the surplus should be shared by using it to support the small-scale miners to mine and then sell to them.
So, honourable members, at what stage do you declare surplus?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
So, listening to the Minister for Finance, I'm convinced with his technical explanation of earmark and concessionary. Then, having listened to the leader, they are all saying that they convince 30%. Where in this bill have you provided for the 30%? You see, no, it must come in 25(1). The Board of Directors shall each year earmark funds. Okay, that I'm holding. No. Sorry. I need. Yeah, what I'm holding didn't have 30%. Yes. So up to 30%. Still, Mr. Speaker, why 30%? This year, gold very profitable. So you have profit. When you are making loss, today a Samijan fee may be reasonable. Tomorrow, if you have a profit-making spending chief executive and gold prices are good, and you still giving 30%, you up to maximum. Or you should not go beyond 30%. Thank you.
Yes, honourable majority whip.
Speaker, the solution will be to get the drafters to define earmark funds and concessional funds. It's important. It's been defined. Speaker, if it's defined, then it brings solution to the problem.
And honourable members, do we use up to or not exceeding? But it's for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, we have always used up to. And so to be consistent.
Very well. Honorable Mama Shabu, Chairman for Constitutional Legal.
Mr. Speaker, you are right when you use the term not exceeding. Mr. Speaker, that has been the term that we have used over the period. But this is also not fatal. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, if you look at line 2 of 25(1), the use of possessive years will not find expression in modern drafting. And so I will propose a new rendition. 25(1). Instead of preceding years surplus, we don't have that in modern drafting. So the new rendition should be, the Board of Directors shall each year earmark funds up to 30% of the surplus of the preceding year of the gold board to the gold board to provide support to small-scale farmers. We take away the possessive of years.
Honourable members, we said you cannot be wrong using the constitutional language. In case of allocation of the 5% of the common fund, the Constitution says not below. So once the constitutional language is not below, if you are setting the upper limit, it should be not exceeding. It is on that basis that I was saying, do we use up to or not below and not exceeding? Very well. I'll put a question and we'll leave it for drafters to tidy it up for us. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 25, standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Requirement for license.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment from members? Honourable members, as many as are in favour of clause 26 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 26 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Categories of licenses.
Chairman of the committee.
No amendment, Speaker.
Yes. Honourable.
Yes, Speaker. 26(1), the second line. The word industry in the country, is it needed there? Industry in the country. A person shall not engage in a business or related activity in the gold trading and marketing industry in the country unless that person has been granted. I have a problem with industry in the country. Thank you.
Honourable members, we know the rules regarding taking a drink in the chamber. It is unparliamentary. Honourable members, it is unparliamentary to be taking drink in the chamber. Honourable members, you know the rules. Yes, your proposed amendment. Your proposed amendment to clause 27.
Well, Speaker, this law is for Ghana and gold industry in the country. So I would have deleted the word industry in the country if they promoted in the country, yes. The word in the country, Mr. Speaker, be deleted. Thank you.
Honourable members, the proposal is to delete in the country. Is for the consideration of the House.
No, I agree with you.
Honourable member, what you are proposing is not in clause 27 of the bill. Clause 27 of the bill states that the Gold Board may issue the following categories of license. 26(1). Oh, you are taking us back to 26. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, listening to the Education Minister, his concern is that because we are making the law for Ghana, there is no need to state in the country, because once you are making the law for Ghana, it is obvious. But if that is his argument, then we may only have to delete in the country and not the industry. So the rendition may then be, a person shall not engage in a business or a related activity in the gold trading and marketing industry unless that person has been granted a license by the Gold Board. Thank you.
Yes, his amendment is correct because you don't issue a license for anybody to operate outside the country.
I agree, but his suggestion was that we delete industry in the country, and I'm limiting it to in the country. Thank you.
He said in the country. So, back to clause 26. All those in favor of the amendment proposed by Honorable Haruna Idrisu to delete in the country from clause 26(1), for the rendition to remain, a person shall not engage in a business or a related activity in the gold trading and marketing industry unless that person has been granted a license by the Gold Board. Say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The amendment is carried. Clause 26 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Categories of licenses.
Chairman of Committee.
Mr. Speaker, there are no advertised amendments.
Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just a juxtaposing act. When you read 26, from buying, selling, you don't see fabrication in 26, 2. Then when you come to 27, 1J, you see a fabrication license.
It's actually F.
It's F, eh? IJ. So, yes, so can we be consistent? If you have fabrication, we didn't see fabrication in 26. Yeah, there is a fabrication.
Well, what was used in the bill is local fabrication.
Thank you.
Downstream was deleted to insert local. Very well. Yes. Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. All those in favor of clause 27 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is adopted to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Qualification for license.
Chairman of Committee.
No amendment.
As many as are in favor of clause 28 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Application for license.
Chairman of Committee.
Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments.
Honourable members, any proposed amendments? As many as are in favor of clause 29 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30. Chairman of the Committee. Yes, Chairman of the Committee. Why is the microphones not working?
Yes, Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 30 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Grant of license.
Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Any proposed amendment from honourable members? Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 31 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Validity and renewal of license.
Chairman of the Committee.
Yes, Speaker, there are no advertised amendments.
Honourable members, any proposed amendments? As many as are in favor of clause 32 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Non-transferability of license.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment, please.
Any proposed amendment from any honourable member? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 33 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 33 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Suspension of license.
Yes, Honourable Haruna Idrisu.
No amendment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Clause 34 1H. The 34 1B. The gold service provider has failed. Mr. Speaker, I have a difficulty with has failed. What are we intending to say there? The gold service provider fails to, but to say has failed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, it's worth considering in view of the fact that we don't draft in past tense. So yes, Honourable Mama Shaibu.
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. And so the new rendition should be the gold service provider fails to use a license for the intended purpose 1 year after the issue of the license.
As many as those in favor of the amendment proposed by Honorable Mahama Shaibu, the new rendition proposed by Honorable Mahama Shaibu, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yes, Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Mr. Speaker, may I propose a consequential amendment to D and the rest?
Yes, please, you have the floor.
So in D, Mr. Speaker, it will be, the new rendition should be the gold service provider.
Yes, it's consequential.
Consequential.
Yes.
DHI, Mr. Speaker, consequential amendments to that.
So they are all consequential?
Yes, please.
So I would put the question on all the consequential amendments. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the consequential amendments proposed by Honourable Mahama Shaibu, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The consequential amendments are accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, I will then put the question on the entire clause 34. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 34 as amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 34 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill as amended. Clause 35.
Restoration of suspended license.
Yes, Honourable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, 35(1). The gold board may restore a suspended license. But when you say a license that was suspended, I have a difficulty with that. The gold board may restore a suspended license if the gold service provider, even it goes to confuse it further, remedies the breach in the manner specified by the gold board. It's not all the remedies that the breaches that can be remedied. We should also be mindful of that. In 35, if the gold service provider remedies the breach, some breach may be irreparable. And therefore, on that basis, if you revoke their license, you don't have to restore that license. It must be punitive enough. So, Mr. Speaker, you can put the question and direct the draft people to
So, honourable members, the rendition as proposed is that we delete a license that was, and after restore, you insert suspended. Or you delete license that was, then after suspended, you insert license. So the new rendition will be the gold board may restore a suspended license if the gold service provider remedies the breach in a manner specified by the gold board. Those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 35 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 36.
Revocation of license.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any amendment.
Honourable members, is there any amendment to clause 36? In the absence of any amendment, yes, Honourable Roxanne Nelson.
Speaker, 36 2A, there is an apostrophe. That's 15 days. Speaker, we don't draft with apostrophe, so the apostrophe should go off.
Yes, good observation. Honourable members, I may direct the drafters to take the proposed amendment into consideration and redraft accordingly. Honourable members, as many as are in favour of clause 36 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Drafters we are accordingly directed. Clause 37.
Register of Gold Service Providers.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, is there any amendment to clause 37? Honourable members, as many, yes, Honourable Haruna Aduu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Chairman has reminded me the Gold Board shall establish and maintain a register of gold service providers. Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that should just end it there. But when you say which the Gold Board shall record, that's not elegant. If you are providing for register of gold service providers, your head notes must reflect in 37.1. The connection of the two, I don't get it right, Mr. Speaker. The Gold Board shall establish and maintain a register of gold service providers. Full stop. Then you can have a better rendition. But to say,
Honourable members, the proposal is to delete in which the Gold Board shall record, and it is for the consideration of the House. Those in favour say aye.
Speaker.
Honourable member, do you abandon?
Yes.
As many as are in favour of clause 37 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 37 is ordered to stand part of the bill in view of the fact that the proposed amendment has been abandoned. Clause 38.
Closure of premises or facility.
Clause 38. Chairman of the committee.
No amendment.
Honourable members, is for the consideration of the House. As many as are in favour of clause 38 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Sale, merger, amalgamation, and alteration of nature of business by gold service provider.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Honourable members, is for the consideration of the House. The committee doesn't have amendment. Is any member having amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 39 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 40.
Performance standards in gold trading and marketing industry.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Honourable members, the committee doesn't have amendment, but clause 40 is for the consideration of the House. Is any member having a proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 40 standing part of... Yes, Honourable Haruna Aduu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Performance standards in the head note. Why do you want to add in gold trading and marketing industry? If you are setting performance standards, just say performance standard. The Gold Board shall develop performance standard. Yes, you don't have to add the words in gold trading and marketing industry. So I suggest that be deleted. Thank you in the head notes.
Honourable members, the proposal on clause 40 is to delete in gold trading and marketing industry, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, in the head notes. And it's for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Roxon. Honorable members, those in favor of the amendment proposed to the head note by Honorable Haruna Idrisu say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Honorable members, I now put a question on entire clause 40. Yes, Honorable Nelson.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I observe that we've been using gold trading industry, and gold trading and marketing industry interchangeably. So for the sake of consistency, if the table office can...
I will accordingly direct the drafters to be consistent in the use of gold trading. I accordingly direct. Should I now put a question on the entire clause 40? As many as are in favor of clause 40 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 41.
Specifications for gold mining products.
Chairman of the committee.
Amendment.
Honourable members, the committee doesn't have a proposed amendment. It is, however, for the consideration of the House. Is any member having a proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 41, the question is, yes, Honourable Roxanne Nelson.
Speaker, we have throughout the bill been using standards. Now in 41, we speak of specifications. So, because if we see set specifications for gold and gold mining products, it's right. Speaker, I disengage.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, standard is different from specification, so the bill is right.
But he is saying set specification for gold and gold mining products. So, honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 41 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 42.
Report by Gold Board.
Yes, Honourable Haruna Idrisu.
Speaker, clause 42. 1. The first line after transparency, I would have inserted accountability because the two words don't mean the same. We are told that even gold that is exported from Ghana, my specific reference is to Dubai. What they record as exports is not what Ghana records in its official figures as the actual volumes. So we have to strengthen transparency and accountability.
Honourable members, the proposal is that after transparency, let's add the word and accountability. And the new rendition will be for the purposes of transparency and accountability, the Gold Board shall publish every quarter a report on the following on the website of the Gold Board. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by Haruna Idrisu say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment proposed by Honourable Haruna Idrisu is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, any further amendment on clause 42? Honourable members, I will now put a question on the entire clause 42. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 42 as amended, Yes, Honorable Ampim.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry I have to take you back small. Clause 42, the rendition there I feel can be made a bit smarter. For the purpose of transparency, the Gold Board shall publish quarterly report on the following on the website of the Gold Board instead of every quarter. I think if we
members, even in the Constitution, we use the word transparency, probity, and accountability.
That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about instead of saying publish every quarter a report, I say publish quarterly report. Quarterly report.
Very well.
On the following on the website, then it continues like that. Thank you.
Well, there is a difference. Quarterly report doesn't indicate when that quarterly report is supposed to be published. But this one, it means that in every quarter, you publish the report, which means within the quarter, you must publish your report. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 42 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 42 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 43.
Submission of reports by gold service providers.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertisement.
Honourable members, the committee doesn't have amendment to clause 43. Is any member having amendment to clause 43? Yes, Honourable Haruna Idrisu. Honourable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, clause 43 2B, I believe it's not needed because 43 2A says that 15 days after the end of each quarter. So we cannot legislate that another time frame could be given with guidelines when we are not indicating that that time frame will be within or before the 15 days. So I believe it's not necessary at all. The guidelines should rather be in consonance with the 15 days. They cannot be providing another time frame which may be larger than the 15 days. So I believe it's not serving any purpose in the provision.
Honourable member, if you look at the provision carefully,
yes,
we should read it disjunctively.
Yes.
Because the word used there is all.
Exactly.
So which means that ideally, 15 days after the end of each quarter,
yes,
you are supposed to submit
a report.
Your report.
Yes.
Or
a
period specified in the guideline. So it means that the guideline may specify a period less than 15 days or more than 15 days.
But Mr. Speaker, if the Parent Act says it's pegging you to do so within 15 days, then the guidelines time frame can only be lower than 15 days.
It is the same Parent Act which is giving the authority.
I yield. Speaker, I yield.
Very well. Any further proposal on? Yes, Honourable Lampin.
Speaker, I seek your guidance. Under 42, I don't know whether you upheld my suggested amendment, because if you see 43, it says a gold service provider shall submit quarterly reports, and that was the kind of rendition I proposed there. So if it wasn't accepted, here we have quarterly reports, but there we have every
members, for the sake of consistency, I direct the drafters to take a second look at clause 42.
Thank you.
Honourable members, any further amendment? The question is, as many as those in favor of clause 43 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 43 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Inspector.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Any proposed amendment from any member? Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 44 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Powers of the inspector.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no amendment.
Honourable members, any amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 45, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 45 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46.
Obstruction of an inspector.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no amendment.
Honourable members, is for the consideration of the House. Committee doesn't have amendment. Yes. Honourable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, in existing sister legislations, the provision reads a person who obstructs an inspector in the performance of his functions. In the performance of his functions. But I see that here we are introducing the exercise of a power under Section 45. Mr. Speaker, what about if the function is not related to Section 45? Then does the person not commit an offense?
So your proposal is to delete exercise of power and insert in the performance of function.
The performance of his functions.
So the new rendition will be a person who obstructs an inspector in the performance
of his functions.
His function.
Commits an
in the
offense.
performance of the functions.
The functions, yes.
So you should complete it in the performance of the functions of the inspector.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Commits an offense. Blah, blah.
All those in favor of the amendment proposed, yes. Honorable Mahama Shaibu, you have the floor.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, 45 conferred powers. I suggest that in 46...
Honorable, I can hear you.
45 conferred powers. I suggest that in 46, we insert conferred after power. You are deleting it. Oh, you are deleting it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Well, then we have to take a second look at the amendment proposed by Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafamokpo in view of the fact that the provision didn't state function but powers.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I agree that the powers of an inspector is contained in 45. But in the performance of his functions, other provisions may empower him to carry out the functions of his office.
Yes, but the point being made is that in other legislations we say functions of the inspector. But in this case, they are talking about powers of the inspector instead of functions of the inspector. Other than that, we will have to go back to clause 45 and draft it as functions of the inspector. Honourable members, what do you suggest?
The IT people are tired.
Honorable amendment. Where is the season place?
No, this one taking place. Yeah, I think this is false here.
Honourable members, for the consistency's sake, Honourable Roxanne, you must abandon your proposed amendment.
Speaker, indeed, I yield.
Honourable members, the amendment proposed to clause 46 by Honourable Roxanne Nelson Neche Dapamoko is accordingly abandoned. Therefore, there is no amendment to clause 46. The question is, as many as are in favor of clause 46 standing part of the bill as it is, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill as it is. Clause 47.
Enforcement of the Gold Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, you don't have any amendment.
Honourable members, the committee doesn't have any amendment. It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 47, the question is, as many as in favor of clause 47 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 47 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Other powers of the Gold Board.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, we can no advertise amendment.
Honourable members, committee doesn't have advertised amendment. Yes, Honourable Roxanne Nelson Neche Dapamoko.
Speaker, in 48A, instead of the use of a violator, the bill has used offense. In 46, for instance, if there is an obstruction, the person is deemed to have committed an offense. So I believe the appropriate word will be offender. So issues a warning to the offender.
Honourable members, the proposal is to delete violator and insert offender, and it is for the consideration of the House. Yes. You say? Yeah. Honourable Roxanne Nelson Dapamoko, before taking your proposal, you know, it is only the court that can establish that somebody has committed an offense. So a violator may necessarily not be an offender.
Speaker, to the extent that the provision reads, without limiting section 47, where a person contravenes a provision of this act or regulation made under this act, the Gold Board may issue a warning. So you are found liable. So what we speak of is the mode of punishment, or order the forfeiture of the gold obtained illegally.
Yes, because warning is also a punishment.
Exactly.
Honourable members, it's for the consideration of the House.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, if I'm not getting any support, I will.
Very well. I will direct the drafters to look at violator and offender and use appropriate words. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 48 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 48 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 49.
Anti-smuggling enforcement measures.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker. Yes, we can no advertise amendment.
Honourable members, the committee doesn't have amendment to clause 49, but it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Haruna Idrisu.
Speaker, the collaboration with relevant institutions. Is institutions the same thing as organizations? And are they to collaborate with only institutions? Thank you.
Honourable Member, what is your proposed amendment? Honorable Haruna Aduu, what is your proposed rendition? Honorable, constitutionally, we normally say state institutions, not organizations. Thank you very much. Any further or any other proposed amendment? Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much.
What
Mr.
is your
Speaker.
proposed amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, 49(2), the gold board may seize and confiscate gold and assets. But respectfully, I am of the view that seize and confiscate there mean the same. And so if you may go by the gold board may confiscate gold and assets used in smuggling of gold.
Honorable members, the issue is raising is that seize and confiscation are one and the same. Is seize and confiscation one and the same? Honorable members, is for your consideration. Honorable member, have you abandoned your proposed amendment?
Yes.
Honorable members, as many as are in favor of clause 49 as it is standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Honorable members, clause 50.
Negotiation.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honorable members, clause 50 is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, in the absence of any amendment to clause 50, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 50 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 50 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 51.
Dispute Resolution Committee.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honorable members, no advertised amendment from the committee is for the consideration of the House. Honorable members, in the absence of any amendment, the question is, those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 51 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 52.
Composition and procedure of the Dispute Resolution Committee.
Yes, Honorable Roxanne Nelson.
Speaker, consequentially, 52(2), the use of... Speaker, consequentially, 52(2), the use of apostrophe in 10 years should be taken note of and amended. Thank you.
Very well. No members, any further amendment? Yes. So I will direct the drafters to consequentially amend years accordingly. Wherever it appears in the bill, it is directed that it be corrected. Honorable members, those in favor of clause 52, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honorable members, clause 53.
Decisions of the Dispute Resolution Committee.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker, no advertised amendments.
Honorable members, any amendment? Yes. Honorable Haruna Aduu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Just an explanation. The head note, decisions of the Dispute Resolution Committee. Decisions. The Dispute Resolution Committee may resolve in a dispute. When I read A, B, C, D up to F, is that decisions? So, Nelson, help me. Decisions. No, the head note is misleading. I'll prefer dispute resolution. There are decisions, all of it. No, marry the decisions to the entire 53. Dispute resolution committee may, in resolving a dispute, declare
Honorable member, I'm not taking part in the debate, but clause 51 is on dispute resolution committee. 52 is on composition and procedure of dispute resolution committee. Then 53 is dealing with the decision of the dispute resolution committee. And if you look at A, B, C, D, E, F, they are in the nature of decision. Yes, Honorable Mama Shaibu.
Speaker, because you are not supposed to take part in the decision. I was trying to.
Honorable Member, I was only guiding.
Speaker, I wanted to say that A, B talks about declaration of rights. B talks about orders. And we can classify all of them as decisions.
Honorable members, I would get over it because where I was sitting and things that I was doing before coming here, gradually, I will get over it and remain silent. Honorable members, as many as are in favor of clause 53 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 53 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 54.
Appeal against the decision of the Dispute Resolution Committee.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, we can now advertise amendment.
Honorable members, is for consideration. Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, 54 should read, a person who is aggrieved by a decision of the Dispute Resolution Committee may appeal to the Gold Board Tribunal established under this Act. And Mr. Speaker, if this is approved, consequentially, where this section is used should reflect under this Act. Speaker, because under 55 itself, which establishes the tribunal, we use the phrase that's established by this Act. So that we achieve consistency.
Honorable member, for 51, the correct rendition is that it's established by this Act.
Yes.
But 54, yes, they want to make specific reference to 55.
Speaker, I saw a similar provision in, I believe, 51. Yes, so it's uses by this Act. Now, I believe that we have to use this Act. We don't have to reference the section.
Which one are you referencing?
Speaker, I reference 54.
54.
There's no need to say that the Gold Board Tribunal established under this section. It should be under this Act. No, it's not close to.
Well, Honorable Member, it doesn't cause any harm, but if your wish is, it should be under this Act. Consequentially, it can be under this Act.
Okay. Speaker, I yield.
All those in favor of clause 54 standing part of the bill say aye.
Okay. Thank you.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 54 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 55.
Establishment of the Gold Board Tribunal.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, clause 55 is for the consideration of the committee. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 55 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 56.
Composition of the tribunal.
Chairman of committee.
Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, is there any proposed amendment to clause 56? Yes, Honourable Haruna Iddrisu.
Speaker. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, why do you want the president to appoint members of the tribunal? And then you relate it to 57, where in the administration of the tribunal, you say the minister. Why can't we reduce and leave this to the minister? Why the president appointing members to the tribunal? I just want to get...
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the initial rendition was that the minister will appoint the chairman of the tribunal. And at the winnowing committee meeting, the argument was made that most of the time, the person affected by the decision of the inspector, be it the seizure or confiscation of gold, will be fighting the gold board, which is under the minister. So if the chairman is appointed by the minister, it is like you are in the court of the minister fighting the minister. So we concluded that the chairman should be appointed by the president, so that you know that at least you are before an impartial body and not the minister's court.
Yes, Honourable Mama Shaibu, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, in line with what the leader has said, if you read 56.1, the tribunal consists of a chairperson who is a retired justice of the Supreme Court. Now, even though the 2 says the president shall appoint the members of the tribunal, it did not include a chairperson.
That was my first question.
Except if we want to assume that once, yes, so I'm saying that if we read 56.2, the president shall appoint members of the tribunal. We're talking about the chairperson. So
Honourable member, address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to find a correlation between who appoints the chairperson and the members.
Then add chairperson and members. Add chairperson and members. Like
So safe to say that, Mr. Speaker, if you look at 56.2, the president shall appoint the members of the tribunal. Then it says in 56.1a, a chairperson, the tribunal shall consist of a chairperson. Wanting to find out who appoints a chairperson then?
So, provide the new standard rendition as a Cavendish drafter.
So, as a Cavendish drafter, the president...
Yes,
Speaker,
Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the original rendition of the clause was that composition of the tribunal. The tribunal consists of a chairperson who is a retired justice of the Superior Court of Judicature or a lawyer with at least 15 years experience in the regulation of the gold industry or the practice of alternative dispute resolution, and 2 other members with expertise in minerals and mining law or commerce. And then subclause 2 says the minister shall appoint the members of the tribunal.
The president.
No, the original rendition was that the minister will be constituting the tribunal.
Yes.
So at the winnowing meeting, we said, though, but the minister is the person who will be.
That is not the point that he's raising.
What is
the point he's raising is that
yes,
the tribunal consists of a chairperson who is a retired justice and 2 other members with expertise, so the composition is spelled out. And then 2 is saying that the president shall appoint the members of the tribunal. The question therefore is that who appoints the chairperson? So the rendition, honorable members should not be seen to be providing the rendition. So Honorable Mahama Shaibu, provide the rendition.
Yeah, the president shall appoint the chairperson and members.
The president shall appoint the chairman.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that the new edition should be the president shall appoint the chairperson and members of the tribunal. And no.
Those in favor of the proposed rendition say aye.
No.
Those against say no. Yes. Honorable Roxon, you are arresting the motion.
Speaker, just to indicate that the chairperson is also a member of the committee.
Yes, it is also a member.
Yes. So
but if you leave it,
other members,
that the president shall appoint members of the committee.
Okay.
Who determines who should be the chairperson?
Is the president.
Yes. So the correct rendition is that the president shall appoint the chairperson and other members.
Yes. Is the other
so
that is
in
missing.
the process of appointing, whoever will be the chairperson is determined.
Yes.
So that is the correct rendition. It's a standard provision. It's Cavendish drafting.
Very well. Speaker. I did. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 other.
I understand people are envious and they want to go to Cavendish.
Yes, I agree.
I will lead that delegation.
Mr. Speaker, 56 1II. Again, there's an apostrophe there. So if that's 15 years, if that can be taken.
Yes, I've directed.
Yes.
That it should be amended consequentially.
Great.
Wherever it appears in the bill.
Then, Mr. Speaker, throughout, we have wherever we want to use expertise, I believe, or any other such term of art, we add relevant. The essence is that we are not merely looking for expertise in the mining area, but specifically related to precious mineral and such related matters. So relevant, in my opinion, should qualify expertise. Relevant expertise. Speaker, if it's fine favor with the House.
You see, if you are looking at this, it appears to be prescribing the type of expertise to be in minerals and mining law and or commerce.
Speaker, yes, commerce. But the commerce must be related to precious mineral. Not just, commerce is broad. So it should be relevant expertise. If it finds favor with you, that's
so how do we say relevant expertise in law or commerce?
Speaker, if you
relevant expertise in minerals and mining law or commerce.
Speaker, I abandon it.
Very well, very well. As many as in favor of clause 56 as amended by Honorable Mahama Shaibu say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 56 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 57. Chairman of the committee.
Administration of the tribunal.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendments.
It's for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 57 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 57 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 58.
Expenses of the tribunal.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, any amendment to clause 58? Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 58 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 58 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 59.
Rules of procedure of the tribunal.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 59? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have a proposal to amend subclause 2 of clause 59. Mr. Speaker, best practice has it that when you establish a body like the tribunal, you don't vest it with the power to set its own rules. But if you look at the rendition in 59, subclause 2, it says the rules shall be approved by a panel of the tribunal convened for that purpose, which means that the same tribunal has been vested with the power to set its own rules. Mr. Speaker, I draw my conviction from the Electronic Transactions Act, which has under section 84 that the board, it also has a board and it has a tribunal. Now it says the board shall propose rules of procedure for the tribunal. Mr. Speaker, my position is that once there is a tribunal, you don't expect it. Like we have the courts, we have the court committee, which set the rules for the court, for the judges to follow. So just like that, we have the tribunal. So there must be a body that sets the rules for the tribunal. But to vest that same power in the tribunal to set its own rules, I don't think it's the best practice.
Honourable members, so what will be your new
Mr. Speaker, this is my proposal.
rendition?
So this is my proposal. So 59(1) will now read, this is how it reads currently. The board of directors shall within 90 days of the coming into force of this act draft rules. So instead of draft, Mr. Speaker, my proposal is that publish rules of procedure for the tribunal. So it is the board's duty to publish the rules. And then 59 subclause 2 will now go. And then we now have 59 subclause 3 standing as 59 subclause 2. So it reads subclause 2, and that ends it. Yeah, it should be said by the board. Okay.
Honourable members, the proposal is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Sosu.
Mr. Speaker, just to provide or amend the rendition so that the 59(1) would read, the Board of Directors shall within 90 days of the coming into force of this act determine rules of procedure for the tribunal. Then the 2 will now read, the Board of Directors shall publish the rules in the Gazette.
Honourable member, is the rules of procedure drafted or determined?
Well, Mr. Speaker, they are drafted, but or we can use the word make or yeah. I mean, or Mr. Speaker, I think it doesn't hurt if we use the word determine or. Well, Mr. Speaker, we can. Well, my colleagues are saying that draft will still be better.
Well, honourable members, I think to avoid, will we use the word prescribe rules of procedure?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think that also works. Prescribe rules of procedure and publish the said rules of procedure.
Yes. Honorable Shaibu first.
Mr. Speaker, I'm inclined to go with you by the use of the word prescribe.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafamoko.
Speaker, I appreciate the point made by Fatal. Fatal says he don't inherit the power to formulate rules for the tribunal in the board and proceed to give the approval of those rules to the tribunal. So the tribunal will have power to reject the rules formulated by the board. So in his humble view, two should go. Or we allow the tribunal, when it's set up, to formulate its own rules and be guided by it.
Yes, that has been agreed upon.
Oh, okay.
So do the proposer propose the amendment.
So the board of directors shall, within 90 days of the coming into force of this act, formulate rules of procedure for the tribunal or prescribe rules of procedure for the tribunal. Oh, yeah.
Honourable members,
okay, I'm guided.
I believe I have the sense of the House. Honourable members, 59(1), line 2, after Act, delete draft and insert prescribed. Honourable members, 59(2), delete. Honourable members, is that the sense of the House? Honourable members, as many as are in favour of clause 59 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 60.
Right to appeal.
Honourable Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, as many as are in favour of clause 60 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 60 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 61.
Decisions of the tribunal.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Yes, Honourable Aruna Idisu.
Mr. Speaker, 61B, partially allow or partially uphold the appeal. Is it allow or uphold? Or they mean the same? Thank you.
Well, honourable members, the word is, should we say partially allow the appeal or partially approve the appeal? Honourable members, I think practically the appeals are allowed or disallowed. Yes, honourable members, don't let me take part in the debates. Honourable members, as many as are in favour of clause 61 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 61 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 62.
Appeal against the decision of the tribunal.
Honourable Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Yes. You can tell him that we want to finish the bit so that tomorrow we are only coming to take the get fund, health fund, and then they wind up.
He's saying somebody. So
Okay, tell the person. Clause 62. Chairman of the committee, do you have amendment? Is any member having amendment to clause 62? Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 62 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 62 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 63.
General offences and penalties.
Yes, Honourable Haruna Iddrisu.
Mr. Speaker, clause 63 1B. Provide false information, falsifies information, or fraudulent documentation. Can documents be only fraudulent? Thank you.
So, Honourable Minority Leader, what will be your proposed amendment to 63(1)B? Yes. Honourable Minister for Education. Yes.
Speaker, because a fake document is a fraudulent document. A doctored document is a fraudulent document. So I believe the phrase is appropriate.
Yes, Honourable Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, abandoned, but 63D offers a bribe, offer a bribe. Honourable Shaibu, that boy offer a bribe or an unlawful incentive. Mr. Speaker, what is unlawful incentive? So why did you use bribe and are you using bribe again? So you've used bribe and then offer a bribe or an unlawful incentive. The two words there, unlawful incentive. No. Let's get it right, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question that he's asking is that how is bribe different from unlawful incentive? Honourable Minister for Finance, how is bribe different from unlawful incentive? Honourable Majority Leader, that's a question Minister for Education is asking. Yes, Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Chairman, as for bribe, we all know what bribes are. But Mr. Chairman, you can incentivize someone that is unlawful without necessarily being a bribe. For example, writing unlawful letters.
Unlawful letters. Write unlawful letters. Distributing unlawful pamphlets. Authoring unlawful autobiographies.
Unlawful incentive. Lawful incentive. Lawful incentives are incentives. Lawful incentives are incentives. But Mr. Chairman, I'm open. I'm open. If it's not good, we can delete it. Yeah.
Members, would the proposal be that we delete all unlawful incentive so that the rendition will be offer a bribe to an officer of the gold board to circumvent this act or regulations made under this act? Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
So, Speaker, I think we can leave it at offer a bribe or an incentive to an officer of the gold board to circumvent this act or regulation made under this act. So to offer a bribe or an incentive, whatever incentive you offer the person to motivate that person to circumvent this act.
So the proposal is that we delete or unlawful. Honourable members, the proposal is that we delete or unlawful, so that the rendition will be offer a bribe or incentive to an officer of the gold board to circumvent this act or regulations under this act. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 63(1)(d) is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, I will then put the question on the entire clause 63. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 63 of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 63 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 64.
Embezzlement, misappropriation, or diversion of funds.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, is there any advertised amendment? Honourable members, is there any proposed amendment to clause 64? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 64, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 64 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 64 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 65. Chairman of the committee.
Smuggling of gold.
Yes, Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, clause 65 is for the consideration of the House. The committee doesn't have amendments. Is any member having an amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any amendment, clause 65. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 65 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 66.
Offences relating to the transportation of
Chairman of the
dealing
committee.
in gold.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, any amendment to clause 66? Honourable members, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 66 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 66 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 67.
Purchase of gold.
Chairman of the committee.
Yes, amendment, Mr.
Honourable
Speaker.
members, any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 67 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 67 is ordered to be part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 68.
Hoarding of gold.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Any proposed amendment? Honourable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, 68(1). A person shall not, without lawful authority, hoard gold without a license or authorization. That's tautologous.
Yes.
So, without lawful authority should go. So it reads, a person shall not hoard gold without a license or authorization issued by the gold board.
Honourable members, what is hoarding? And can you be licensed to hoard? Honourable members, I'm sorry, I'm not to take part in the debate.
It's true.
But I can ask the relevant questions. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we discussed this at winnowing, and we actually define hoard. And hoard is defined as, hoard means the accumulation or storage of a gold mining product beyond reasonable business needs with the purpose of manipulating market conditions or creating artificial scarcity. So hoard was defined. We discussed this extensively.
Yes. So by the definition provided in the interpretation, hoarding is wrong. How on earth will you be given a license to do so?
Mr. Speaker, for instance, those who are producing gold coins or jewelry, they actually can be given license to buy and hoard the product because they will be using it for manufacturing their finished goods. So the understanding is that there will be cases where some people need to buy and hoard and use it subsequently. But those who are buying it to keep for the purposes of manipulating the market so that when the market prices increase, then they'll go and sell. They are the ones that the law is seeking to discourage. But those who are buying to pile up so that they can be using it to, let's say, produce jewelry, gold coins, and etc., even though they may be hoarding it.
Let's look at the interpretation at page 37. Hoard means the accumulation or storage of a gold mining product beyond reasonable business needs with the purpose of manipulating market conditions or creating artificial scarcity. That is the meaning of hoarding. You are doing it to create artificial shortage or scarcity. Then my question therefore is, can you be licensed to do that? So let's look at the rendition. Yes, Honorable Roxanne Nelson.
Listening to leader who led the winnowing and listening to the promoter, I believe the essence, the intent is that for holding, storing over a period. So I believe that we need to find another word to explain the intent of the house. So instead of hoard, which connotes negativity and criminality, we should use hold. Because the Speaker, if you come to 68.3, we are saying that if you don't have authorization to hold gold, then you commit an offense. And the penal regime, Mr. Speaker, is so severe. Because we are looking at 200,000 penalty units or 500,000 penalty units. In money terms, that's 2.4 million minimum or 6 million minimum, or plus imprisonment, 5 years or 10 years. It's such a severe penal regime. So you need to be licensed to hold the gold. I believe that with the explanation, the intent is not to hoard.
Honourable members, having regard to the definition of hoarding, that is what exactly Section 68 is trying to prescribe and then provide a sanction for it. So therefore, 68.1 should read, a person shall not hoard gold. Then 2, subsection 1 does not apply to a person in possession of gold for personal or value storage purposes. Then the 3 will be a person who contravenes subsection 1, commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of not less than 200,000 penalty units and not more than 500,000 1,000 penalty unit, or to a term of imprisonment of not less than 5 years and not more than 10 years, or to both. We can introduce an element of which you will be licensed to commit a crime. It defeats the very purpose of 68. So the rendition should be a person shall not hoard gold. Without lawful authority should be deleted. Without a license or authorization issued by the gold board should be deleted.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, when you just Google the definition of hoard, to hoard, it says a stock or store of money or value, objects, typically one that is secret or carefully guarded. Secret or carefully guarded. It's unfortunate that we are associating hoard with criminality, but hoard is the secrecy of it and the fact that it is carefully guarded. So at the meeting, it came up, and the argument was that it is perfectly okay for you to hoard if you are secretly keeping it for the purposes of producing gold coins or producing jewelry. But if you are keeping it with a view that when prices increase, then you will now sell, then you will be one of those who are seeking or practicing what will actually change the prices of the product in the market. That was the argument that was made.
Honorable,
it was an economic sabotage.
The definition that you are looking at,
yes,
what we should be looking at as drafters is the definition that is provided in page 37.
Yes.
That is clause 74 in this law.
Yes.
That's the definition we should be looking at.
Yes.
And it states, hoard means the accumulation or storage of gold mining product beyond a reasonable business needs, with the purpose of manipulating market condition or creating artificial scarcity.
Okay.
That is the definition here.
Yeah.
And now, to cure those who will be keeping it lawfully, then
the definition
68(2) is saying that subsection 1 does not apply to a person in possession of gold for personal or valuable storage purposes. That cures your concern. So the first one is just trying to criminalize hoarding. And the second one, the 68 one, criminalizes hoarding. 68(2) makes a proviso for circumstances.
Yeah. It's okay.
I'm always being invited to take part in the debate. Yes, Honorable Mama Shaibu.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree more with you.
So, honorable members, the question is,
thank you,
clause 68. Yes, Honorable Roxon.
Speaker, you said something profound. We can go to the definition and borrow, which will be to the effect that a person shall not accumulate gold without lawful authority.
No, the word used is
yes,
hoarding in the interpretation.
Okay.
So let us just say a person shall not hoard gold.
Okay. Speaker,
then the 2, the proviso. Then 3, the sanction. All members, as many as are in favor of clause 68 as variously amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 68 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. All members, clause 69.
Offense by a body corporate.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, No advertised amendment.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 69? Honourable members, as many as are in favour of clause 69 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 69 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 70.
Administrative penalty.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any amendment to clause 70, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 70 being part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 70 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 71.
Publication of notices and directives.
Chairman of the committee, clause 71.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Minister responsible for education.
I see the Minister responsible for public engagement in a daily newspaper, dailies, or in a daily newspaper of nationwide circulation. Maybe that's your traditional way of doing it. In a daily newspaper. Or in the dailies.
Honourable members, if I am being invited, we normally put the rendition this way.
So you are invited. We'll own it after. Speaker, you are invited. We'll own it after you give us a cue. Thank you.
Honourable member, is a newspaper of national circulation. That's the rendition.
Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, put the question.
So, the proposal is that in A, nationwide should change to national circulation. Any further amendment? Honourable members, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 71 as amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 71 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 72.
Public forum.
Yes. Honourable Minister responsible for education.
I do not think 72 belongs to this bill. It is talking about a public forum to present reports of the Gold Board and engage with stakeholders. Do you need to provide for this in a law? Yes. What is important is to provide for the reporting of the operations and activities of the Gold Board to Parliament, where the people representatives are. But to say that you hold a public forum, for what? Especially where Galham says escalating, we are not arresting it enough as we should do. If we go and do this public forum, they will chase the people who want to do the forum away. You don't want that. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the entire clause 72 be deleted.
Proposal is that the entire clause 72 be deleted. It is for your consideration.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister for Education's proposal is that we should redraft the essence of 72 is reporting. It thinks that the reporting should be directed to Parliament. So it could be annual reports or semi-annual reports presented to Parliament, other than the manner and mode provided. So I believe that if gauging the sense of the House.
Honourable members, ideally, clause 72 can be handled administratively.
Good. Yeah.
I don't know why we'll be legislating by an act of Parliament, stakeholder engagement. This at best can find expression in the regulation.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable
Actually, yeah.
Minister responsible for Foreign Affairs.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the public forum proposed is very important, considering the enormous public interest in this matter. And it only provides at least two annually. And these are key stakeholders: civil society, National House of Chiefs, industry representatives, the general public. I think that we should be forward-looking and we should be encouraging this citizen engagement. It does deepen our democracy, Mr. Speaker. We already have a provision for annual reports to come to Parliament. So the Honorable Education Minister's concern about using Parliament has already been catered for under annual reports, which the Minister will submit and Parliament will debate. But this is to engage the public, and I think that this should be encouraged. Is forward-looking, and we should not delete it. I think that deleting the whole section would not help us. So we should encourage it, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister responsible for lands.
I heard my honourable member in describing a public forum was simply saying that it should be done with the usual suspects, the key people in Accra, CSOs. If you really want to engage the people of Ghana, then let's do the public forum in every district in Ghana. Where? Every district or... Let's do regional forums across the country. I am saying that...
members, I always maintain that law is an instrument of social engineering. It's a communicative action. What are we communicating here? Now, if you legislate on it, what happens if the public fora is not organized twice annually? What happens if the stake... So, there is no provision here which is making it an offense. So what is the essence of the provision?
Mr. Speaker.
If you really want to back it, then you have to provide a sanction regime so that failure to do it should be attracting sanction.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, if I may be heard on this matter.
Honorable Sosu.
Mr. Speaker, this matter came up so strongly during the winnowing. And I recall that it was an amendment proposed by Honorable Patrick Boama, and he gave very strong justification for us legislating this one, particularly because of the high interest that the public has in this matter.
So all that I'm saying is that you have to tie it so that failure to do it. Because if you put it here, it's a voluntary exercise on part of the directors of the Gold Board.
Yes, Mr.
So
Speaker.
how do you legislate on a voluntary act?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I believe that, Mr. Speaker, once it is an obligation on the institution, the Gold Board.
Yes.
If they fail to carry out, it can become one of the benchmarks of assessing the Gold Board. We may not have criminalized that, but civil societies can use this provision to hold them accountable. It's not only when we create penal sanctions. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, it can be a basis for which the board of directors or the governing board can hold the CEO accountable. Yes. You see, like PIAC is doing for particular sector, so we don't necessarily have to create a penal code. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a very relevant provision in the Act.
So, Honorable Sosu, I'm engaging you because you are a lawyer, a human rights lawyer. Assuming K is a chief executive who is supposed to do the stakeholder engagement and has not done it, and his appointment is terminated, and he comes to you.
Mr. Speaker, clearly the person would have been in breach of the statute, and that would go to competence. It will go into, I mean, for every chief executive officer, there are obligations that are created in acts that are not necessarily penal. At least they are benchmarks for actually measuring your performance. If the law says that you are supposed to engage your public, you are supposed to engage stakeholders every 2 years, you are under obligation to do that. If you don't do it, it can be a basis for somebody can write a petition to the president and say that you are not complying with the law. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a very important, provision in this act, given the nature of the object
well, it
of the
is
act.
for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Mama Shaibu.
Speaker, even though the intent looks reasonable, I think that we can provide for it in the regulations.
We provide for it?
In the regulations.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is an act of parliament.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we can humbly cure this by ending the provision under public forum as the head note. The gold board shall organize public forum, full stop. Then we use the regulation to detail the manner as captured in 72(1), A, B, C, D. We can use the regulation to provide those final details as to the mode and the manner and the entities to engage. So, yes, so that the parent will provide general provision that they have the power to organize public forum. We end it there. The regulation will provide will fine-tune how they should do it. Whether 3 times in a year, 6 times in a year, regulation could do that. Just to be in consonance with the modern corporate governance accountability issues. Like Sosu said, it will be a provision.
So your rendition is that we should just say in 72 simply that the gold board shall organize public forum.
That's all. That we leave it there. The 73 will empower the minister to come by regulation to provide fine-tune.
So he is of the view that how, when, and where will be detailed in the regulation.
In the regulation, yes. So that we take care of the varying interests.
So, yeah. Yes, Honorable Okujeto.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just to support Honorable Roxin and to suggest that instead of public fora, it should be public engagements, so that gives us a broader, a broader spectrum to operate within.
So, honorable members, in drafting singular means plural, and we draft in singular, so there is no need using fora or engagement. It's public engagement. So, honorable members, I want to leave it for the drafters. Honorable members, as many as are in favor of clause 72 as amended, being part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 72 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill, and the drafters are directed to capture the sense of the House in redrafting. Clause 73.
Regulations.
Honourable members, clause 73, regulations. Chairman of the committee.
No advertise.
Members of the committee, any proposed amendment on clause 73 dealing with regulations? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is yes. Honourable members, the proposal is that because we want the details of the public engagement to be in the regulation, there must be an amendment. Other than that, we can come under K, provide for any other matter necessary for the effective and efficient implementation of this act. Yes, Honorable Dafamoko.
Speaker, indeed, that's the point I want to make. And then in addition to that, that's 73.
Honorable member, let me just put a question and direct the drafters to make provision for it.
Let me make, oh, please. Speaker, yes, but we are nearly there. Speaker, Ghanaian content, please, Ghanaian appears twice. Prescribe rules for Ghanaian content.
Which of the provision?
That's H. Prescribe rules for Ghanaian content and Ghanaian participation. And I think that one of the Ghanaians should go. So it should be Ghanaian content and participation. We don't have to repeat Ghanaian in there.
Well, the proposal is to delete Ghanaian. You see, when we delete it, the first Ghanaian would then be a dangling modifier. So for clarity, I think we should leave it the way it is. Yes, Honorable Kujeto Blakwa.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for your guidance. How about we replace the first Ghanaian for local content? Because we have used that in other legislations. So instead of Ghanaian content, with local content, we even have a law on that. Yeah. So that makes it more elegant.
Honourable members, I think we use the word local somewhere. Or that was in relation with fabrication. Then we say local fabrication.
Yeah.
But the proposal is that we make it local content.
Local content.
Yes.
That was the intendment, Mr. Speaker.
All members, it will read prescribe rules for local content and Ghanaian participation in the gold trading and marketing industry. Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 73 as variously amended and consequentially directed. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 73 as amended and consequential direction to the drafter is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 74, interpretation.
Interpretation.
Honourable members, interpretation at page 35. Any correction? Page 36. Yes, page 36. Order. Yes, Honorable Okujato.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Okujato, you have the floor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I assure colleagues that this will take 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Because of what we did earlier, Ghanaian content should now be local content at page 36, and then the definition can stay.
Yes, Honorable, this is consequential. Page 38. Page 39.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Ghanaian content has been defined in the law. So if you delete it, what are we going to do with it?
He is proposing that once we say local content in the definition, we say local content. And then we define local content.
I would rather think that since Ghanaian content has been defined, we should rather leave it in there. Exactly. Because it's been defined. It's not, ambiguous.
So, honourable members, in view of the definition is being proposed, that we come back to clause 73 and rescind our decision to replace Ghanaian content in 73(1)H with local content. Honourable members, those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, clause 75. Yes.
Oh. Repeal, revocation, and saving.
Honourable members, I didn't put a question on clause 74. So the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 74 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, then clause 75.
Repeal, revocation, and savings.
Chairman of committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 75 standing part of the bill. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 75 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 76.
Modification of existing enactments.
Clause 76.
Modification of existing enactments.
Chairman of the committee, clause 76.
Yes, amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, any amendment on clause 76? Modification of existing enactment. Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 76 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 76 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 77.
Consequential amendments.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, any amendment to clause 77? Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 77 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, clause 78.
Transitional provisions.
Chairman of the committee.
No advertised amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, any amendment? Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favour of clause 77? Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 78 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the long title.
An act to establish the Ghana Gold Board to oversee, monitor, and undertake the buying, selling, and export of gold and other precious minerals, promote value addition to the gold and other precious minerals, of the country, support responsible mining and accumulation of gold reserves by the Bank of Ghana, generate foreign exchange, and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the long title is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favour of the long title standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill.
Item number 32. Item 32. No. Consideration stage. You cannot use it. It's yesterday's order paper. You can't use it again.
Honourable members, we have come to the end of consideration.
Today is not Friday. It's Friday order paper. You can't use it today.
Honourable members, we now come to item number 32, motion. Finance Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the Gold Board Bill 2025 be now read the third time. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
All members, motion move. Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All members, motion move and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
An act to establish the Ghana Gold Board to oversee, monitor, and undertake the buying, selling, and export of gold and other precious minerals, promote value addition to the gold and other precious minerals of the country, support responsible mining and accumulation of gold reserves by the Bank of Ghana, generate foreign exchange, and provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Ghana Gold Board Bill 2025 is now read a third time and passed. Honourable members, may you kindly resume your seats. Honourable members, resume your seats. Honourable members, the House is not adjourned. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I recall that two nights ago, when we were adjourning, we promised to write copious letters. Mr. Speaker, tonight, or this morning, the promise is that by the time you get here at 12 noon, there will be gold bars in your pigeonholes. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank honorable members. As you will all recall, it was a major campaign promise of the National Democratic Congress to establish the Gold Board as a medium of buying gold, trading in gold, earning foreign currency, and stabilizing the city. Mr. Speaker, this is a landmark legislation. And those of us who have sat through the night to this morning to pass this historic legislation should be proud of ourselves that we have vindicated the trust and confidence that Ghanaians repose in us. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the 24-hour economy has started in this chamber. I thank all of you, and I'll see you later in the morning. Mr. Speaker, we're in your hands.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members.
Yes, exactly.
We sat in excess of 5 hours. I'm therefore coming under Standing Order 56-2 to proceed to adjourn the House. Honourable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to midday at 12 noon.